Mi nombre es John Zulca Ponce. La Pachamama es para nosotros merece nuestro gran respeto, ¿no? Porque en ello vivimos, convivimos con nuestras familias, también con nuestros animales. El animal que tenemos lo valoramos por su fibra, más que todo, ¿no? Y también nos da ese abrigo y por ello a nuestros animales siempre lo respetamos, lo valoramos.
Mi nombre es Darío Anconeira Seiko. La alpaca es nuestra vida, fuente de vida aquí en esta altura. Nosotros lo estimamos mucho a los animales porque nos da nuestra alimentación, nos da nuestra fuente de vida. Para nosotros el animal, la alpaca es como nuestra familia. Vivimos diariamente con la alpaca, lo estimamos mucho. En el Pachamama no habría alpaca, no viviríamos nosotros, no habría agua. Por ende, hay veces tenemos un reconocimiento a la Pachamama.
Soy Mateo Macedo, trabajo en Clamasa hace 5 años, soy subgerente comercial en esta compañía. Considero que el proceso de trabajar alpaca es súper sagrado porque la conexión que llegan a lograr la naturaleza con los pequeños ecosistemas que viven alrededor de donde está la naturaleza de este animal, logra que podamos abrigar al mundo en general, ¿no? Somos el tercer exportador de fibra de alpaca y eso nos llena de orgullo saber que hay personas con nosotros que tienen más de 30 años trabajando y que el crecimiento y la evolución de la empresa se viene gracias a que con sus manos hemos podido lograr crecer. Debería sentirse orgulloso, los peruanos deberíamos estar orgullosos de tener un animal tan noble,
Buenos días.
a la vez tan fino.
Bueno, la Asociación Internacional de la Alpaca, en alianza con Promperú, Mincetur y Moda Deco, llevan a cabo esta 8ª edición de Alpaca Fiesta Perú Moda Deco, evento alpaquero que es el más importante a nivel mundial y que congrega creadores, empresas e instituciones vinculadas al mundo de la alpaca y los camélidos sudamericanos en un ambiente festivo y altamente competitivo. Pero en medio de toda esta organización está el foro Alpaca Connect, Año Internacional de los Camélidos y Desafíos de la Sostenibilidad. Es el tema que engloba la serie de charlas, exposiciones y conversaciones que se han llevado a cabo en estos últimos días. El día de hoy vamos a tener nuestro tercer eje temático y pude conseguir alguna información que nos puede ayudar de alguna manera a entender por qué se trata este importante tema en la parte final de este certamen académico. Un informe de la Conferencia de Comercio y Desarrollo de las Naciones Unidas establece que la industria de la moda es la segunda más contaminante del planeta después de la industria petrolera. Cada año se tira al mar 500.000 de toneladas de microfibra, lo que equivale nada más y nada menos que a 30 millones de barriles de petróleo. Se usa alrededor de 93 millones de metros cúbicos de agua, lo que equivale al consumo de 5 millones de personas durante un año y produce, curiosamente, más emisiones que todos los vuelos y envíos marítimos internacionales. El modelo dominante de este sector, de esta industria, es la denominada moda rápida, que ofrece cambios constantes en las colecciones y también bajos precios, lo que alienta a comprar y desechar la ropa de una manera frecuente. La producción de prendas, para que ustedes tengan una idea, se duplicó entre los años 2000 y 2014. El actual modelo de negocios llevará, según los cálculos, a que las emisiones contaminantes de la industria de la moda se incrementen en 50% al 2030 si seguimos a este mismo ritmo. Pero la antítesis de esta moda rápida es la moda lenta.
is a slow fashion.
slow fashion. Y ella propone
And this
más bien un cambio de
proposes
ritmo.
a change in the rhythm.
Busca
It
ralentizar la
seeks
industria
to
para dar
slow down the
espacio y
industry
tiempo al
to give
proceso
space and time
productivo
to the productive process
y a la creación
and to the
de valor
creation of
durante toda la cadena
value
productiva.
along all the productive chain.
Se le conoce
It
también
is also
como
known
moda
as
sostenible y
sustainable
apuesta por un
fashion,
consumo
and it goes
responsable de la
for a
ropa,
responsible usage
primando
of
la
clothes,
calidad, su
seeing the
perdurabilidad
durability,
y así como el respeto de las condiciones
as well as a respect
laborales.
towards the
Es
workforce.
precisamente
And this is precisely
ese eje temático
what this
que
thematic
habla
axis
sobre la
is
industria
going
de la
to
moda,
talk about.
el que tenemos
And
para
this is what we
finalizar
have
este
to
evento.
end with this event.
Este tercer eje busca
This
analizar las
third
tendencias
axis
de la
seeks
moda
to look for
sostenible,
the
así como
sustainable
las
fashion
soluciones para
and the
reducir el
solutions
consumo
to reduce
excesivo y la
excessive
contaminación de la
consumption and
industria de la
contamination
moda.
of the
Durante esta
fashion.
jornada
During
tendremos
this
5
day, we're going to have
exposiciones y
5
un conversatorio
presentations
final.
and a
Quisiera
final round table.
invitar a
I
nuestro
would like to
primer
invite our
ponente.
first
Su tema será
person. He's going to
transición
speak
hacia
about
el
transition
material
towards
Mother Standard.
the
El
materials
expositor
matter
es
standard. The
Claudio
presenter is
Salas.
Claudio Sala.
Claudio Salas es un
He's
especialista
a
en cumplimiento
specialist
de estándares
in compliance with
Textile
standards in
Exchange
Textile
USA.
Exchange USA.
Él es de Perú, a quien
And he's
invito
from
por favor
Peru.
a que suba al
I
estrado.
please ask him to take a stand.
Bueno, buenos días a todos.
Good morning,
Muchas
everyone.
gracias
Thank
por
you very
estar
much
acá.
for being here.
Qué bueno lo que has comentado
It's very
sobre
good what has been mentioned previously
hacia dónde
regarding
estamos yendo si no hacemos
towards
un cambio
where we're
radical en la
doing
industria
unless we make a
al
radical
2030.
change
Como
until
comentaste,
2030. As you
más de,
mentioned, over
la emisión de gases
the
de efecto
mission
invernadero podría
of the
incrementarse
greenhouse
en más del
gases
50%
could
si no
increase
hacemos un cambio rápido.
50% if we don't make a
Y esto es
quick
lo que me
change.
lleva ahora.
And this
Yo
what
trabajo
takes, I
en
work
Textile Exchange
in Textile
y Textile
Exchange,
Exchange justamente
and this
tiene
is,
la misión
has a
de
mission
revertir eso,
of
es decir, reducir
reducing
55% la emisión de gases de efecto invernadero de la
the
textil
greenhouse
para el
emissions
año
by 45% by 2030. But first of
¿qué es
all,
Textile Exchange?
what is Textile
Nosotros
Exchange?
somos una
We are
organización
a
sin
world
fines de lucro
que lo que busca organization, a
básicamente
non-profit,
congregar
which
a la
seeks
industria
to get
textil
together people
para
from the world,
reducir
from
el
the
impacto
textile industry
ambiental
to
de
impact
tanto la
the
industria
environment
textil como la industria de la moda.
in fashion.
¿Cómo hacemos esto?
How do we do this?
Buscamos juntar
We
a
look
todos los
to
eslabones de la
put
cadena de valor de la
all the
industria
people
textil,
who work in a textile
como
world
los
together
productores,
as a
las marcas,
producers,
los transformadores de
brands,
fibra, los
fiber
proveedores,
transformations,
para poder
suppliers, to
rescatar
be able to
las mejores
rescue the
prácticas
best
y generar
practices and generate
de esto un benchmark,
a
es decir,
benchmark from this.
generar
Generate
aspiraciones de qué se tiene que hacer en la
aspirations to
industria
what
para
has to be
poder
done in the
mejorar.
industry to be able to improve.
Así,
And And in this way,
generamos mucha
we can
investigación
generate, we do a
para
lot of
poder
research to be
encontrar
able to find
las tecnologías más
the
innovadoras.
most innovating technologies.
Organizamos eventos,
We organize
trabajamos en
events, we
realizar
work,
publicaciones, guiamos
publishing
a nuestros miembros y a
journals, we
las
guide
organizaciones para poder
organizations to be able
enfrentar lo
to
mejor posible
face
las nuevas legislaciones
the
en
new
materia ambiental
legislations
para la industria textil.
that
Buscamos
concern
ayudarlos
our area.
a que hagan un camino a poder reducir su
And we're
impacto.
looking the path to
Pero otra
reduce
cosa que
the
hacemos
impacts.
también,
Another thing that we also do,
también cómo hacemos
and
esto,
how
es
do
a
we do
través de
this,
la
is
generación
through
de
the
estándares de
generation
certificación,
of
que es lo que nos lleva
standards and
a la charla de
certifications,
hoy día.
which leads us to today's talk.
Entonces, primero quiero hablarles
First
un
of all, I
poco,
want to speak
yo
a
sé que
bit.
venía a hablar del
I
material
know
Matter Standard,
I've come to speak
pero
about
está
materials
bueno hablarles
matter,
un poco sobre
but
qué
it's
estamos
also
haciendo
good
ahora
to know what
y
we're
por qué
doing a bit
estamos
now,
en esta
why
transición
we are
a
in this transition
MMS.
of MMS.
Así que les voy a
So I'm going to
poner una foto de lo que
put
hace
up
Textile
an
Exchange
image
hoy en
of
día, que
what
hacemos ahora.
Textile Exchange does
Para el
today.
tema de estándares, nosotros
Regarding
tenemos
standards,
7
we have
estándares de certificación. Están
seven
enfocados
standards
en
for
6
certifications
prácticas,
focused on 6
en 6
practices
distintos procesos
6 different
de
processes
de producción.
of production.
Tenemos un
We
estándar
have one
enfocado,
standard
dos
focused,
estándares, perdón,
two standards
enfocados en
focused
materiales reciclados.
on recycled,
Tenemos un estándar
recycles,
enfocado
another standard
en
focused
la producción de
on production
materiales,
of materials,
de materia prima
of raw
orgánica.
material that's organic.
También
We
trabajamos
also
con lo
work
que llamamos el
with
RAF,
what
son
we call the
estándares de
RAF,
fibra animal,
which is
que es
fiber,
el
animal
estándar
fiber,
enfocado
which is a
en
standard
oveja,
focused on
otro en
sheep,
mohair,
on mohair,
el que está
and
implementado
also
principalmente en Perú, que
the
es
one
el de
is
alpaca.
implemented in
Y
Peru,
además
which is
tenemos otro
alpaca
estándar
fiber. We have
que se
another
enfoca
standard which is
en la
focused
producción de
on
plumas
production
de ganso.
on down feathers.
¿Cómo funcionan nuestros estándares?
How do our
Si bien
standards
nuestros
work?
estándares están enfocados
Though they are
todos los criterios
focused,
en la
all the
primera
criteria is
cadena de
focused
valor,
on
es
the
decir,
first
los
chain
productores
value,
y
so
también los
the
primeros
producers,
transformadores.
who are the first transformers.
Nuestro objetivo
Our
es
objective
generar
is to
trazabilidad.
generate
¿Qué
traceability.
significa esto?
What does this mean?
Asegurarse
It
que la
means to
misma
ensure
fibra
that the
que
fiber
produce,
itself
y que esté certificada, por
that is
ejemplo, bajo
certified,
el
for
RAS,
example,
el
under the
estándar de alpaca
RAS,
responsable, sea la misma
be
que
the
le llegue a
same
las manos
one
a un productor.
that helps
modelo que
the
hablamos hoy
producer's name.
Se basa en
This
otro
is based
estándar
on another
llamado
standard called
el estándar del Content Gain Standard, o el
Content
estándar de
Gain
cadena de custodia.
Standard.
Es decir, si un productor
If a producer
le vende su fibra
sells
certificada a
their
un
certified fiber to a transformer,
a su vez,
this
tiene que
one
certificarse
is going to
para
certify
garantizar
himself also
de que este
to
material es el
guarantee
mismo
that
que
this
va a
material
pasar.
is the same
Entonces,
one that's going to go on to the next step. This system of
busca
standards
que toda la cadena de valor
seeks that
garantice
all
que
the
el
value
producto
chain
es
can
sostenible.
guarantee
Y esto lo
that all
hacemos
the
a través
products
del
are
certificado de
sustainable.
transacción,
And we do
en
this
el cual
through
se garantizan
transaction
todas las- y
certification
certificado de alcance
and the
que,
scope
valga la
certification,
redundancia, certifica
which
que yo
certifies that I
estoy certificado.
am certified.
Entonces, así es como
So
ahorita
this is
funcionan
how
nuestros estándares.
our standards work.
Le comento un poco más
I
sobre
want to
RAS,
speak a bit more about
estándar de alpaca
RAS.
responsable. Como
The-
todos otros estándares, el
As
RAS
all
es
other
un
standards,
estándar
this is a
voluntario.
voluntary
Y
standard,
como todos los
and as
estándares,
all the
requiere
standards, it
de la
requires
certificación de todos los
certification
eslabones de la
of
cadena de
all
valor,
all the
desde el
steps in
fondo
the chain
hasta la
value,
venta final.
from the farm until the final
¿Cómo
sale.
evaluamos a
How do we
los
value
productores
the
en
producers
temas
in terms
de derechos humanos y medios
of
de vida,
human resources,
manejar la salud
livelihood,
del suelo,
manage how to manage the
certificar, en este
soil,
caso, la agricultura regenerativa, garantizar el
guarantee
bienestar
the
animal a
welfare of the
través de,
animal,
reducir el estrés de los animales,
reducing their
garantizar el
stress,
acceso al agua,
guarantee
garantizar el
access
acceso
to
a sombra,
water,
ese tipo de
access
cosas,
to shadow,
y también
and
a través
also
del cuidado de
through
la
the care
biodiversidad
of
en la zona.
biodiversity in the zone.
Este estándar
This
fue creado
standard
en
was
el
created
en el 2020, o
in
empezó a crearse en
2020,
2020,
in
por un
2020,
pedido de la
2020,
industria textil.
because the textile
Tanto
industry
de
asked for
marcas como
something
otros
like
actores de
this,
la industria, porque querían asegurar
because they
de
wanted
que
to
se den
ensure
buenas prácticas
that good
en
practices
toda
were
la cadena de
given in
valor
all
y
the
así
value
poder
chain, and
generar
so be able to
declaraciones
generate
de
declarations
sostenibilidad a sus
of
consumidores.
sustainability to their
El
producers.
desarrollo del estándar no
The
fue
development of the standard was
en
not
forma
only
interna
done
por Textile Exchange.
by
Lo que
Textile
hicimos fue
Exchange. What we
generar un
did was
grupo
to
de trabajo
generate a
internacional
group of work
que conllevaba a
internationally,
expertos
which got together
de la
experts
industria,
from the
muchos de
industry,
ellos,
and
o
many of
casi
them,
todos,
or nearly all of
expertos
them,
peruanos que
Peruvians
están en mucha
and
parte de la cadena de valor, para poder
to
definir
be
los
able to
criterios
define the
del
criteria
estándar.
of the
Obviamente,
standard.
el estándar
Obviously,
desde que
the
empezó hasta
standard
ahora ha cambiado mucho,
has changed
porque
a
el
lot
estándar
along the
todo
way
es
because
perfectible,
everything
y lo que se ha
is
buscado siempre es
changeable,
acercarse más
and
al
we've
productor
always looking
para
to
seguir
get
perfeccionando el
closer
estándar
to the
y que sea lo
producer
más
to be able
aterrizado
to improve it
posible
and to
en
make
la
it
realidad
as
de los
practical as
productores
possible
peruanos.
regarding the reality that the
Entonces,
producers
¿dónde
have
estamos
today.
ahora, a
So
4
where
años
are
de
we
que
now,
surgió
4
el
years
proyecto de
after
generar
this began?
estándar de alpaca responsable? ¿Qué se ha logrado hasta
What
ahora?
has been
Para mí,
achieved? For
lo
me,
más importante
the most important
es la trazabilidad.
is the traceability.
Hasta hace no mucho,
Until not
la
long,
cadena de valor
long ago,
de la fibra de
the
alpaca
chain
era un poco
value
oscura,
was a
llamémoslo
bit
así,
dark
debido a que existía una
because
gran cantidad
there
de
was a lot of
y en
intermediaries,
muchos casos,
and in many
el relacionamiento entre
cases,
el productor y el primer transformador,
the
o el
first
comprador,
transformer
era muy indirecta y no
was
era muy
very
cercana.
indirect. There wasn't close
Como nosotros
relationship.
proponemos un estándar de
We
cadena de valor,
proposed a standard adds value,
enfocado en que cada uno
focused
de los
into
actores
each one of the
certifique,
actors
se logró,
certifies,
o se forzó más bien, a que el comprador
and this
tenga
made
que estar
the
más cercano
purchaser
al productor.
the purchaser
Eso, ¿a
has
qué
to be
conllevó?
closer to the
A que,
producer. What
eliminándose
this,
a muchos
and
de
this
los
eliminated
intermediarios,
many of the
el precio de la
intermediaries.
fibra
The price of the
inicialmente
fiber
suba, no
and
solamente por un
went up,
tema de premium,
not
que
not
eso no es para
just
siempre,
because
sino
a
por un
matter
tema
of
de
premium.
compra más directa. También,
There's
como
a
hay
more
menos manos en
direct
el
purchase,
proceso,
and as there are less hands in the
un mayor
process,
rendimiento en el
there's
recojo
more
y la
performance in
clasificación
the
de la
gathering
fibra,
and
por
collection
estar
of the
bien desde ahí.
fiber.
Además, algo que es un cambio súper
And
difícil
a
de
very
entender
difficult
porque va
change
mucho en contra de
that
la
goes
tradición.
against
El
tradition.
estándar pidió llevar
The
registros
standard asked to
productivos y
have
documentar
productive
información.
registers, and
Si
we
bien
have
es
to
un tema
report
complicado, lo que nos han
the
comentado en
steps.
campo, productores,
Producers have
técnicos,
told us this is
y
a bit
también en el taller
difficult,
que trabajamos, es que eso ayudó mucho a
but
ordenar
it has
el
helped
sistema
to
de
put their
gestión de las
system in order
alpacas,
to manage
lo cual ha
their
ayudado
alpacas, which has helped surprisingly to reduce the mortality of the animals. I spoke with some technicians, is that before the RAS, the mortality rate was up to 10%. Now,
por supuesto, debido a un buen año,
And this has been reduced by 3%. And this is a better management of medicines, of the calendar of the alpaca people, and a better management of the animal itself. Regarding productivity, the standard began very slowly because the topic of the effort to adopt the standard was complicated for the producer and for the final user. But finally, it increased 175%, and it got up to 436 tunnels. The figures look very nice, but we're still at the beginning. Right now, only 7% of the fiber, of the alpaca fiber in the world is certified under RAS. So this is gives an opportunity. There's a whole university of producers who can have this. There's a talk which says that only 10% of the producers are certified under RAS. So this can grow much more. And for this, there are a lot of things that have to improve. For example, access to the certification, which costs, no?
Pero bueno, ya que les tomé un poco la foto de dónde está RAS ahora.
So now you know more or less where the RAS is, and now the change is about to happen.
En el año 2021,
in 2021,
Textile
Exchange
decided
to reorganize the objectives of the NGO
hacia la meta Climate Plus.
Towards the Climate Plus. We wanted to reduce 45% the impact of fiber production and raw material by 2030. How do we do that? We have to do it holistically, following the Climate Plus alignments, focusing us on the health of the soils, biodiversity, and the water, so that they work together and generate indicators which help to reduce this impact. And how do we implement this in all the parts of the organization, but also we're applying it in our standard systems. And for this, we should develop a process of impact indicators, which is uniformized through all our standards, to be able to achieve data that's trustworthy, that says, okay, we were here, but now implementing these impact indicators, we're going to be able to see, take a good temperature of how the gas emission is reducing through the standards. So in 2021, we made a thorough revision of all our standards, including RAS, and the conclusion was that to be able to equal the impact of the textile industry and generate good indicators, we have to harmonize all our standards into one, only one. And that's how what was called the Materials Matter standard was created. In Spanish, I've tried to translate it in many times. We're just going to call it MMS, it's more practical. What we look is to integrate the objectives of Climate Plus into our other standards, and harmonize the standards to generate communication that's more solid, dedicated directly to the consumer. If I'm a brand, if I'm at the end of the supply chain and I buy RAS products, a whole list is built of logos that can confuse the consumer. So now the idea is I'm certified under MMS, which focuses on everything as a global thing. So what is the standard? As a standard, it's a voluntary standard. And it's focused on the raw materials, apart from other standards, and the first transformation of the product, the first moment that it arrives at the plant. The objective, the same as the other standards, is to be able to improve the work on the fields, the climate, seeing the health of the soils, water, biodiversity, and respecting human rights, which is what we have involved this in the standards, which is a new change, and also generates a shared vision of what it means to have sustainable practices out on the field to be able to reduce the impact.
algo que no he comentado
something
sobre
I
por qué
haven't mentioned on
trabajamos
why
estándares
we work
y
on standards
qué estamos
and
empujando acá,
what are
es que
we
también buscamos
boosting
que el
here.
estándar
We
se
seek that
adapte
the
a un
standard
panorama
adapts itself
cambiante
to a
en temas
changing
de la legislación
atmosphere
internacional.
regarding international
Ahora, hace
legislation.
2 días escuchamos
2 days ago, we
una muy
listened
interesante
to a very interesting talk
charla sobre
on
cómo está,
how
qué se nos viene en términos
what's
de legislación
coming in
europea.
terms of European
¿Qué cambios van a haber?
legislations,
¿Qué
what
se va a pedir a
changes
los
will there be,
productores? ¿Qué se
what
va a
are
pedir a la
producers going to be asked to do, what is the
Entonces, a
industry
través del
going to be
MMS,
asked. Through
buscamos
MMS,
armonizar
we look to
o
harmonize
reconocer
or recognize
creo que la mejor palabra es
or
ecualizar
maybe equalize,
lo que
balance
va a pedir la legislación
what
con
the,
lo que pide el
what the
MMS.
laws are
Si
asking
uno
and what
está
MMS is doing.
certificado en el
If you're
MMS, ya debería estar
certified in
cumpliendo
MMS,
con la
you should
normativa
already be
o la
complying
legislación europea
with the
o de
European
otro país
legislation
que venga.
or any other country.
Entonces, en sumas,
So,
el cambio es
in summary, the change is here.
este diseño que les
This
enseñé al comienzo,
design,
pasamos a
from here we go
este de
on
acá.
to this design,
donde todo está en uno.
where everything is
Una salvedad,
in one
el estándar de
only.
OCS sí se mantiene, el estándar de certificación orgánica
Organic
va a ser
standard
incluido a
is
través de un
is
reconocimiento por
remain
estándares,
still
algo que no va a dar en
stays.
el momento. ¿Cuál es el
What
alcance
is the scope
del MMS?
of the MMS?
Los criterios
The
que incluye
criteria
este
that,
estándar
that the standard
son,
includes,
primero,
first of
reducir las
all,
emisiones de
reduce
gases de efecto
the
invernadero,
gas
que es lo más
emissions,
importante,
which is
y
the most
todo
important,
alimente eso ahí, garantizar la salud del suelo,
the
garantizar
soil
la
health,
biodiversidad,
guarantee
alrededor
biodiversity,
de la producción,
surrounding the
garantizar
production,
que
guarantee
la sostenibilidad del recurso
that
hídrico,
the
el
hydric
bienestar
resource is
animal, de las
sustainable,
alpaquitas,
the
de las
welfare
ovejas,
of
de
the
los animales
alpacas, of the
que
sheep,
trabajamos, los derechos humanos en el
human
campo,
rights
tanto
on the
de los
field,
mismos productores,
of the
los ganaderos,
producers
como en
of
caso
the
tenga
farmers
que trabajar con
themselves,
ellos, la gestión de los químicos
management of
y la reducción
chemicals,
de residuos,
and reduction
ambos
of
en el
waste.
procesamiento de la cadena de valor. Y todo eso ahí
And
apoyado
all this
de
is
mediciones
supported
de impacto e
by
indicadores.
impact
Los
measurements and
materiales
indicators.
incluidos
The
en el
materials
MMS
included in the
dentro
MMS
del estándar
inside the standard
son materiales sintéticos
are
reciclados,
synthetic recyclable
reciclados
materials
y MCF reciclado.
and
Entre las
CFR.
fibras animales está la
Among the
alpaca,
fiber
la
are
lana,
alpaca,
el mohair
wool,
y el pulmón de
mohair,
ganso.
and down.
De las fibras naturales está el algodón,
Then we have
después está
cotton
el MCF y biomateriales.
and
Y a través de
biomaterials.
reconocimiento
And through recognition,
están justamente biomateriales,
this biomaterial- biomaterials,
algodón y
cotton
cachemira.
and
¿A qué me refiero
cashmere.
con reconocimiento?
what do I mean
La
by
idea es
recognition?
Que si bien estos
Though
materiales no forman parte
these
de lo que tiene el
materials are
estándar,
not part
buscamos
of
las
the
mejores
standard, we look
prácticas y
for the
otros
best
estándares
practices
que
and
apunten,
other
por
standards
ejemplo, la cachemira
that go to
y
that
lograr
can
que
support
los criterios
cashmere
de
and
estos
manage that the
estándares
criteria of
sean
these standards be
reconocidos por el
recognized
MMS y
by
viceversa.
MMS and vice versa.
Así no nos
So
llenamos de
we're not
1000
full
criterios,
of
no tenemos que
1,000
duplicar tantos
criteria.
estándares,
We
sino que
don't have
logramos
to
unificarnos
duplicate standards.
con otros
We
estándares
have
que
to
están
unifying
funcionando
ourselves
en la
with other
industria.
standards that are working in the industry.
Un poco sobre
A
cómo ha
bit
sido el
of where
proceso
of how
del
the
desarrollo del
process has been
estándar.
regarding the
Espero
development of the standard. I hope
no sé muy largo con esto, pero creo que vale la pena comentarlo.
I think it's
El
worth
estándar ha
mentioning the
tenido
standard
dos borradores.
has had
El
two
primero fue
drafts.
lanzado en
The
el
first
año
one was launched
2023,
in 2023,
donde generamos los
where we
primeros
generated
criterios
the
del
first
MMS.
criteria of
Lo que hicimos
MMS.
fue
What we did
soltarlo al
was to
público, lo publicamos
open up to
de
the
todas las formas
public
que pudimos,
in all the
hicimos,
ways possible.
webinars,
We
fuimos
made
a
webinars,
eventos,
we went to
y la idea era
events.
decirnos, por favor,
The idea was to say,
denos
okay,
feedback
please give us
a la
feedback.
gente general, o sea,
We ask the people in
critica el
general,
estándar,
criticize the
haz
standard,
preguntas,
ask
di qué
questions,
falta, di qué
say what's
sobra.
missing,
Eso lo hicimos
what's
por
too
3
much.
meses.
We did that for 3
Juntamos
months.
todo
We
esa
got everything
retroalimentación
together, all this
y
feedback,
desarrollamos lo
and we
que llamamos
developed
el segundo borrador al estándar, que salió
which led to the
en
second
junio,
draft,
perdón,
which came out in
creo que fue en agosto de
June, in
2023.
August in 2023.
Hicimos lo mismo,
We
de
did
nuevo
the
lo
same.
soltamos.
We opened it up
Nos,
to the public
nos
once
cayó con
again.
palo también,
We got a lot of feedback, we were made a lot of questions, we were criticized for several things. We received all this feedback, and once again, we launched what was called the pilot version in March 2024.
Esa publicación
This publication
nuevamente fue
was
lanzada para recibir
launched
de nuevo
again to receive more feedback.
Hicimos
And we
un
made
tour mundial donde
a
presentamos
world
en
tour
varios
where we
eventos.
presented
Hicimos
this in
webinars,
several,
hicimos webinars en
we did
español, también
webinars in
hicimos cultura de Alpaca
Spanish.
y de lana de habla hispana, donde también recibimos muy buena
In
retroalimentación.
Spain, we got a lot of good feedback from
Y
them.
con ello
And
ya
with
lanzamos
this,
una versión
we
mejorada
launched an
en junio
improved
2024,
version in June
todavía
2024,
llamado el estándar
still
unificado.
called the
Finalmente,
Unified Standard. And finally,
este mes ya
this
lanzamos
month, we've already
el
launched the
MMS con nuestro logo,
with
con
our
una marca ya
logo, with a
desarrollada
brand,
y ya publicándolo, así se va a
and
llamar.
publishing.
Y esto es lo
That's
que
how
vamos
it's
a
going
hacer.
to call.
Pero
with the name it's going to have. But we're still in the pilot stage. We're still gathering feedback. We're still looking for criticism, questioning, suggestions, everything, so this can be as perfect as possible. What we've done in this part between August and recently is to do pilot tests regarding concepts, to do piloting with producers, seeing all the criteria and seeing how adjusted they are to the current reality. And what's going to come next year, we're going to launch the first version of the MMS, the first quarter of the year, which is going to have all the final content. After, during the mid-2025, this is going to be published, and anyone who voluntarily wants to make the transition from the RAS to the MMS, they can do it, but it's not obligatory yet. In 2026, that's going to be the effective date where you're going to be able to continue carrying out this change, and for 2027 it's going to be obligatory that all organization that's certified under standards has to necessarily pass on to the MMS. It doesn't have to start from, you don't have to hire, you don't have to start from zero. The idea is that I have once a year, I have to have an audit. So I go, I don't audit through RAS, but I do it through MMS, and with the new criteria, which should have already been socialized, and the producer should have it internalized by that time. So that's what's coming. There could be changes, no? Until recently, the effective date was going to be 2026, but we decided to give it a bit more time so that people can get adapted to it more easily. So the animal fairs, which leads us to the MMS. Yesterday there was a talk in which several experts in the industry talked about the RAS and the transition to MMS. The moderator said a very good question. He said, well, tell me now, we talk about RAS. What do you think of the change to MMS? And one of the panelists said, truly, I don't like it. Because I don't want, as if I produce alpaca, and you're giving me the same criteria as someone who works with wool or on sheep. Alpaca, mohair, and wool from sheep are very different. You can't ask me for the same criteria as them. And the producers in Australia are around 40,000. They have 40,000 heads of livestock. But here we don't have more than 100 per producer. We can't have the same standards as they do. That's a very valid question. But the thing is, it's not that we're not asking the same for all the materials. If you enter Textile Exchange website, you're going to see that we generated publications where each criteria is individual to each fiber. We have specific criteria for alpaca, which are not the same in many cases as a criteria for sheep. And this is a challenge that we seek to work on a lot out on the field to ensure ourselves that the criteria that we ask for alpaca are close as possible to reality, and not hide the alpaca inside the standards, but to highlight it and recognize the work that's been carried out in all the value chains as producers and the first transformation and everything and everyone that helps to amplify the sustainability of the industry. So which are our commitments with the industry? Something we want to work on to be able to achieve the increase of the universe of certified producers is to invest more resources in the producers. We, as Textile Exchange, we have to be out there with them, speak with the producers, speak more with everyone involved. The RAS has 7% of certifications now. How can we improve this? We have to begin to boost it more, to have more conversations with the people, to be able to generate, maybe we can help refinancing so the brand can do it. Maybe the government should get involved more. Maybe we should take part more in these conversations with them. And also, we seek to guarantee equity between the brand and the link with the producer. We have to, the brand not only should ask, okay, I'm going to occupy this, I'm going to buy this. You have to be certified. If not, I'm not going to buy from you. Or We have to work jointly in this. And also, we seek to work with industry to keep on improving. And also, we have to divulge all this. What we seek is to try to have much more holistic support, help, so that the tangible benefits for the producer in certifying himself, they can be more obvious. So this can translate into better price, a better productivity for them, a better connection with the market, more freedom on how to negotiate their prices. We seek that the standards also support in all this, and also social impact. Now, regarding the branding, I had a lot of slides prepared, but I was told this is going to be too long, so I hope to be able to present this next time. But there are some things I can mention about this. We want that the world know the effort that the producers make. So we're investing in doing a communication campaign which is very strong worldwide, in Australia, Europe, and the States, so that they can recognize what the MMS, where it comes from, why is it possible, and in that way achieve not only watching the garment I have, but what is the identity of the garment and where it comes from. We're going to double efforts at this point, and this is where our communication is going to work. As I said, I can't show you much about branding. This is a logo we work on. This is a bit what we're going to do, and which further on we're going to show the declarations that can be made and how the standard can be applied and other topics of importance. I told you a bit further back, the last part, the part we are right now divulging, we're on the piloting and workshops right now. We're going out more in field. We do a series of piloting and workshops in several parts of the world. In Italy, with a recycled wool, mohair in Africa, down in China, and wool, and in New Zealand wool, and of course in Peru, we do this. We do piloting with 4 farms, and then we did a workshop. What does this consist of? We visit 4 farms in Sicuani to be able to do what we call a simulated audit, small lies, for example. We went to the producers together with a certification organization, and we asked them, we went over all the criteria that the MMS has, and there they told us, this is here, I don't do this has nothing to do with my reality, this can improve, or this, I'm already doing this, and so forth. We could, that's a relevant MMS that's accessible and is prepared to give results, the desired results. And that's how we can generate all this feedback to take it to the developers of the standard, and we can tell them, look, this is what we were told. An example, we went to a workshop with a criteria of animal welfare, which said, the alpaca, when it stops taking milk, it should be after 9 months. And the breeder said, I don't do this out in the field. If I remove the small alpaca from the mother, I can't do it at the time that you're telling me to. We talked with the 4 producers and we said, okay, this is wrong, we have to improve this. And that's why we generate on field this feedback to continue approaching the standards to the producers. And we also saw things of the culture itself, in the way the producer works. We have standards of human rights which say, if somebody's going to shear for you, you have to have a contract with them. And they told me, why am I going to have a contract if I don't pay them? We work with INI, with reciprocity. Why am I going to include the standard here? We say, okay, you're right, but we're going to see how we can involve these particularities of your area so it's more coherent with standards and your current practices. So with this piloting in Sicuani, where we covered all these points, and we went to Arequipa, where we made a workshop where we got together 38 technicians and producers. We called people from Mitchell, Copecan, from Alpaca, from Mitesa, and we got them all together in a room where through a workshop where we created simulated farms, and they would tell, the producers would tell us what the practices were, so we compared them with MMS, so you can see what changes were carried out. And once again, generate feedback with all this. This was a workshop that we carried out. It's not the first one we're going to do. We want to do many more at worldwide level. We want more people to get to know what we're working on. We want that the fashion industry knows about what we're developing, so they can start using MMS as a common practice. Before finishing, I wanted to show you some photos of the workshop we did with Textile Exchange, where the producers could participate, and they could tell us how they worked, and they presented results of alpaca calendar, the results of how out on the field they work on the use of the soils, the use of the welfare of the livestock, and there's a final photograph of the workshop. If you want to get to know a bit more about the standard, I leave you 2 QR codes. We've translated the criteria for alpaca and for sheep separately, so you can enter and see everything we have. And we also already developed a summary document which tells briefly what the change is going to be on. In the same textile, we also published several documents, what's going to happen on the declarations, how can I communicate the MMS, how are we going to focus the theme of recognition with other standards, how are we going to measure impact. You can find all this on the webpage. And of course, if you have, after reading it, if you have any commentary or give me more feedback or something that's concerning you, don't doubt on writing to me to the webpage, and I can channelize this, and I can go improving the standard, which idea is to improve the conditions of the producer, basically, through the care environment and boosting better practices. Thank you very much.
Continuando con esta,
Continuing, I want to give you some data which is a bit interesting. Above all, if we're speaking about the subcontinent of South America, one of the greatest challenges in fashion is to reduce waste. In the case of Brazil, the most populated country in South America, it generates over 4 million tons of waste per year. This is more or less 4% of the total waste that this country generates in all the sectors. Now, to continue with a thematic axis regarding sustainability and fashion, I want to present the presentation Exploring Future of Fashion, Sustainable Practices in a Global Surrounding, for which I invite Catherine Voxel. She's leader of the program PG Fashion Luxury of the Instituto Marangoni of the United Kingdom.
Solo 2 palabritas antes de empezar con Catherine, que tengo el gusto de representar.
I have the pleasure of representing Marangoni in Milan. We represent Galileo University, and we brought this professor. She's the creator of the Masters of Business in the Marangoni Institute in London, and she has a very critical opinion and very analytical, but also very positive regarding what can be done in the future in sustainability in our industry. A round of applause for Catherine, and then she's going to finish with the questions.
Thank you so
Muchas
much.
gracias.
It's so nice to be
Es tan
here.
bonito estar acá.
So this is my
Entonces,
first
esta es
time
mi
in
primera
Peru,
vez en Perú,
my first visit,
mi primera visita,
and I have been in
y he
Lima,
estado en
and
Lima,
now this
y ahora,
morning
esta
I
mañana,
landed in
aterricé
Arequipa,
en Arequipa,
and it's beautiful.
y es hermoso.
I have to catch my breath.
Tengo que respirar
very
un poco
different.
más fuerte, es un poco más
So,
diferente acá.
what I wanted to
Entonces, lo
do
que quería
was
hacer
really
era
to
realmente
explain a little bit about who we are in London. It's very important for you to understand the context about what we do. And then I wanted to give a little example of the kind of lesson that I prepare for my students. And actually what I've been doing whilst I've been here in Peru as a showcase for some of the lectures that I've been providing the students that I've been meeting along my journey here in Peru. So first of all, who are we? Who is Istituto Marangoni London? Well, we are an Italian fashion school, first and foremost, but Istituto Marangoni London, as it says, is based in London. And we are in this incredible location on a street called Fashion Street. Quite ironic, I know, and quite fantastic, another thing. But we are in the East End of London. Now, this is a particularly important part of London, particularly for fashion, for technology, for finance, for business, and for all things related to the future within fashion and business and design. And has anybody here been to London? Anybody? There's probably quite a lot of people here. Fantastic. Good. Come back. Come and visit us. If you are ever in London, please come and visit us on the campus. We have an amazing coffee shop as well, which is super. Although I have to say the Peruvian coffee is very good. But this is just an example of what our building actually looks like. So the building itself is an old textile factory. So it's an old mill. So the students are surrounded when they're creating their designs and working within their environment, surrounded by this beautiful environment and building, which is dated back, centuries from when it was actually first created. It's absolutely stunning. So please do come and visit us. I would welcome you. So a little bit about myself. So I graduated many years ago in design management with fashion. And what I wanted to do was to go into industry and work within advertising and marketing. And I did, and I was very fortunate. I had some wonderful fashion clients, luxury fashion clients along the years. And then I went into working with technology, where I met my husband, thankfully, so I'm very grateful for that. However, I love fashion, and I loved fashion, and I still love fashion. So for me, it was about going back into the industry with fashion. And what happened was I had a very good colleague of mine who was the fashion editor at the Cosmopolitan, and she was actually setting up a fashion business program at the time at a university, and asked me to come and speak to the students and tell them what I did as a job. And I thought, that sounds quite interesting. So I did. And that was 28 years ago. I never left. I stayed in education. I became an academic. And over the years, a lot of my research has been about trend and forecasting and technology. And then later on, it's been very much about sustainable business practices and supporting those who work within sustainability. So it was really lovely to be invited here today and meet with everyone here and understand what is happening within the sustainable futures, because this is really important. And when you see the lecture I've been providing the students, you'll see why it's important for me to emphasize to the future generations about what's going to be happening and why it's important. My role is to be an educator of educators, because what I want to do is to allow the Gen Zs and the Alpha generation, which are coming through soon to me, to go out into industry and educate those people that are working in industry and enable them to be the future and to be the future voice, because that's the most important thing. I do manage 4 postgraduate programs, and I look after all these programs. And what is really important for you to understand is, whenever I'm teaching my business practice, sustainability, responsibility is embedded in everything I teach. So I don't see this as additional. I don't see this as, this is how we deliver business, and then we think about sustainability. It's a fact of the matter that this is embedded in everything we deliver and teach. We also have an incredible program at Istituto Marangoni in London, and it's the only one of its kind in the whole group, which is called MA Fashion Future Systems. Now, this is a program which is dedicated particularly to the symbiosis of understanding the environments and design and technology with fashion and business, about being responsible. So we have that as a 15-month program as well. I don't teach that program, but I do support the delivery of that program. But it is run by an incredible program leader, Noreen Kamasami, who has actually been working within sustainable fashion design for many years and has had her own brand within sustainable fashion. So I just wanted to tell you a little bit about some of the brands we work with. We're currently working with Vivienne Westwood, Alexander McQueen. Sir Paul Smith came into the university yesterday and met with my students, which was lovely. There were people queuing out the door to talk to him, as they would be, which was wonderful. And we welcome brands to come and work with our students. We have an amazing amount of students who are, quite frankly, out there engaging, more so than myself, perhaps. You know, my research is very much more academic, and their research is very much more about hands-on being and what's happening currently in industry and what's happening around the world and on the streets. And so their knowledge is really powerful. They teach me a lot, actually, which is fabulous. So we work with a lot of really good brands. And Paul Smith is an example of one. When we talk about luxury and we talk about fashion, we don't just talk about brands which are clothing. We have worked with the Dorchester Hotel, and they relaunched in 2022, and they came to us and asked us if their students could start presenting some marketing campaigns and concepts for them, which, as you can see, the students presented some beautiful concepts for them. Swarovski was another really great brand that have some incredible concepts, and obviously a new creative director a couple of years ago who's been wonderful, and really taken the brand in completely new directions, which is fabulous. And so we were asked by them to come up with some conceptual ideas for looking about how they can work with the foundation. And look at that within a sustainable approach. And so students were looking at how they could create that through digital content, and look at that through really small content creation for online delivery. Other brands we work with, Bentley. Bentley's a great one, and I have many boys actually on my program who actually loved this, obviously, for many reasons. They didn't get to drive any, nor did I. However, this was very much about supporting the brand, about understanding the rise of the new luxury consumer, and who's going to be buying these cars. Can anyone guess who this new luxury consumer is of this brand? Anyone? What generation? Yes, it's the Gen Zs. They're buying these and snapping them up. But fortunately for them, and they are. You know, this is what's so interesting, and actually it's about enabling them to understand who their new consumers are, because there's a massive difference between who your actual consumer is and who you believe the target consumer is. So this is how these generations of our students are really helping support these businesses by giving them raw data. This brand in particular, can anyone tell me what they think this product up here in the right corner is made of? Now, this is a luxury accessories brand, and it's based in Brazil and the UK, and they make their products sustainably. But can anyone guess what this is made from? A guess. Just hazard a guess. Sorry? No, it's not. Now, the first slide before this, we talked about Bentley. This is actually made from seatbelts. These are made from seatbelts. Now, what's very interesting about this is that this brand itself The seatbelt isn't dyed. These are the actual physical colours of the seatbelt. And what's wonderful about this, that the people that actually work for this brand, there's two ladies, incredible women, and in Brazil, one of them is from Belo, and she started to notice that there was a huge amount of waste within car dealerships, car scrappage, car scraps, and it was the seatbelts were being disposed of. So every 10 years, the seatbelts have to be replaced in all cars in Brazil. And she was noticing the landfill getting more and more full, and she was thinking, how can we do something with this? So she started creating this whole process and using local artisans to start creating. And so she's created these beautiful bags and accessories, a beautiful product. I mean, I have one of these bags, and it is incredibly tough and resilient, as a seatbelt is. But what's beautiful is the colours, and because these seatbelts come in these colours. And what they were finding was that men were purchasing these for their partners and their wives with the cars that they owned. So when they had a Porsche, they were buying the ones with the gold seatbelts because they were buying those for their partners. And it was a really nice concept, and it's actually really beautiful. And they've worked with Garrards, they've worked with some other luxury brands within collaboration within the UK to start really pushing this brand into a completely new luxury business model. Our students help them look at how they can look at repurposing to make sure that their carbon footprints was getting better and much more sustainable, because there are elements of the product which aren't sustainable, and they wanted to change that. And then also to help them with gamification, because of course what we need to start doing is looking at what's going to start attracting the Gen Zs and the Alpha generations to actually be those people that are purchasing product. It's lovely. Please look at this brand. They're amazing. So actually, another thing Maria does in Belo is in terms of giving back to the community, she has her own kitchens out there, she's feeding the communities, and she teaches them English as well. It's lovely. The other thing I think is really important for our students to know is the roles that they're going into, because actually our master's programs don't only create job prospects and job roles. These are actually the job roles that my students have gone on to do following graduation, but it's the opportunity to become entrepreneurs. You know, I want these students to go out and think about, do I want to set up a business? Do I want to start thinking about the sustainable processes I'm working in and create my own business from this? So we run an accelerator program which is embedded in the program and allow these students to develop their own businesses. So we have venture capitalists come in and investors come in and speak to the students about how they can manage their time, how they can think about promoting their own business, and actually how they can pitch their ideas. I've seen students start on my programs, they wouldn't even dream of standing on a stage like this and come up and talk to people. But actually, at the end of their accelerator programs, in 3 months, they were really happy to pitch an idea in 15 minutes. Amazing. They were brilliant. I was so impressed. And these students are international, so they're from all over the world. You know, I have students come from all parts of the world to come and engage within these degree programs. So what I want to do is just give you an example, a taster of the lessons that I provide the students and have engaged them with this week to try and talk to them about the future and how they need to think about becoming responsible and why. So it's about giving them some key data to sort of take away and really think about when they're actually thinking about what they want to do in the future and engage with processes. And I've met some incredible people this week, well, I mean amazing people in fact, who've got their own businesses, who think about the sustainable supply chains, who think about the whole critical path within their processes, within their business to business and business to consumer. And I have been very amazed by how many people consider responsibility and sustainability their key part of their next step for moving forward within their progression within fashion. So the key questions I've been asking students is what about, you know, what do they know about sustainability and what do they know about responsible business practice? And then what is those differences between sustainability and responsibility? Because there are differences and it's, you know, are we trying to be sustainable? and how do we be responsible? And those are sorts of things that we need to really think about, because, you know, there are many businesses now which are working with ultra-fast fashion business models, fast fashion business models, fast fashion, premium, ready-to-wear, luxury, haute couture. You have so many different business models now, which almost dissipates fashion as seasons. So it's really important to start considering about responsibility, because responsibility is the state of being accountable for something, while sustainability is that ability to maintain that process over a longer period of time. And within business and policy, that sustainability is about the prevention of depleting all those natural resources we have. And if we think about here, and when I've been in Peru, I've been talking to a lot of locals about the amount of minerals and you know, craft and artisanship and everything you have here. And I was saying to the students, you don't want this to disappear. This is your culture, this is your heritage, this is what you have here. And it's about now making those changes. In actual fact, we should have been making these changes many, many years ago, but we can actually still think about that now. And we have those responsibilities. And what I wanted to do was to show these students some sort of data, which is actually quite unnerving, actually, about what's happening. And I think, you know, all of us that work within sustainability and responsible business practice are very aware of this data. But I kind of think sometimes when you see it in its raw form, it still slightly angers us, and it still slightly makes you feel like a bad taste in your mouth. You know, things such as the apparel and footwear industry is estimated 8% of the world's greenhouse gases, which is a third. You know, is the third highest polluting industry, you know, behind cars and those emissions that are, and air travel. And you think about how many aeroplanes are in the sky and how many cars are on the road. Where is fashion a third? That's quite a lot. Now, only 12% of companies disclose the quantity of products produced every year. That's not many, and that's not enough. In the EU, we generate 12.6 million tonnes of textile waste a year. Now, what that means is that that's equal to about 12 kilograms of waste per person. So if you start thinking about your own body weight, you can think, actually, 12 kilograms is quite a lot. So if I put all those clothes on, that's quite a lot of clothes that you'd have to think about the disposal of. The other thing that I ask students is, how many of you go swimming in the sea, or how many of you have been out swimming? And actually, very few students were saying that. They were saying it's actually really dirty, it's quite cold, it's not very nice. And that's because, you know, we are responsible in this industry for between 20 and 35% of pollution in that ocean through microplastics and fibers. And there are some amazing brands who are using and repurposing, you know, fishing nets. And, you know, Adidas, for example, did things like this. They did an amazing collection with the plastics from the ocean. But there are some beautiful swimwear brands that are using plastics that actually create some beautiful product based on the waste from which is being polluting the ocean. But the other one, which I find really shocking, is that only 93%, now this was through Fashion Checker, 93% of brands aren't paying garment workers a living wage. And when I spoke to the students about that and I said, how do you think that affects people? They were quite shocked at the effects of how that affects communities, social unrest, food, you know, all these things. It's actually a shocking figure, and I think they were quite unnerved by that. So, you know, with this, we've got to think about what we're doing, and the UN have been working quite closely with creating this sort of fashion playbook. And this is about how we think about the ways we are marketing our products. You know, we are using influencers all the time to really try and convince people to buy all the time. Buy more, buy more, buy more, look great. And I honestly believe that these things here, this is such it's incredible, by the way, it's an incredible piece of technology, don't get me wrong. However, what this does is it sort of pushes these sort of trends into people's minds and these young people's minds to keep buying and to look good. And I really do understand, and I was saying to these students, I understand the pressures you are under at that age. At my age, I don't care. At those ages, you care. So it's very difficult to change that narrative, and it's about changing the fashion narrative. And that's not so easy, but it is important. Because what these brands are doing is, you know, trying to push all these trends. And you think about brands like Inditex, they're churning fashion trends every 2 weeks in stores. There's this constant need to want and to buy, and it's so irrelevant. It's not relevant. And this push to reduce the environmental impact on clothing is undermined by this ongoing need for new clothes. And in the UK alone, we purchase 28 items of new clothes every year, which is actually, I think it's probably more than that, but it's still on average, that's the average amount of product. It's a lot. So I showed students this video. And what's quite interesting is this video, even in English, it shocked some of the students who were obviously Peruvian.
Fast fashion is a relatively new phenomenon in the industry that causes extensive damage to the planet, exploits workers, and harms animals. Fast fashion is also referred to as throwaway fashion. Fashion used to be something that changed only with the seasons each year, or when you outgrew your clothes. But things speeded up around 2 decades ago. Fast fashion happened. The arrival of fast fashion into our lives made clothes cheaper. It led to a toxic system of excess production and consumption, leading to fashion turning into the world's greatest polluters. 10% of yearly worldwide carbon emissions are linked to the fashion industry, which is more than all international flights and maritime transport put together. About 60% of material made into clothing is plastic, which includes polyester, acrylic, nylon textiles, and other synthetic fibers. Make them largest known source of marine microplastic pollution, which are thought to be responsible for 35% of the microplastic pollution in the world's oceans. The dyeing process of fast fashion clothes also involves the use of toxic chemicals. Waste discharge from the textile industry has polluted 70% of freshwater sources in Asia. Even washing clothes releases 500,000 tons of microfibers into the ocean each year, equivalent to 50 billion plastic bottles. An estimated 92 million tons of textile waste are produced annually in the world. So how to avoid fast fashion? Here are the ways you can fight fast fashion and take action to defend the planet. Always shop from sustainable and ethical fashion brands. Buy less. Even the greenest garment uses resources for production and transport to your home, creating some environmental impact. Don't throw your clothes in the normal bins. Most of them consist of synthetic, non-biodegradable fiber and will just pile up in the landfill. Try to repurpose old clothing. A ripped garment can often be repaired or even completely redone with a little creativity. Donate your clothes to your friends, family, neighbors, or to charity. Spread the word and tell your friends about how they can help save the planet.
I think what I like about that is it's pretty obvious. I mean, we've all seen those images, and it's pretty obvious about what we need to be doing. And interestingly, a lot of my students asked me, how do we do that? And that's a really good question. because the answer lies in each and every one of us, actually. And because we are the consumer, we are the people that are actually buying, and it rests with us as well. And also this whole process of having a voice, because I was explaining to the students how many of them are on, you know, social media, how many have Instagram, how many have Facebook, how many have all the Snapchat, everything. And they all said, we all have it. And I said, well, then you have a voice. And you have an opportunity to talk about this and to actually, you know, have this multivocal approach, which used to be so linear. So when brands used to advertise and market all their products, it was linear. So, you know, an advert would go out to press, or it would go to TV, radio, wherever. And that was it. It just went. There was no comeback from that in terms of coming from the consumer. It would just go out. Now we have the opportunity as consumers to be able to feed back to the brands and talk about what we're happy with, what we're not happy with. But 9 times out of 10, we will tell people what we're not happy with. We won't tell people what we're happy with. You think about TripAdvisor, how many reviews are on there which are rubbish? And you look at the rubbish ones, don't you? You don't look at the good ones. You think, oh, I'm not going there, they had more rubbish reviews. But actually, that might be the place for you. And that's why we have a voice. And within ESG, so within environmental, social, and governance, you know, these are really important about understanding those consumer expectations. And now, more so, we're seeing more of our consumers who are buying at least one sustainable item every year, which is fantastic. Every month, apologies, which is fantastic. You know, people are starting to really think about that. And then what we're starting to look at is invest and start researching what's important in different parts of the world. So, for example, in the UK, we consider here, so on the plastic, it's reducing plastic and managing waste. That's what an important driver is for us in the UK, because we really believe, and like here, you have to pay for your plastic bags. Fantastic. We in the UK have to pay an awful lot of money for a plastic bag if we go shopping, quite rightly so. So we always remember our plastic bags. And you wouldn't believe the amount of reduction in waste as a result of that. It's fantastic. The fact that we look at how this affects gender, so male and female. Males are more important with governance, so they're more considerate of the business, whereas the females are find the environment more important to them. You know, it's the environment that really drives them to be really considerate of what's happening within ESG. But it's clear that this current business as usual mentality is not viable, and we need to really think about what's happening. Because this European Parliament has recently adopted this EU textile strategy. And this is where they're working with brands, and they've got to think about how they disclose the data, and how they think about this data, and how they think about what and how much of this product is being produced, and then tell people how much and quantities of this production. And this is mandatory. So this sustainable fashion communication playbook, which has been part of this whole strategy, is really, really important, because there are 4 key indicators here which have been really important. And this is about countering misinformation, because there's a lot of greenwashing out there. And, you know, everyone's all of a sudden become very woke about being sustainable, and we're going to be great at this, and we're going to do it, and we've got a plan B, and we're going to work to that. But we need to be really mindful about what people really mean when they say we're sustainable. You know, a lot of these fast fashion brands have all their separate sections on sustainability, but how sustainable is that? So this is about the transparency. It's about reducing messages perpetuating this overconsumption. And this is this whole thing I was talking about in terms of the messages that are being sent out through media. Redirecting aspirations to sustainable lifestyles. I was asking the students what they thought about sustainability, and I said, do you think that's a little bit boring? And they just said, well, yeah. And then I started talking about other things to do with sustainability, and they didn't realize the amounts of effects and what's interesting and great designs and the use of materials and all those things. They had no idea. People just think it can be a little bit dull, and people are going to go around and just hug trees. It's not like that at all. And it's about empowering those consumers to demand the greater action from businesses and policymakers. And that's about what I was saying about having the voice. Now, this I really liked, and I found this online because I also talk to my students a lot about what those drivers are and how there's examples of what brands can do, because there are many things brands can do, and in actual fact, these drivers and what brands can do, it's pretty obvious, really, and it's you know, for example, if we're looking at, you know, climate, resources, you know, an environment, it might be about the water conservation, it might be about thinking how your water supply goes into your business. That's something that is, the thought process is not mind-boggling, it's simple, okay, but it's how do we go about doing that? So we have the driver and we have the brand action. It might be about thinking of the environment with climate change and trying to reduce emissions. You might be thinking about the use of electric vehicles from the manufacturing plant to the store, the production to the store, factory to production. It might be all these different ways of doing this, which sounds simple, but these are processes that need to be considered and in plans. So there's quite a few of these here, and especially with governance about fairness and employment. So one last thing that I think is really, before I ask for any questions if there are any, is the net zero commitments and long-term corporate strategy. Because working with the Sustainable Development Goals, we have SDG 12. And this is about ensuring sustainable consumption and production patterns. Because what we want to do is make sure by 2030 we are considering that we are in net zero. That is a very, it doesn't seem like a long way off, because it's not a long way off. We're looking at 6 years. But currently where we stand in 2023, this is where we currently stand. We have 75% are committed to achieving net zero, but only 43% have published that pathway. So not many, we still need more. 29% are disclosing the percentage of their products that are made from sustainable materials. That's a third, we still need more. And 26% of brands explain how they are investing in circular solutions to reduce that textile waste. So again, we still need more. So this is really important to start thinking about how we can support moving forward for net zero. And this is why I present this to students, because I want them to have the thoughts, the messages, have all the data, because I tell them that knowledge is power. So to have that is really important, to be able to go out there and either talk to those businesses, be involved with those businesses, or to set up their businesses and think about sustainable practice. Now, are there any questions? Can I help with anything, or does anyone like to ask anything? Yes, hello. Yeah, I think you're going to get a microphone. Sorry, let me go to
Sorry,
yes.
If you could just if you could please explain the net zero. What does that really actually mean?
Absolutely. So net zero, what we are trying to do is to try and look at how we can incorporate transparency within all brands. So effectively, reduce carbon emissions. I don't think we're going to be able to do that to zero. I don't think it's impossible. I think there are possibilities, but it's about being all businesses being transparent and 100% compliant with the goals that we are aiming to get, which is about full ESG, full compliance with the EU laws, within the emissions, the carbon emissions, reducing the emissions that businesses and brands deliver, textile waste. All these things, because actually what we're saying is we cannot, and it will not be completely zero. There will be waste, but it's about the reduction of that and how much that reduction is going to look like. But if businesses are not prepared to disclose that information, then we won't get to net zero, because in actual fact, it's impossible without the data. So I think at the moment measuring this, and very often some of this data is skewed anyway, because sometimes I don't always believe some of the data anyway. If we look at things that happened in the past with the ozone layer and the climate change, there was some fixes within that. I think there was some, data. So I think we have to be very mindful about what we're talking about when we talk about net zero, because actually, to make a brand 100% sustainable is possible, but it's also very difficult if you are trying to make money, because you have to make money. But it's about how you consider value as well, because often some people have said to me, but what about these people in these factories? What's going to happen to those communities if they're not making everything en masse? Well, actually, what ends up happening is the fact that if you are buying less, but you are buying better quality, and they're buying better quality, then you can pay more for the product, and therefore workers could be paid more. So in actual fact, it's about the weighing up of how things happen and how things work. And I think we need to be I just think we need to be a little bit more thoughtful, but businesses need to start thinking about how things can be reduced, and it could be things as simple as electric vehicles. You can think about, where is it? Is it in Finland, where they have the roads which, the tarmac, what's the word when you plug something in? Charges the vehicles. So there's actual, charge and energy within the surface of the roads. So there's infrastructures within countries that need to happen to be able to support net zero as well. And so everyone needs to be signed up to that, but not everyone in not everyone in the world is. But there's so many different ways to be able to enable it, but not everyone's signed up to that, and that's why it's difficult. So net zero is about the reduction of everything we're going towards and heading towards, and making businesses 100% sustainable. Let's see. It's 6 years. China they're not in that one. It's hard. It's very ambitious, and and like I was showing, the data that's being exposed is not enough now. We're still not working hard enough on it. Not enough is giving their data, and we need more data. And that's the problem. We still need more data. We're getting there. Hello. Hi.
Hi. Just on the back of what you said about companies not paying the workers a living wage. Can you hear me? Sorry. Yes. I guess I'm from Australia, so for us it's a standard to pay someone a living wage. How do you or community, or has there been any initiative to target the hearts of those people who are making so much money? For me, I don't know how, unless you're born in a country like Australia, or
how do you? Yeah, that's a really good question, because you're saying that those people that are making all the money but they're not distributing it to those workers. You mean the greedy ones, don't you? Yeah, you will always get that in business. There's nothing you can do about that. However, it's about education, and unfortunately in a lot of those countries it is through lack of education, and what happens is that unfortunately the educated ones want the ill-educated to remain ill-educated because it gives them the power. So actually what's having to happen is we are having to go in and educate everybody to actually allow them to have more power and to request more and have rights. And unfortunately, for many years, there were no laws. There were no laws in these factories. There were no laws in these sweatshops. There were none. But that's changing, and there are now much more fashion laws which are happening, thank God. And so they are having proper working rights. They have workers' rights. Much to the dismay of some of these, the factory owners perhaps. But actually, there are some very good factories out there. Very, very good. There are some very bad factories out there. I don't know if anyone's heard about smart factories, which is all through digital. And therefore, there's very much more less waste, because actually you could have, 30 shirts produced and 20 of them could be waste. But actually with smart factories, that's happening less and less. You still need the people, but the technology is taking over. And this is why technology will really help the future as well. So, and that's about education. And it really is. And so it's about, educating them at all different levels. And I agree with you. I think it's very difficult to do that, especially if you are someone who wants to make a lot of money and their value is money and not value isn't seen as human life or humility, shall we say, because that's important. And that's not important to everyone. It's hard. But thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, I'll come over the back.
Thank you. Hola. Resulta muy interesante. Uno de las partes que más me encantó es cuando ella pudo resumir el tema de la moda diciendo que la narrativa de la moda ahora es compra, 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 pero ya existen algunas alternativas. Leí hace muy poco un artículo en la página web de EY sobre la moda y decía que incluso en América Latina,
in Mexico, for example,
ya hay algunas empresas que alquilan ropa. Nosotros sabemos alquilar disfraces.
We hire costumes for Halloween costumes, or a tuxedo, party dress. We do hire that, but these shops, these stores that hire clothes, and they change them every 8 days or every month. And the interesting point here is the change of paradigm, the change of mentality, of mindset, is to go from the act that each person has propriety, ownership of his own clothes, and it goes towards a shared use of clothes. Now I want to. We have to continue with the theme. We have 3 more talks. We have quite an interesting day with interesting data. I want to invite
Julieta Pool.
Julieta Pool, she's designer, founder of Pool, mentor in identity design and sustainable. She comes from Argentina, and she's going to speak about design and transformation, a path towards sustainable fashion. Please come forward.
Hola.
Hola,
Hello.
hola, hola. Hello.
Hola, ¿qué tal?
Hello.
Bueno, realmente una alegría enorme para algunos
it's very
que
nice for
Perú
some of
es mi
you.
segundo hogar.
Peru is my
La verdad
second
que
home. The truth
en
is,
título de diseño y
under this
transformación
title,
hacia una
under
moda
design and
sostenible,
transformation towards
Perú
sustainable
ha
fashion,
tenido
Peru
en mí
has had a great influence in this transformation.
Primero
First of all, I want to
a
thank
Alpaca Fiesta,
Alpaca
a la
Fiesta,
Asociación Internacional de la Alpaca, al CITEC, por haberme
the
invitado.
CITEC, the Alpaca,
Realmente es un honor que me hayan
Alpaca Fiesta. It's an
invitado
honor
a
to have been
contar
invited
mi
to tell
historia.
my story.
Creo que
I
recién
think
estuvo buenísimo
that
que
it
Catherine
was
contara
very
un
good
poco
that
todo lo que
Catherine
tiene que ver
tell
con el
what she said about the study, about design and
Porque
designers,
yo ahora les voy a contar
because
un
I'm going to
poquito
tell you a
en
bit
primera persona lo que fue
in
para
first
mí
place what was for
desde el
me
momento en que
from
me
the
recibí
moment
como diseñadora de
I
indumentaria al día de
graduated
hoy,
as a designer
este
until the
recorrido
day
de cómo
the
transité
path of
todo mi
which I
proceso de
took,
diseño
all the process
hasta
that I
hoy
lived through
estar en el diseño de la moda sustentable.
inside the
Voy a ir
sustainable
pasando las
fashion.
plaquitas,
I'm going to
esperen
go passing
acá.
the slides.
Yo me siento muy fuerte.
I feel
¿Cómo
very
están?
strong.
Retumba mucho porque si no
Is
bajamos
my voice too
un
loud?
poquito. ¿Vamos bien?
Is my voice
bueno, les
okay?
voy a hacer participar,
I'm
así
going
nos
to
movemos un
make you
poco.
participate.
Bueno, hoy
Well,
mi vida
today, my
está
life
como rodeada,
is
digo yo, de
surrounded
lo que tiene que ver con el diseño y la
by
artesanía.
design and
Pero yo no
artisanal
empecé
work,
de esta
but I didn't
manera.
begin
Yo
this way.
no llegué hasta
I didn't
aquí,
come here.
hasta estar
I didn't reach here
apasionada 100%
to being
por el diseño y la
passionately
artesanía, sin
so
haber
passionate,
transcurrido
but
todo un recorrido
I've
que fue
gone through
hermoso, que fue
a long path which was
también,
beautiful,
complicado,
complicated,
y creo que
and I
esa
think
es la parte que
this is a
hoy más
part
me interesaría
that's
el mensaje que le llegue a cada uno
that's
de
going to be
ustedes,
the message
que
I
tiene
want
que
to
ver
send
que
you
nosotros
has
en
to do
este camino del diseño
us
de la
in
moda,
in
a
the
todos nos
fashion
van
world.
atravesando distintos
We
factores y
all
distintas
have different
cosas que
factors
nos van
across our path that
generando,
goes
como
generating
nosotros decimos que nos van
how
resonando
goes
diferente.
resonating different
Para eso
ways.
quiero
For
volver
this,
unos añitos
I want to
atrás
go
y
back a few
contarles
years
cómo
and
yo
tell you
empecé
how
en
I
el sistema de
began
la moda.
in the system of
Yo me
fashion.
recibí en el
I
año
graduated
2000,
in
hace muchísimos
2000,
años, tengo
many years
48
ago.
años.
I'm 48 years old.
Me recibí en el año
I
2000
graduated
de
in
diseñadora de
2000
indumentaria.
as a
En la UBA,
garment
una universidad muy
designer
reconocida
at a
en
very
Argentina.
recognized university.
Ahí
In
conocí
university,
de todas
I
las
met,
materias que tuve,
I knew
la que más me atravesó
the subject,
y que
the
me
one that I
encantó fue
interested most.
sociología de la moda.
fashion sociology. I met Susana Solken. She's a very recognized woman. She came a lot of times to Peru to give a lot of presentations, and she's an eminence in everything that has to do with social behavior in fashion. After that, I went to study to Barcelona. I went back to Argentina. I'm from Patagonia, where all the whales are, the guanacos. And there I began with my first work, which was precisely an announcement came out in the newspaper, and it had to do with working with artisan people from the Patagonia. I began to give them training regarding color theory, development of collections, etc. Through this work, I was called from INTI, National Institute of Technology and Industry in Buenos Aires, to be able to start working what I did with the people in Patagonia, but with the businessmen in Buenos Aires. INTI at that moment is an institute, obviously works with research in all the areas of fashion. In INTI, in one of the departments that's called textiles, an observatory of tendency had been founded. This observatory was a service which was free, which depended on state at national level, which what did it give us? We were interdisciplinary group, and I met Susana there again, which has been my mentor all these years. And in the observatory, what we did with this interdisciplinary group, who were participating from different people, designers, politologists, sociologists, designers. We did trips, tendency worldwide. I'm talking of 2004. Imagine the world wasn't globalized yet. People used to buy the tendencies. They bought magazines. They saw what was happening on the magazines, and they didn't have access to all this information. So we would travel. We would go all over, watch all the catwalks. We made an analysis regarding the tendencies, social level, the street level, what was happening with the people, how people dressed. We would take photographs from the windows, from the shops. We analyzed everything that was happening during 3 weeks. We also went to the fashion shows. We examined everything that was happening in those cities. That beyond being the fashion capitals, we also went to some cities which we called to smaller cities, which could give us different information. We went back to Argentina, and all this information was categorized, we systemized it, we put it in order, and we gave presentations. And you can see some of them here in the photographs. Massive presentation with everything that had to do with garment and textile industry. We had macro tendency, which impacted more on social behaviors, and we also gave micro tendencies we had to do with everything that impacted on fashion. We did this for 10 or 15 years in the observatory. I worked for 15 years here. The Observatory of Tendency let me come for the first time to Peru. I came in 2010, and here I was just amazed. I fell in love with Peru. I came for the first time to Arequipa. I came to Lima, and well, there we saw what we call cool hunting methodology. Apart from the presentation of tendency, we also gave everything that had to do with the methodology of cool hunting. People said, okay, that's beautiful, but how do I do to be a cool hunter? So we used to give these seminars. And we to continue a bit with this, apart from all these tendencies which were fascinating, which today are called, I think there's a parallelism that's very big between what was evolving in the fashion world and how I was evolving together with that in my career. At that moment, some years afterwards, in parallel in Argentina, there was coming a movement, a very strong movement called author designer,
Hoy
no, signature
prácticamente
designing was
la
coming up.
mayoría de los
Most of the
diseñadores son
designers
diseñadores de autor.
are
Pero antes casi todos
signature
regían las
designers.
tendencias y se basaban en lo
But
que iban
before,
a
everyone
venir
was
las
based on the
tendencias.
tendencies.
Entonces nosotros
So
detectamos
we
con el
detected
observatorio
with the
que
observatory
había un grupo
that
de
there was a group
diseñadores
of
en
designers in
Argentina
Argentine
que estaban en toda la Argentina.
who were
Nosotros
all
tenemos
over
un
Argentine.
territorio
We have
enorme,
an
con
enormous
muchísima
territory
diversidad
with much
geográfica, muchísimos climas.
geographical
Y teníamos
diversity, many different
diseñadores que
climates,
trabajaban
and
de
we
alguna
had
manera
designers
en el
that worked
centro de
in
Buenos
some way in
Aires,
the
de
center of
que era el
Buenos
centro
Aires,
de la
in
Argentina,
the center of
diseñadores que
Argentine,
trabajaban muy
designers who worked
diferente
very
en lo que
differently
era la zona norte de la
from the north,
Argentina,
from
donde
those
hacía
in the
mucho
north,
calor
which was very
y
hot,
había otro clima y
and there
otra
was another
geografía,
climate,
y los
and
diseñadores
another
que
geography, and
trabajaban
the
en el
designer who
sur de
worked
la
in the south
Argentina,
of
donde
Argentine,
hacía
where
mucho
it was
frío y
very,
el
very
clima era
cold, and the
totalmente
climate was
árido.
totally
Entonces
arid.
comenzamos
So we
con el
began
observatorio
with the observatory, we began to do some research which we called
diseño argentino.
the mama of Argentine design.
Viajamos por toda la
We
Argentina.
are the map of the design, sorry. We
recolectando
traveled all over
información de todos los
Argentina,
diseñadores.
gathering information of
Realmente
all the
fue una de las
designers.
cosas
It
más
was one of the
hermosas
most
que a mí
beautiful
más me
things
atravesó.
that I
Íbamos
did.
por las
We
provincias
went through
tratando
the
de conocer
provinces
y
trying to get to
decíamos,
know, and we
¿quién es
said,
ese diseñador que
who
hace
is that
cosas
designer
locas?
who makes
Decíamos, ¿no?
crazy
Era como,
things?
¿quién es ese
Who is
diseñador
the
que está haciendo
designer
cosas
who's doing
diferentes
different
a lo
things
que es
to
la
what
moda
fashion
masiva?
is, to what
Y
the
bueno, y así
massive
íbamos
fashion is?
detectando.
So
Y
that's
empezamos
how we
un
went detected,
relevamiento que
and
duró
we
5
did this
años.
for 5
Y al
years,
final
and at the end,
terminó teniendo como objetivo
it had the
este libro,
objective,
que
this
todavía se
book,
puede bajar, así que
which
alguien
can
si está
still be
interesado,
downloaded.
se
If
llama
anyone,
Mapa de
it's
Diseño
called the Map
INPI,
of Design.
está, si lo buscan, tienen un archivo para
There's a
descargarlo.
file to be
Y nos sirvió a
downloaded if you want,
nosotros
and
para
it was
trabajar en
useful
un
for us
montón de
to
aspectos,
work on
en
several aspects,
capacitaciones, en
trainings,
plataformas de difusión, en un
diffusion
montón de
platforms,
eventos
in
que lo
many
que
events
hacíamos era
where
ayudar y
we
acompañar a
helped
estos
and accompanied
diseñadores
these
en su
designers
crecimiento,
in their
en
growth,
potenciarlos.
in
Hicimos ferias,
potentializing them.
hacíamos
We
la
did
selección, por
fairs,
ejemplo,
we
de
made
puro
the selection
diseño,
of
que era
pure
una feria muy
design,
importante
which
en
was a very
Argentina.
important
Hacíamos las
event in Argentina. We did
pasarelas del
catwalks
Backweek, donde presentábamos a
where
estos
we
diseñadores. Nos
presented
llevamos
these
a
designers.
lugares,
We,
recorrimos
took,
Argentina
we
con
went all
muchas de las
over Argentine
presentaciones
with
de
lots of the
estos diseñadores
presentations of
y
these
también
designers,
a otros
and
países
also to
como
other
London,
countries like
etc.
London, etc.
Bueno, ¿qué pasó?
Well, what
Todo
happened?
esto venía sucediendo
All
de esa
this was
manera.
happening
Y a mí
in
ya
that way.
el tema de
And
el
for
diseño de
me,
autor me empezó a
signature
dejar como una
design
huella, ¿no? Empecé a sentir algo
began
diferente.
to leave a
Che,
footprint in me. I
no
felt
está
a bit
está
different.
mucho más bueno lo que hacen los diseñadores
It's much
con su
better what the
identidad,
designers do
con lo
with their
local,
identity, with
influenciados
what is
por su
local,
entorno
influenced
geográfico
by
y
their
cultural,
geographical
que
and
esta
cultural
moda que viene
surroundings.
de afuera,
It's
que es
interesting.
masiva,
It's
que no
more
sabemos,
interesting
o
than
sea,
what's
que todos se
coming,
visten
this
iguales,
massive
que
trend
todos-
where
y
everyone dresses the
realmente,
same.
como que a
And
mí
really,
ya me empezaba a hacer un poquito de ruido. Les cuento esto porque
I
en mi
began
vida hubo muchas
questioning.
señales
There was
que
many
me fueron
signals in my
permitiendo
life
esta
that
evolución.
led
En
me
ese
to this
momento, en el año
evolution. In
2013, se
2013,
genera el derrumbe del Rana
the
Plaza
collapse
en
of Rana
Bangladesh.
Plaza happened
Creo
in
que para todos los
Bangladesh. I think
diseñadores
for
conscientes o todos los diseñadores que realmente
every
nos
designer
importaba
who
un
really
poco
cares
lo
a
que
bit
sucedía en
about
el
what
mundo
was
de la
happening in
moda,
the world, in the
fue
fashion
un
world,
quiebre.
this was
Fue realmente una
a
bisagra.
breaking point.
Fue realmente la
It
primera
was
vez
really
que
the
todos nos
first time
empezamos
that
a
all of us
preguntar
began to ask
quién estaba
ourselves,
atrás
who is
de quién hacía nuestra ropa,
who
¿no?
is really
O sea, ahí se
behind
genera este movimiento
the
que lidera Clary
the
Somers,
production of our
que
clothes.
hace por primera vez esta pregunta y proclama en el mundo
So we made the
que nos
question,
preguntemos quién
we have to
hizo
ask
mi
ourselves,
ropa.
who made my
Eso para mí
clothes?
también
That
fue
for
otra de
me
esas
was
señales
also one
muy
of those
fuertes.
very strong
Después
signals.
empezamos a
Afterwards,
trabajar
we began to
con,
work.
nosotros viajábamos mucho, la verdad que en
We
esos años
traveled a
vine
lot.
mucho a Perú,
Those years
cada
I
vez me
came a
enamoraba
lot to
más.
Peru. I fell
De
in love
aquí
more and
hacíamos como
more. We used to make
internacionales donde
international
nosotros
agreements
veníamos,
where we
aportábamos todo
came
nuestro
to
conocimiento
give all
del
our
diseño.
knowledge regarding
Perú
design.
viajaba
And
y nos
Peru
ayudaba
traveled
mucho en
also
la
to
parte
Argentina and
más
helped us a lot in the more
técnica de mano
technical
de obra,
part
que en Argentina no teníamos tanta
hand
mano de
labor.
oficio calificada.
We didn't
digamos.
have much
Así que,
qualified
bueno,
hand
para mí
labor in
todos esos
Argentina.
viajes
So
fueron realmente
these trips were
maravillosos
really really marvelous, and Peru obviously is in my heart since forever. So we began working with a project that was called
Diseño Argentino
Argentinian Sustainable Artisanal Design. And I get connected with all these artisans from Patagonia again and all over Argentina.
a mí me generaba un
which
amor
generated in
muy
me
fuerte
a very
trabajar con las
strong
artesanas.
tenderness
Era
and
algo
love
que
to work
me
with these
generaba algo,
people.
una
It
emoción
generated a very
enorme y era
strong
distinto, y
feeling.
yo
It was something
trabajaba cada
different
presentación
to
que
work
terminaba
with
con las
them.
artesanas donde las ayudaba en el
At the end of the
desarrollo de
presentations,
la
and I helped
colección,
them
en la
to
identidad, que
develop
mejoraran por ahí
their
sus paletas de
shows,
colores,
and I
sus
helped them to
productos.
improve their
No su
color
técnica,
palette, their
porque obviamente
products.
sus técnicas eran perfectas,
Their
pero sí que
techniques
esos
were
productos
perfect, but
pudieran
those products
insertarse mejor en el
had the
mercado.
possibility to be inserted better in the
Ahí, ¿qué me
market.
pasó? Yo las
So what
presentaciones las
happened?
terminaba llorando,
I
abrazada
finished
todas las
all the
artesanas,
presently
porque
crying and
realmente
hugging all
me
the women
conmovía mucho
because
y me
it
fascinaba
always
todo
moved me a
esto.
lot. I was fascinated by
En
everything
ese
they did.
momento
At
también
that
sucede,
moment,
yo les voy mostrando muchas
I'm going to go
como
showing you
señales que fueron haciendo
there
en
were
mí
many signals
cambiar
in
toda
me
esta evolución y
and
pasar de
it
lo que fue un
changed my
poco el fast
evolution,
fashion
and I
a lo
started
que
going
hoy
to
es la moda sostenible.
from
En
fast
ese
fashion
momento,
into
Líder
sustainable
Alcott, que es
fashion.
una de las
At that time,
digamos, eminencias en lo que tiene que
one
ver
of-
con las tendencias, presenta su
there
manifiesto,
was a
que fue en el año
manifest that came out in
2016,
2016
de anti-fashion.
of
Ella
anti-fashion.
ya en ese momento
Shell at that
presenta
moment
y cuenta
presents
que la moda
and tells
estaba
that
pasada de
fashion
moda.
was out of
Algo que
fashion,
yo también me lo venía
something that I
planteando.
was
Y yo decía,
already
yo me
thinking.
subía a
I
los
thought
escenarios
I
a
would
dar
go up on the
tendencia,
scenario to
y yo
talk
decía,
about
yo ya
tendency,
no
and I
sé si
said,
estoy
I
tan
don't know
convencida de
if I'm
dar
so
tendencias.
convinced about
Me
the
gustaba mucho
tendencies.
más lo otro,
I
me
liked
parecía
the other
que ya
side
estaban
much
sucediendo
more.
cosas como
I
más,
could see that
mucho más
more
importantes
important things were
con el
happening
diseño local.
with the local design.
Y en esa charla,
And
que
in that
duró
talk
media
that
hora,
lasted half an
habló
hour,
casi como
she
10
talked
minutos
nearly
de este
10
chico,
minutes of
Daniel
this
Harris,
boy,
que
Daniel
era un
Harris,
diseñador
who was a
que
designer,
para ella era el
who
futuro
for her
del
was the
diseño. Y
future
ella
of
decía
design.
que
She
ya
said that,
la moda estaba como
that
rota,
fashion was broken,
que los diseñadores
that the
reciclaban
designers
cosas de los viejos
recycled things from the
diseñadores de los
older
años
designers
80 y
from the
90,
80s and
y que el
90s,
sistema de la
and
moda
the
tenía que
system of
empezar a
fashion
cambiar
had to
y que
begin
tenía
to
que también ser más
change
justo.
and had to be more
Entonces
fair.
empezaba a apostar
So
por estos
she
nuevos
began
diseñadores que
to
trabajaban
work
de
with these
manera
new
artesanal
designers which
y
worked
que
in a more
trabajaban por un
artisan way,
comercio
who worked for
justo.
a fair
En
commerce.
ese año también
That year,
yo doy una
I
presentación
gave
que
a
habla
presentation which
precisamente de
speaks
lo que era el nuevo
precisely
lujo.
of what the
Ese
new
lujo
luxury
que
was.
obviamente
That luxury
estaba
obviously
vinculado con la
was linked with
artesanía, con la
artisan work,
excelencia
with
y la
craftsmanship, with
nobleza de los
excellence, and the
materiales, que
nobleness
tenía
of
que ver con
the materials,
con los
which had to
oficios,
do
con
with
el
the
valorar
work,
los tiempos
with
de producción
value,
de
the
las
time of
prendas.
production
O sea,
that the
ya
garments
el
needed.
lujo había
The
cambiado,
luxury had
estaba habiendo
changed.
señales
There were
de que el
signals
valor de una
that the
prenda
value of a
ya no
garment
era esa
was
moda
not
fast fashion,
that
sino
fast
tenía que ver
fashion
con un
time. It had to
producto
do more with
mucho
a
más
product that was more
duradero, que tuviera
durable,
oficio, que
that
tuviera
had hard
ancestralidad, que
work
tuviera
and had
historia.
reality and
Esto fue en un
history
foro,
in it.
en un foro
This
que
was in a
viajó mucha
forum
gente de
where
aquí de
many
Perú,
people
porque fue
from
un foro de
Peru
Camelias
traveled.
en Mar del
It
Plata.
was a forum on
Y en ese
camelids
momento
in Mar del
también
Plata. At
aparece,
that moment,
viene Carrie Somers,
Carrie
que es la
Somers
creadora
comes,
del
who's the
Fashion
creator
Revolution,
of Fashion
al INTI
Revolution.
a dar una
She came to
presentación
give a
y ahí
presentation,
cuenta la
and
importancia
she
de
told
tener
about the
una
importance
industria
of
más
having a
transparente.
more
Bueno,
transparent
creo que fue
industry.
mi año,
I
miren,
think
les
it
cuento.
was
Fue mi año de crisis
it was my
total.
year of
Yo estaba en una crisis
crisis.
existencial.
I had
Encima
an
justo mi padre se
existential crisis.
enferma,
My
entro en
father
un,
fell
como en
ill.
un, no sé, yo creo que a muchos
He
ya
was
nos
in
ha
a
pasado
shock.
de entrar en un proceso de autoconocimiento.
I went into a
más de decir qué quiero, para
knowledge.
dónde
I
quiero
started
seguir,
thinking
cómo
what
quiero
I
seguir.
want, where do I
Y
want to
justo en el
continue, where do I want to
INTI,
go.
por un
And at
cambio de
INTI,
gobierno que
because of
hubo,
a change of government
hubo
that there
muchos
was, there were
despidos, el INTI
many people
estuvo
were
tomado por los
fired.
gremios
INTI was
durante
taken
mucho
over by
tiempo. Y yo
the
sentía
unions,
como que ya
and
no
I
era mi
felt
lugar.
that it
Ya
wasn't my
dije, bueno,
place
no,
anymore.
hasta acá
I said,
llegué,
I've come up
evidentemente
to
estoy
here.
necesitando un
Eventually,
cambio,
I
mi
need a
cuerpo, mi
change. My
alma
body,
está
my soul
necesitando
are
un
needing
cambio.
a change.
Y mi última
And my last
presentación, que fue en el año
presentation, which was in
2018 en el INTI,
2018
la
at INTI,
denominé
I called it
Conciencia Denim 2020. Yo estaba
Denim
justo
Conscience
estaba bastante involucrada
2020.
con el
I
tema
was quite
también
involved
de las tendencias
in
en
the
denim. Y
in the
mi último
tendencies in
mensaje
denim. My
fue
last message
hablarle a
was
la industria
talk to the
del
industry
denim, que
on
también es una de
denim,
las más
which is one of the
contaminantes
most
con todos sus
contaminating
procesos,
with all its processes,
preguntarles también
and
a
ask them
todas
also,
estas marcas
ask all the
si
brands,
el denim
if denim
podía ser un poco más
could be more
sostenible, ¿no? La
sustainable.
pregunta clave
And the
era,
question
¿la moda
was,
y la sostenibilidad
fashion and
van de la
sustainability
mano?
go
Esto les estoy hablando
together.
hace muchos
I'm
años
talking about
y todavía no
many years
sabíamos,
back,
recién
and we
estaban
still didn't
apareciendo
know.
todas estas
Just
señales,
this
pero
signal
no
was
era
just
algo que
beginning
estaba
to appear.
sucediendo. Realmente en
Really,
este momento
at that
era una
moment,
tendencia.
it was a
La
tendency.
tendencia es algo que empieza a
Tendency
despuntar,
that something that
después cuando
begins
se
growing
vuelve masivo
afterwards,
se llama
when
moda
it
y
becomes
después
massive, it
declina.
becomes
Entonces,
fashion, and
esto
then
estaba
it declines.
naciendo como una
This was
tendencia, pero realmente había que ver
a
si la
rising acting as a tendency, but we have to see if industry supported this, of really changing a lot of productive processes, of placing transparency in the value chain. And here I quit, I resign from Inti, and I begin a new life, a new career. At that moment, it's going to seem a bit strange, but it has to do, I began my career as a mentor, and Inti had worked as a consultant many years. But here, with all this internal, personal process, one of the something that was very useful for me to find where I go was the Ikigai. Do you know, does anyone know about the Ikigai? The Ikigai, this Ikigai, which corresponds to Japanese culture, tells us that if we make ourselves these 4 questions, what do you love doing? What do you love doing? What does the world need from you? What makes you earn money? And what do you think you can give to the world? We generate in this center, which is a small heart, we generate our Ikigai, which would be our reason for being, our happiness, our purpose. I really worked a lot on this self-knowledge. At that moment, I'm telling you a bit, this has to do with a lot of things regarding the evolution of the internal evolution of each person. At that moment, I was told that I saw myself working with llamas and things, and I thought immediately of Peru. I was so connected with Peru that I said, well, I'll go to live there. And at that moment, this helped me a lot to find where to go. I left Inti not knowing what I was going to do. Everyone told me, you're crazy, how are you going to resign? I said, I need a change. My inner self is asking for something different. And I began to give mentorships based on what had to do with the Ikigai. It was like methodology of mentorship. I was with the designers, with entrepreneurs, and we started with the Ikigai. If you can answer these questions, we can begin to work on the identity of your brand and the rest, because to have a brand of one on is totally linked with being able to tell a bit of what we have inside, what's happening to us. The difference between what massive fashion and fast fashion and what the signature designer, there are different stories, and none of us are going to do the same if we connect with our hearts. If I want to design something linked to my heart, with what has to do with my cultural past, my history, I'm never going to be able to do the same as you. You have a concept, you have another story, and that's what makes us different one from another. That's what makes competitiveness so important. If not, everyone will be producing the same thing, and that doesn't generate competitiveness. So working on personal identity in the brand is an enormous potential. So here I'm telling, I also have a jewelry brand. So many times that I came to Peru, I fell in love with the Peruvian silver, and at one time, one of the last trips I made, I met some artisans, and I generated my first collection, 100% produced by artisans from Peru, which I called Inicio, because I think that was initiating with my life. Something particular happened to me in that trip. I was on the plane coming towards Peru, and I was sent a message from Hilandería Warmi. I don't know if you know of this. If not, so everyone can go and see. You can check on the networks. I received a message from the founder to tell me if I wanted to join this project.
Con más de 100 años, una hilandería recuperada con más de 100 años de historia.
This has 100 years of history. It's in Jujuy, in the altitudes. And here I said, no, it's not Peru, it was Jujuy.
Similar. Bueno, hilandería Warmi es una empresa con fuerte compromiso
milling
social
spins,
que
it
pone
has
en marcha
social
y potencia
responsibility
una
and
hilandería de más de 100
potentialized
años
weaving
recuperada
of
por
over
un grupo
100
de
years recovered
emprendedores
by
y
businessmen
empresarios
and
argentinos
women
junto a la
who are
asociación
Argentine together
Warmi
with the
Sayasunco.
Warmi
Confeccionamos
Sayasunco
productos
Association.
100% en
They
fibras
produce
naturales que
natural
transmiten
fiber products,
identidad,
transmitting
cultura y
cultural
tradición,
tradition,
acompañando el
accompanying
desarrollo
the development
socioeconómico
of
de
the
la puna a través
social
del
economy
uso
of the highlands
sustentable de recursos
through
camélidos
use
y ovinos.
of the
Miren qué loco, lo
camelids
último
and the
que me hubiera
sheep.
imaginado en mi
The
vida en
last
ese
thing that I
momento
imagined at that
es que me
time
iban a
was
convocar
that I was
de
going to be
Warmi, o
called
que me
from
iban a
Warmi,
convocar en Argentina para trabajar con
or
fibras
that I was called
camélidas.
to work
Así
with
que bueno,
camelid fibers
Warmi,
in Argentina.
en esta
So
plaquita de
Warmi
acá la
here,
tenemos a Rosario
we have
Quispe,
Rosario
una gran
Quispe.
inspiración
She's a
para
great
todos
inspiration
nosotros.
for all of us.
Rosario
She
fundó
founded
la asociación
the
Warmi
association
Sayasunco en el
Warmi
año
Sayasunco in
1995. Warmi
1995.
Sayasunco significa
It
mujeres
means
perseverantes.
perseverant
Y
women.
Rosario,
And
lo que
Rosario,
hizo
what
es
she
una
did,
líder coya,
she's a
que lo que
leader
hizo
from there.
es trabajar
She worked
durísimamente,
very
es una mujer
hard.
súper
She's
inteligente,
very
la verdad que es
intelligent,
maravillosa,
she's
y
marvelous,
trabajó
and she
duramente
worked
en pos de la
very
mejora,
hard
tanto de
to,
salud, de
towards
educación
improvement
y
in
de
health
trabajo para
and
todas las
education and work
comunidades
for all the
de la
communities
puna.
of the
La
highlands.
asociación es
The
una
association
de las mayores
is one of
accionistas
she's one of the
de
greatest
Warmi,
stakeholders
y
of Warmi.
gracias a la asociación
And thanks to
nosotros
this
nos
association,
vinculamos
we
con
got
los productores
we got linked with the
de la
producers
fibra.
of fiber.
Warmi es
Warmi
una empresa
is a
certificada que
company that's
trabaja con el
certified or
triple
works
impacto,
with
trabaja en
triple
impacto
impact,
ambiental,
with
social,
environmental and social
responsabilidades y
responsibility
transparencia,
aspects and
y
transparency,
cubre muy
and
similar
covers
a lo que hacen aquí en París,
what they do
en Perú. Trabaja
in Peru.
toda la
She
cadena
works
de
through
valor,
all the value
desde lo que es
chain,
la esquila,
from the
o sea,
shearing,
nosotros compramos la materia
so we
prima,
buy the
comercio
raw
justo,
material
de
with-
nuestros hermanos productores
from our
y atravesamos
producer brothers,
todo el
and we go
proceso de
through all
hilandería,
the process
todo el
of the weaving.
proceso de tejeduría hasta llegar al producto final y
until
comercializarlo.
from the beginning to the final product,
Bueno.
until selling it.
Esto fue en el
This
año
was in
2019. Esperen que tome un
2019.
poquito de agua. ¿Cómo venimos
I'm
hasta
going to
acá?
drink a bit of
¿Van
water.
bien con
Is
el,
everything
con el
okay?
cuentito? ¿Vamos bien?
With what I'm
¿Sí?
saying, is everything
¿Vamos
okay?
bien de
Good.
tiempo también?
How are we for time?
Bueno, ahora sí. Bueno, cuando me llaman a Warmi,
When they call me
imagínense
to
que yo venía
Warmi,
de trabajar durante muchísimos años como
I had been working
consultora
a long time
en
as a
tendencias,
consultant in
en moda,
tendencies, in
trabajaba
fashion.
con lo que eran los
I
diseñadores,
worked
pero yo
with
nunca había trabajado
design,
en
but I had
producción.
never worked in
O
production
sea,
before.
entonces cuando me llaman y
So
me
I was
preguntan cuál
called and they
podía
asked
ser mi
me
aporte,
what I could
justo
contribute.
en ese momento
At
el
that
gerente
moment,
general de
the
Hilandería
general
Warmi,
manager
Olarosti,
of this
estaba encarando la
weaving company
reestructuración
was doing
de
the
la hilandería.
restructuration
La
of the
hilandería no
weaving,
contaba
and
con
they didn't
área de
count
diseño,
with
no
design
contaba con
area,
área de
they didn't have
comunicación.
communications
Entonces,
area.
en ese momento
So
le
at that
dije, bueno,
moment I told him,
mi
well,
aporte va a ser toda mi
my
experiencia.
contribution is going to be
Todo
all
lo
my
que le decía a los
experience, everything I
diseñadores
told
que
you.
tenían que hacer
I
o que
told
tenían
the
que
designers what
mejorar
they had to do,
o
what
el
they could
trabajo tan
improve on,
fuerte de identidad de marca.
such
Bueno,
as
voy a
the
volcar
brand
toda mi
also.
experiencia
I'm
acá,
going to put
todo
all
mi
my
amor
experience in this,
y
all my
todos
love,
mis
and
contactos y
all my
todo lo que
contacts
pueda
and everything
para poder
that I
aportar,
can do
digamos,
to be able to
a
contribute
la empresa.
towards the company.
En esa reestructuración
In that
me quedo a cargo del área de
restructuring, I was in
identidad,
charge
diseño y
of
desarrollo de productos
design and development of products,
y ahí comienza
and
un
this is where
trabajo, esto
a
fue en el
work
año
begins in
2019, hace 5 años,
5 years
realmente
ago,
para mí
that
hermoso,
which was
hermoso,
beautiful for me,
además de
where
aprender un
apart from
montón,
learning
porque
a lot,
realmente me metí
because
en
I
la
really
cocina del
went
producto,
into the,
que no es lo
into the
mismo
cooking of the
decir de
product.
afuera,
It's
vos
not the
tenés que
same
mejorar,
as
vos
from
tenés que
outside.
hacer,
No,
vos tenés que
I
cambiar
didn't.
acá, a estar
I was
adentro
really
de
inside,
lo
I
que es
was
la planta,
immersed
que eso
in the
ninguna
plant,
universidad nos
which
enseña.
no
En
university
ninguna
teaches us.
universidad nadie
No
sabe sabiendo
university
todas las complicaciones que tenés
no teaches
día
you all the
a día
complications
con
you
la
can
parte
have day by
productiva,
day
con
regarding
la cantidad de cosas
production,
que se te
the
complican,
quantity of
con la
things that
cantidad
get
de
complicated, the
materialidades
kind
que uno
of
no consigue
materials that you
y que
can't
se
obtain,
dificulta y
and
las
which is
trabas que hay.
difficult, and all the
Entonces, bueno,
obstacles
para
that
mí
come
fue
up.
como,
For me,
wow,
it was
era
like, wow,
absorber y
it was
absorber y absorber
absorb and
información.
absorb and absorb
Y
information.
cuando yo entré en la
And when I
hilandería,
entered
venían
into
haciendo
the
un trabajo
spinning mill,
maravilloso
I
de todo lo que eran
saw
productos,
all
obviamente
the
se hacían
marvelous
todos
products they were doing.
complementos confeccionados 100% en
Made
fibras naturales,
100% and
en llama, y
100%
oveja y
natural
algodón,
fibers,
pero se hacía todo de manera
cotton and
intuitiva.
llama.
o sea,
It was
no
done
había,
all
era bueno, ahora tenemos
intuitively.
color rojo,
Now
bueno,
we,
ahora
it
tenemos
wasn't
color
as if we have
verde,
such and
ahora
such a
tenemos.
color.
Cuando yo llego a la
When
hilandería,
I
digo, bueno,
arrived at the spinning mill,
ahora vamos a
I
tener
said,
que
well,
ordenarnos.
we're going to have
Más allá de
to
que
put
nosotros
order
hacemos
here.
productos
Beyond
atemporales,
doing
vamos a tener que
products,
organizarnos.
we have to organize
realmente
ourselves.
generar
We have
distintas
to generate
paletas de color para
different
distintas
color
temporadas
palettes
para
for
que eso
different
también
seasons,
genere
so that this
una
can also
atracción para el
generate an
cliente,
attraction for the
para no tener
client,
siempre los
so
mismos
not to always
colores.
have the same
Vamos a
colors.
trabajar
We're
en
going to work
colecciones,
on
colecciones que van a
collections.
ser atemporales,
Collections are going to
pero que
be
van a
seasonal,
ser
but they're going to
novedosas,
be
que vamos a ir
novelties.
como
We're going to
cambiando.
go
Y al principio
changing.
todos me decían, pero
I know
¿para
at
qué?
first I
Vamos
was
a
told, why?
hacernos, ¿para qué
Why?
vamos a hacer otros colores?
Why
¿Para
are we
qué
going to
vamos
do
a hacer
other
productos
colors?
si
Why are we
estamos
going to do
bien?
it if we're
Y bueno, y
okay
me
as
acuerdo
we are?
siempre que
And
fue
I
muy
always remember,
maravilloso
and it was
que, por
very nice,
ejemplo, al color
for example,
bisón
the
le decían
bison
color
color was
indefinido,
called
porque
indefinite
ellos no
color.
sabían lo
They
que
didn't
era
know
en
what
ese momento una paleta de
They
color,
didn't know what a
no
color
sabían
palette
menos lo que era
was.
un pantón textil,
They didn't know
así que
what a
empezamos de
textile
cero,
Pantone
o sea,
was. So we
compramos
started
el
from
pantón
zero.
textil, empecé a
We bought the textile
capacitar al grupo,
Pantone. I started to train the
empecé a
group.
capacitar
I
al
began
grupo
to
en lo que
train
tenía que
them
ver con el
with
desarrollo
what had to do
de
with the
colección,
development of
en lo que eran los
collections,
colores,
the colors.
empecé a trabajar
I started
hoy,
to
digo,
work.
mi colorista número
Today
uno,
I
Carlitos,
take
que lo
my
amo con
first
todo el alma,
colorist,
que Carlitos yo le
and who's
pasaba el
called
pantón y le decía, bueno,
Carlitos. I would
esta va a
tell
ser la
Carlitos,
paleta de
okay,
invierno.
this is going to
Y
be the
Carlitos,
palette
de
for
manera
winter.
también todo muy
Carlitos
intuitivo,
was all very
me
intuitive.
hacía muchas pruebitas de
Carlitos
color
made a lot of
hasta
small
llegar al
tests
color
of colors
del
until
pantón que
reaching
buscábamos.
the
Así
Pantone
que nada, estos
color
5
that
años
we were
fueron
looking for.
un
These
trabajo
5 years
maravilloso,
were
con un acompañamiento
was
del
very
equipo
marvelous work
increíble.
with
Ahí
an incredible
conocí
team.
a
I also
Flora.
met
Flora
Flora.
trabaja desde
Flora
los
works
17 años
since she's
en la
16
hilandería.
years old
Creo
at
que
the
es la
spinning
persona que
mill.
más
She's a
sabe.
person who
Ella
knows
está encargada
more. She's in
de
charge
la parte de tejeduría y telar.
of
Le
the
decimos la
looms
reina de los
and the
telares porque
patterns.
Flora sabe y me ha
She's the
enseñado
queen of
un
looms.
montón.
She has taught
Me
me
ha
a
enseñado
lot.
porque
She has taught
obviamente
me,
mi
obviously
trabajo
my
es
work
vincular
is linked,
el área
is to link
productiva con el área
productive
de
area
confección
with the
y
garment
también he
production
empezado
area. And
trabajo
also I
también
started
desde lo
work
que es por ahí la clasificación
classifying
de la materia prima
of
para
the raw
generar nuevos
material
colores
to generate
naturales.
new natural
Trabajo
colors.
en lo que tiene que ver
I
con la
work with what
hilatura
has to
para
do with
generar
the spinning
distintos títulos.
to
O sea
do
que
other
de alguna
different
manera
titles.
estoy
So in
metida
some way,
medio
I'm in the
todos
middle
lados, pero
of
bueno,
everything
hoy
there.
me baso más en lo que
Today
tiene que
I'm
ver con
based
el
more on what has to do
diseño
with
y
the design
desarrollo
and
del
development
producto.
of the
Flora
product.
me enseñó
Flora
un
also
montón,
taught me a lot
así
of
que bueno,
things.
con ella
So with
trabajamos
her,
juntas en
we
la parte
worked
del
together
diseño,
regarding
de lo
the
que son, digamos,
design,
los diseños de las telas.
design
Tenemos
of the
una
fabric.
urdidora.
We have
Tuve que
a
achicar
warping
las
machine.
plaquitas por un poco por el tema de los tiempos, pero bueno, esas eran todas
Here you
videitos
can
que se
see,
movían las máquinas y
you
todo,
can see all the
que
machines
ahora no
there.
se puede, pero con Flora, bueno,
With
armábamos
Flora,
todo lo que eran los puntos y todo. Nuestros
we see all
telares
the
son
points.
telares
Our looms
muy antiguos.
are very,
Nuestra
very
urdidora tiene
old.
más de 100
Our
años.
warping machine is
Estos
over
telares
100
tienen casi
years old.
80
These
años.
looms are nearly
No
80
tenemos
years old. We don't have
muchos tipos de puntos
many
para hacer,
types
así
of
que es un gran
stitches to
desafío
do.
para
So it's
nosotros
a great
generar
challenge for us
distintos
to
productos. Pero
create different
realmente creo
products.
que esto
But
tiene
I
un
think
valor
this has
agregado
added
enorme,
value, which
en
is
el que
enormous,
nunca perdemos
in which we never
la
lose
esencia
the
ancestral
ancestral
de
essence
estos productos.
of these products.
Bueno,
Okay.
bueno, por otro lado,
On the
trabajo
other
con
hand,
Pia
I also
en
work
todo
with
lo
Pia,
que es
with everything,
en mi mano derecha. Yo
she's
genero
my
todo
right
lo que son
hand.
los
I
diseños.
generate the
Y Pia
designs,
lo que
and Pia,
hace
what she
es
does,
trabajar en
she
la
works
confección, en la moldería y
on
en la confección
the
de los
pattern
productos,
making and
y
garment
vamos
production.
juntas.
And we
Yo
work
estoy en
together.
Buenos Aires y
I'm in
viajo
Buenos Aires
muy
and I
seguido
travel
a lo que es
very
Jujuy,
frequently to
hago
Jujuy.
todos los
I
avances
do
de
all
los
the
diseños,
progress
de
on the
los desarrollos,
designs and the
y después
developments,
hago
and afterwards I do follow
desde
up
Buenos Aires.
from Buenos
Somos como
Aires.
muy
We are very,
obsesivos en
very
el tema de las
obsessive
terminaciones. Todas nuestras
regarding
terminaciones
the finishing
son hechas
touches.
a mano.
They're all done by hand.
O sea que nuestros productos son
Our products are
prácticamente
practically
semi-industriales, pero con
semi-industrial,
obviamente terminaciones 100% a
but
mano y con
100%
una
by hand.
alta calidad
but a
en
high
ellos.
quality, but with
También
very high
tenemos una
quality.
línea
We also
que
have
se
a
llama
line which is
tejido de
called
altura, que esta me
high
permite
altitude knit,
vincularme
which
100% con las
links me
artesanas de la
100%
puna.
with
Así que, como les
artisan
digo,
women from the Highlands.
empecé en el
I
año
started in
2001 trabajando con
2001 working
artesanas de la
with
Patagonia, y
in
miren
the
cómo la vida otra
Patagonia,
vez
and look
me
how
vuelve a
life
poner en
has
ese lugar a
sent me
trabajar
back to
con
this
las
place again
artesanas
to work with artisan
en la
women
puna.
in the Highlands.
Y bueno, y es uno de los trabajos que más
And this is one
disfruto,
of the
trabajar
work,
con
this is,
ellas,
I
poder
enjoy
avanzar.
this.
Siempre, o sea, la idea es
The idea
no
is to
modificar
not modify
su estilo, ni
their
su oficio, ni su
style,
manera,
nor their manner of doing
nada,
things,
ir con ellas
but to go
viendo, bueno,
together with
esta es
them,
mi
seeing,
idea, ¿qué les
okay,
parece?
telling them,
¿Cómo
well, this is
ustedes
my
cómo la
idea.
pueden
How
manejar, cómo
how
la
can you
pueden
manage
trabajar?
it?
Bueno,
How
y
can you
vamos
work
haciendo
it?
ajustes en
And we go doing
conjunto.
small
La idea es que
adjustments
nunca, ni
jointly.
tanto Warmi como marca ni las artesanas
Warmi,
pierdan su
the
identidad,
artisans don't
sino que
lose
siempre
their
mi idea es
identity.
potenciar y
My idea is to
ayornar esos
potentialize
productos para
and
que tengan un
have
impacto no solo a
so
nivel
these
local,
products
sino
have
también a
an
nivel
impact not just
internacional.
locally but internationally also.
Bueno, estos son algunos de
These
todos
are
los
some of
productos
all
que he
the
generado
products
para
that
Warmi
I have generated for
en estos
Warmi
años.
during these
Mi idea
years.
también
My
ha
idea
sido
is also
traer, o sea,
to bring,
nosotros decimos que
we say
son productos
we
ancestrales
say
con
they're
vanguardia,
ancestral
porque la
products
idea
with
es tratar de
avant-garde
traer un
ideas.
poco más a los jóvenes,
The thing
¿no?
is to bring
También,
things
¿vieron?
to the
Para que
young
no
people,
sean solo
so that
productos al
so they're not
principio,
just
que lo veo también aquí en Jujuy,
I also see it
en
I
Perú,
also see it in
es
Peru.
como que los productos
It's as if the
siempre
products,
piensan que un poncho
you always
es
think
para
that a
alguien,
poncho is
o
for
sea, o que es
someone,
aburrido,
or
o que es
that's
para alguien más
boring,
grande,
or it's just
y en
for
realidad
older
se
people.
pueden
In fact,
generar cosas
things
mucho más casuales,
much
y
more
también como
informal
más,
things
¿no?
can
más
be
informales
created,
para distintos
more
públicos.
casual
Yo me
for
sentí
different
muy feliz
public.
cuando
I
mi
felt very
hijo
happy
me
when
dijo
my
que se
son
quería
told me
poner
that he
uno de los
wanted to
productos de Warmi,
he
porque
wanted to
tenía
wear one
20
of
años, y
Warmi
dije,
products. He
bueno,
was 20 years old. I said, well,
estar
evidently
atrayendo o poder
these
pensar
products are
en otro
attracting,
nicho es
no?
súper importante
On a
también para los
different
proyectos.
niche,
Así
no?
que bueno, acá
Which is
tenemos un
also very
poquito.
important for the projects.
Hemos innovado
We've
en
innovated
colores naturales,
in natural
o sea, a través
colors
de una empresa Unitan.
through a
Esto es una de las
Unitan
cosas que se
company.
nos
This is
complicaba
one
mucho.
of the things that
Es
was
muy
complicated.
difícil
It's
para
very
las marcas
difficult for the
sustentables ser
sustainable
100%
brands to
sustentables,
be
porque hay algunas
100%
partecitas
sustainable.
que no
Because there's some
podemos,
parts that we can't
y estos son tintes
do it.
naturales a
These are
nivel
natural
industrial.
dyes at
Entonces nos
industrial level.
permitía
So it
tener
lets us
volúmenes de
let us
200
dye
metros.
volumes of
Hemos
200
innovado
meters.
también en
We've
los
also
procesos a
innovated in the
través de la
processes
llama
through
refinada,
the refined
¿no? Reduciendo
llama,
drásticamente
reducing
el uso
elasticity of
del agua,
the use of
y que sea
water,
un producto
and so
mucho
to
más
be
agradable y
a much
confortable
more
al
comfortable
tacto.
product
Hemos innovado en nuevos
to
desarrollos,
the touch.
nos
We've done new
hemos
developments.
generado una
We've
alianza con una
generated an
marca de
alliance
sombreros
with
muy
a
reconocida en
company
Argentina
of
que se llama
hats
Lago Marcino,
that's very
una de mis alegrías
well
más
known in
grandes, y
Argentina.
generamos estos productos y
And we
boinas,
made these
sombreros y boinas
products
en llama, en fieltro de
in
llama
felt,
y oveja,
in llama
y
and
hemos
sheep
innovado
felt.
también en
We've also
materialidades, incorporando
we've gone
nuevas
incorporating
materialidades.
new
Para no quedarnos, yo
materials.
ayer escuchaba
Not
este tema
yesterday
de la
I listened to the alpaca,
y
and I said,
de
oh, there's a
materiales
lot of materials
sostenibles
that are
y
sustainable
naturales
and
que
natural
podemos ir,
that we can
¿no?
go
fusionando con la alpaca para
fusioning with
generar
alpaca
nuevas
to
innovaciones.
generate new
Este producto es
innovation.
un
This
producto con
product
hilado de llama,
with the
oveja,
llama spinning,
cáñamo y algodón biodinámico. Esto
wool,
me
sheep
lleva
wool,
a
and
que pensemos que hoy
biodynamic
esta
wool.
moda sostenible
This sustainable
pasa a ser
fashion is going
una
to
moda más regenerativa.
it's going to be more
No
regenerative
ya no
fashion.
sirve solo con sostener,
You don't
sino
just
que
have to
también tenemos
sustain,
que
you also
regenerar.
have to
Precisamente,
regenerate now.
Hoy y estos días en
Today,
estas exposiciones
during
estuvo
these
hablando mucho de
this
eso,
presentation, a
del
lot was
cuidado
spoken
de la
about this, the
biodiversidad
care
del
of
sistema, revertir la
biodiversity,
deforestación, o sea,
reverse
cuidar
contamination,
el suelo.
take care of the
Entonces,
soils.
ya, yo creo que hay
So
un
I think
salto muy
there's a
grande
very
hoy, o sea que ya estamos ahí
big
en
leap
decir que esta
today.
moda sostenible va
We're
a ser una moda regenerativa.
We're going to try to do more
tengo
regenerative
un par de plaquitas
fashion.
más,
I have a
está
couple of
bueno como para
slides
cerrar,
more.
que hablábamos precisamente de esto, de la comunicación
Of
responsable, de la
responsible
importancia, que
communication,
para mí es
the
una de las cosas que
importance
más me apasionan, la
the
importancia de la
importance
trazabilidad y
of
la
traceability and
transparencia
transparency
en los productos.
in the products.
Miren, nosotros pudimos
Here,
innovar en la
we could
trazabilidad,
innovate
en la
traceability
tecnología NFC para
in
mostrar
NFC,
la transparencia y lo que hay detrás
to show
de los
transparency,
productos.
to show what comes behind
No hay
the products.
sonido, pero
There is no
okay. Pero bueno, tenemos un chip que escanea.
We have a chip that scans the labels and it shows all the traceability of the product, who did it, who made it, the hydrate, footprint, and this really is showing transparency and communicating in a responsible way. So these things can already be done. And I think it's one of the key things, more than knowing who did it, who made our clothes, how it was made, what's the time of production. We work on it
Ixalab es una
with
empresa
Ixalab.
de
It's
Uruguay. Ixalab
it's
trabaja
a company
directamente
from
con
Uruguay.
Europa.
It works
Y
directly with
obviamente
Europe, and
esto que
obviously
contábamos a partir de ahora va a
from
ser
now it's
obligatorio
going
en
to be
Europa
obligatory in
usar el
Europe to use
pasaporte
the
digital
digital
de los
passport
productos para saber esto,
of
¿no?
products, to
La
get to know this,
trazabilidad del
to know
producto y
about the
también de qué está hecho
traceability,
el producto,
and to know
porque
what the
si
product
ese
is made
producto
from.
nosotros
Because
queremos
of
que
that
tenga una
product,
segunda
if we want to
oportunidad
have
o un
that
reciclador,
product to
tenemos que
have
saber qué
a
materialidad,
second
de
opportunity
qué
or to be able
materialidad
to
se
recycle,
compone.
we have to know what it is made of.
Bueno, y por
And
último,
so,
el consumo
lastly,
responsable,
responsible
este consumo
consumption.
de poder educar, lo
This
decía muy
being
bien
able to
también Catherine de
educate,
Marangoni, o sea, poder educar al consumidor.
being able to
Estamos
educate
en un
the
momento de
consumer. We are at
sobreconsumo
the
total,
moment of
de
total
sobreproducción
overconsumption,
total. Todos conocemos
overproduction.
el desierto
We
de
all know
Atacama,
the desert of
donde van a
Atacama,
parar la
where
mitad de las prendas. Hace
all these
poco,
garments end up.
Greenpeace en España
Greenpeace in
hizo un
Spain
informe
did a
donde le
report
puso
where they put
geolocalizadores a prendas que se
geolocalizer to
donaban. Vieron
garments
que
that
van
were
a Zara y
donated.
hay un
You
container
go
que
to
dice,
Zara
dona tu
and there's a
prenda,
container that says
H&M,
donate your
un montón
garments
de
and
marcas.
H&M.
Pero le pusieron
But
a esos prendas
they
geolocalizadas.
placed geolocalizer these garments, and half of these garments,
Porque sí, la mitad de esas
half
prendas
of these garments
volvían a
went
los
back
vertederos y no eran
to the
donadas.
dump fields,
Entonces, realmente
to the
tener un
landfills.
consumo
So to have
responsable y saber
responsible
esto de la
consumption, I
trazabilidad
know.
también nos sirve para darnos cuenta de
And
esto.
traceability
Este
is
videito
good
me
to know
encantaría
about this.
pasarlo, si
I would
podemos,
love
total
to-
son 5 minutos más y termino.
I
Ya
would love you
estoy.
to watch this small video.
Bueno, esta fue la última campaña
That was the last
de
campaign
Walmart que
from
cuenta, es
Walmart
medio como los zombies, ¿no?
that
Donde
tells us
habla de
like
que
the
todos los
zombies,
productos
where all the
sintéticos se
synthetic
terminan
products
tirando
end up being
y que
thrown
los
away,
únicos productos
and
que
the
van a
only products
sobrevivir
that
son
are
los
going to
productos que
survive
estén hechos 100%
are the ones that are
con
made
fibras naturales, en
100%
este caso,
with natural
con lana.
fibers,
O sea
with wool in
que
this
la
case.
relación entre
The relationship
durabilidad y
between
sostenibilidad
durability and
hoy es
sustainability
superimportante.
is very important
Cuanto más
today.
durable sea un producto,
The more
más
durable the
sostenible va a
product is,
ser,
more
y en eso es
sustainable
lo que
it will
tenemos
be.
que
And that's
trabajar
what we have to
y
work on
potenciar.
and
Y las fibras
potentialize.
naturales nos
And the
permiten
natural
eso.
fibers permit
Bueno,
us to do
dame
this.
5 para que terminar, porque si no dejo por la mitad. Tenemos muchas
We have many
oportunidades, trabajar en la
opportunities
artesanía,
working on
trabajar en la
artisanship
innovación,
and
por
innovation,
ejemplo,
for
trabajar
example,
las alianzas
work with
para
alliances
recircular
to
productos
recirculate
con
products
diseñadores.
with
Nosotros hemos
designers.
entregado
We've
productos de temporadas
delivered
anteriores para trabajar con
products from
diseñadores
previous
y
seasons
generar
to
un
work with
nuevo
designers
producto.
and create
Diseñadores como
a new
Sofía
product.
Collar, que ya
Sofía
trabaja con
Collar, a
innovación,
designer who
teje
works with
suéteres con pelo, con el
she
pelo
knits
cortamos
sweaters
y que queda,
with
y me
human
parece
hair,
que es espectacular, más allá de que
which
hoy
I think is
todavía
spectacular.
no está categorizado como
It's
una
not
fibra, pero
categorized as a
pensar
fiber,
en nuevas
but thinking on
oportunidades
new
como
opportunities,
Christine,
like
que ha
Christine,
generado
who has
un robot
generated
para
a
imprimir
robot
3D
to
en
print in
lana.
3D
O sea,
using
tengo
wool.
millones de casos,
I have
pero no voy a
millions of
llegar a
cases, but I
contárselos.
can't.
Y por último,
I won't have time to speak
dos
about them all.
plaquitas, el rol
Two
de los
slides. The
diseñadores
role
para
of
mí es clave,
designers for me
de los
is
diseñadores
key.
y de los
Of the
emprendedores,
designers
¿no?
and
De
business
todos
people.
estos que quieran
All
realmente
of those
crear un
who want to
futuro,
really create a future
más sostenible,
that's more
y que quieran
sustainable,
producir de
and who
manera
want to produce
responsable
in a
y hacer las
responsible
cosas
way
bien
and do
para
things
generar un
well
cambio.
to
Un
generate a
par de
change.
diseñadores en
A pair of
Argentina,
designers in
Hider, que revaloriza la
Hader,
sastrería,
who does
o sea,
a
agarra prendas, o sea,
tailorship.
prendas de sastrería viejas, no las corta
He
nada,
doesn't
directamente las amolda a tu cuerpo, y si
the
vos el
suit
día de
directly, he
mañana
adapts them to
no las
to your
querés,
body,
las
and if you
podés
don't want
volver a
them,
entregar en
you
Hider para que otra
can hand
persona
them into Hider
las pueda
again.
usar.
So another person
Lucía
can use
Chaín,
a
que
Lucia
trabaja con
Chain,
diseños
who works with
vegetales,
vegetable
¿no? Y
designs
tintes orgánicos,
and organic
Usal, que trabaja
dyes,
prendas
Usai, who
en
works with
fieltro y que les planta una
felt, on
semillita
felt, and who
adentro
puts
para
a small
generar todo
seed
este
in them.
diseño compostable Neus, que
Neus,
trabaja
who works
una marca totalmente disruptiva,
total
pero desde los biomateriales.
with biomaterials.
Esta es una marca especial a
This
la que
is a
yo
special
mentoreo
brand
hace muchos
which I
años,
mentor.
que se llama Palo
It's called
Azul y
Palo
trabaja el
Azul.
calzado y la
They
marca
work with
ropinería en
leather
todo lo que
work
tiene que ver con
regarding
tintes
footwear
naturales,
and
con
natural
estampados
dyes,
botánicos, con
botanical
biomateriales.
prints,
Estas zapatillas
biomaterials.
son de
These
cáñamo, con
sneakers
suela de caucho.
are made of hemp with rubber
Por otro lado,
soles.
Velasco, que resignifica técnicas
who
ancestrales.
works with ancestral techniques. Mauro
que trabaja
who works
la artesanía del mimbre, el diseño
with
y
wicker,
el mimbre, y lo
wicker
fusiona.
and the design with
Ansiosa
modern
Hormona,
designs.
que trabaja la
Ansiosa Hormona,
joyería
who
textil
works
a
with
través de
textile
reciclados
jewelry
materiales también
through
naturales.
natural
Vera
recycled
Solmo, que es
materials.
artista y
Vera
trabaja todo
Solom,
el
she
arte
works
textil.
with textiles
Hoy,
also.
entonces,
Today,
después de todo este
so after
camino,
all
me
this
encuentro acá
pathway,
trabajando
I
en
am
el diseño
here
sostenible,
working on
la
sustainable
producción
design
responsable.
and responsible
Y creo que a
production.
lo largo de
And
todo
I
este
think along
camino,
all this path,
digamos, como mi frase final
as
sería
a final phrase was,
que siempre
you
en este
will
camino
always
vamos a ir encontrando
find
esas señales que tenemos en el
signals
corazón,
that we have in
que
our
nos van a ir
hearts
llevando a
that will
nuestro propósito,
lead us to
pero hay
our
que
purpose,
escucharlas.
but we have to
Y hay que
listen to them,
animarse,
and we
y
have
hay
to
que
be
jugársela
motivated. We
si
have to
creemos que
play
el
it all
futuro puede
if
ser
we
más
want the
justo
future to be
y
more
seguro,
to be
y no
more
hay
fair.
duda de que ahí
And
vamos a
there's no
encontrar
doubt that we're going to
nuestro
find our
propósito y
purpose
nuestro Ikigai.
and our
Gracias.
ikigai. Thank you very much.
Cualquier cosa me
Anything you
escriben,
want,
me
write to
preguntan lo
me.
que sea.
You can
Gracias,
ask me
gracias,
anything you
gracias.
want.
Y acá tengo
And here I
algunas
have
cositas de Warmi por si quieren.
some
Gracias.
cards to hand out if you want. Thank
Muchas
you.
gracias, Julieta.
Thank you very
tenemos un
much.
breve
We
receso
have a
para
small
poder
break
tomar
to be able to have something to
café.
drink, a coffee.
Inmediatamente después
Immediately
vamos a continuar
afterwards,
con
we're
dos
going to continue with two more
conferencias más.
conferences.
Se vienen las conferencias de Juan Carlos Aragón,
Juan Carlos Aragón
Jacqueline
and
Cruz, y luego
Jacqueline
un
Cruz,
conversatorio donde
and
ustedes
then a
podrán,
round table where you
hacer,
can
algunas,
make
preguntas.
questions.
Les ruego, por favor,
Please,
que el coffee break
the coffee break
solamente
is going to
de
be
10 minutos para continuar
10
aquí en el
minutes.
mismo
Will be 10
auditorio.
minutes to come back here. Thank you very much.
Mi nombre es John Tulca Ponce. La Pachamama es para nosotros, merece nuestro gran respeto, ¿no? Porque en ello vivimos, convivimos con nuestras familias también. con nuestros animales. El animal que tenemos lo valoramos por su fibra, más que todo, ¿no? Y también nos da ese abrigo y por ello a nuestros animales siempre lo respetamos, lo valoramos.
Mi nombre es Darío Anconeira Seiko. La alpaca es nuestra vida, fuente de vida aquí en esta altura. Nosotros lo estimamos mucho a los animales porque nos da nuestra alimentación, nos da nuestra fuente de vida. Para nosotros el animal, la alpaca es como nuestra familia. Vivimos diariamente con la alpaca, lo estimamos mucho. En Pachamama no habría alpaca, no viviríamos nosotros, no habría agua. Por ende, hay veces tenemos un reconocimiento a la Pachamama.
Soy Mateo Macedo, trabajo en Clamasa hace 5 años, soy subgerente comercial en esta compañía. Considero que el proceso de trabajar alpaca es súper sagrado porque la conexión que llegan a lograr la naturaleza con los pequeños ecosistemas que viven alrededor de donde está la naturaleza de este animal logra que podamos abrigar al mundo en general, ¿no? Somos el tercer exportador de fibra de alpaca y eso nos llena de orgullo saber que hay personas con nosotros que tienen más de 30 años trabajando y que el crecimiento y la evolución de la empresa se viene gracias a que con sus manos hemos podido lograr crecer. Debería sentirse orgulloso, los peruanos deberíamos estar orgullosos de tener un animal tan noble y a la vez tan fino y que nos reconozcan desde el principio a fin, ¿no? Desde el trabajo que hacen las comunidades, desde el proceso que es el clasificado, con estas manos que son sagradas, las maestras, llegarlo a la parte industrial, ser muy cuidadoso con los parámetros para que llegue a un producto final que en el caso de Clamasa es el top.
Clamasa busca directamente el trato directo con los productores alpaqueros porque estamos convencidos que son el inicio de la cadena y el que sostiene todo este negocio. Todos aquí llevamos ese cariño, ese calor, esa fuerza que viene desde la Pachamama hasta el final de nuestro proceso, donde tenemos nuestros top que tienen una calidad no solamente en producción, no solamente como producto, sino que tiene el calor y la calidad humana que nosotros admiramos desde el campo hasta el final de nuestro proceso.
En toda la cadena de valor, buscamos con todos nuestros socios un crecimiento sostenible, transparente y justo. Nuestra historia, que empezó en 1967, es la de compromiso con las comunidades alpaqueras, con nuestros colaboradores y con la industria. Una historia en la que crecemos todos.
Show you Paco Marca. This is where Grupo Inca works our fiber for your upcoming collections. Come. I'll show you. Saluda, Fernando.
Hola.
Fernando is an alpaca farmer. And like everyone here, he protects the ancestral legacy that looks after our culture, my family, and of course, the environment. Here, there are experts who work with innovative and sustainable processes. And their genetic research has achieved unbelievable things, such as saving the great variety of natural colors of the alpaca. Like my black colored fiber. Oh yeah. Or creating an ultra soft and long-lasting fiber for the top brands in the world. Well, there really is so much to show you and tell you about Grupo Inca, but I don't want to take more of your time. I know you're a busy person, so if you want to know more, I'm leaving you this link. Bye! Take care! Ciao, ciao!
nombre es John Tulca Ponce. La Pachamama es para nosotros, merece nuestro gran respeto, ¿no? Porque en ello vivimos, convivimos con nuestras familias, también con nuestros animales. El animal que tenemos lo valoramos por su fibra, más que todo, ¿no? Y también nos da ese abrigo, y por ello a nuestros animales siempre lo respetamos, lo valoramos.
Mi nombre es Darío Anconeira Seiko. La alpaca es nuestra vida, fuente de vida aquí en esta altura. Nosotros lo estimamos mucho a los animales porque nos da nuestra alimentación, nos da nuestra fuente de vida. Para nosotros el animal, la alpaca es como nuestra familia. Vivimos diariamente con la alpaca, lo estimamos mucho. En Pachamama no habría alpaca, no viviríamos nosotros, no habría agua. Por ende, hay veces tenemos un reconocimiento a la Pachamama.
Soy Mateo Macedo, trabajo en Clamasa hace 5 años, soy subgerente comercial en esta compañía. Considero que el proceso de trabajar alpaca es súper sagrado porque la conexión que llegan a lograr la naturaleza con los pequeños ecosistemas que viven alrededor de donde está la naturaleza de este animal, logra que podamos abrigar al mundo en general, ¿no? Somos el tercer exportador de fibra de alpaca y eso nos llena de orgullo saber que hay personas con nosotros que tienen más de 30 años trabajando y que el crecimiento y la evolución de la empresa se viene gracias a que con sus manos hemos podido lograr crecer. Debería sentirse orgulloso, los peruanos deberíamos estar orgullosos de tener un animal tan noble y a la vez tan fino y que nos reconozcan desde el principio a fin, ¿no? Desde el trabajo que hacen las comunidades, desde el proceso que es el clasificado, con estas manos que son sagradas, las maestras, llegarlo a la parte industrial, ser muy cuidadoso con los parámetros para que llegue a un producto final que en el caso de Clamasa es el top.
Clamasa busca directamente el trato directo con los productores alpaqueros porque estamos convencidos que son el inicio de la cadena y el que sostiene todo este negocio. Todos aquí llevamos ese cariño, ese calor, esa fuerza que viene desde la Pachamama hasta el final de nuestro proceso, donde tenemos nuestros top que tienen una calidad no solamente en producción, no solamente como producto, sino que tiene el calor y la calidad humana que nosotros admiramos desde el campo hasta el final de nuestro proceso.
En toda la cadena de valor, buscamos con todos nuestros socios un crecimiento sostenible.
Muchas gracias por estar de regreso, por haber tomado su café y sus bocadillos tan rápidamente.
Thank you for coming back again so quickly.
Durante la pandemia,
During the pandemic,
un gran problema
a great logistic problem arose. There were bottlenecks. There was a scarcity of raw material, prime material.
Suelen haber cuellos de botella logísticos que se quieren superar. Algunas empresas, por ejemplo,
some companies, for example, have decided to relocate themselves to be closer to the productive chains, to strengthen relationships with distribution chains and also with the supply chains. But in general, these problems can worsen. On Wednesday, there was a very interesting talk here, Juan Pepper, who's the president of the AIA, spoke about the great problem that can be generated in some years due to the scarcity of herders. This is a very complicated topic, and logistics is problematic for the fashion and alpaca industry. That's why I want to invite Juan Carlos Aragón. He's a business development manager of Woolmark Company, and he has under his charge a talk which is called Boosting Sustainable Supply Chains Through Collaboration.
Gracias por la presentación. Buenas tardes
Thank you.
todos.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Agradecer a la
I want to
Asociación
thank the
Internacional de
AIA
Alpaca por darnos esta
for giving
oportunidad
us this opportunity
poder presentar a
of being able to
Woolmark,
present
y cómo
Woolmark,
está
and as Woolmark
desarrollando y
is
trabajando
developing
cadenas de
and producing
suministro sostenibles.
sustainable supply chains.
Pero primero me gustaría
Let's speak first
empezar comentando qué hace
about telling you
Woolmark,
what Woolmark
qué es Woolmark,
does.
qué hace
What
Woolmark,
is
¿no? Que es
Woolmark?
una
What does it do?
pregunta bastante
It's
recurrente
quite
cuando
a
converso con
recurrent
distintos
question when I
personajes
talk
o
with different
distintas
people
personas en
or
la
different
industria
people
textil.
in the textile industry.
Woolmark es una
Woolmark
organización sin
is
fines de
a
lucro que
non-profit organization that
representa
represents
60,000
60,000 Australian
y
herders,
su misión
and
principal
its
es
main mission is to
promover el
promote
uso y el
the
aprovechamiento
use and
responsable
reutilization
de la fibra de lana
of
a través de
the
toda la
wool
cadena de
fiber
suministro,
through
¿no?
all the supply
Empezando desde
chain,
los criadores de ovejas,
from the
pasando por los
breeders,
procesadores,
shepherds to
los
processing,
diseñadores
to
y llegando
designers,
finalmente
and reaching
al consumidor
finally to
final.
and getting to the final consumer.
Acá algunos números
Here
de
are
la
some
industria
figures
australiana de la lana.
of the world, of
Estos
the wool
60,000
industry.
ovejeros
These
gestionan
60,000
alrededor de
wool
72
growers
millones
have more or
de
less
ovejas
72 million
que
sheep,
producen anualmente entre
who annually
300 y
produce
350
an
millones de
average of
kilos
328 million kilos
de fibra de lana,
of
con un
wool
valor
fiber,
comercial
with a
de alrededor
commercial
de
value
4.000 millones de
around
dólares.
$3.6
Actualmente
billion.
debe estar entre la
Currently,
cuarta o
it should be
quinta
in the fourth or
actividad
fifth
comercial más
commercial
importante
activity
del
that's
país.
most important in the country.
Casi la totalidad de
Nearly
la
all
fibra de lana
of
producida en
the
Australia
wool
es
produced
exportada
in
y el
Australia is
80%
exported,
se
and
va directamente a
80%
China,
goes directly to
convirtiendo a
China,
China en uno de los
converting
países
China
más
into one
grandes
of
o
the
más, los procesadores más
one of the
grandes
most
de
greatest
la,
processors.
globalmente. Luego una parte va
Then
hacia
some
Italia,
goes
otra
to
parte hacia
Italy,
India,
another part to
pero es
India,
China quien se
but
lleva la
it's
gran
China
cantidad de
who
lo que es
takes
la fibra de lana
the
australiana.
largest quantity of Australian wool
Más del
fiber.
80%
More
de
than
las fibras de
80% of
lana
the wool
superfinas
fibers that are
se
super
producen en
fine are
Australia.
produced in
Y cuando
Australia.
hablamos de lana
And we speak
superfinas
about
nos
super
referimos
fine wool, we're
a
referring
lanas que
to
tienen una finura
wool that have a
menor a
fineness
18.5
under
micras.
18.5
El
microns.
80% de los
80% of the
flocks que
flocks
se manejan en
that
Australia
are
son de
managed in
merino.
Australia come from
Y
merino,
el clip promedio
and the
australiano
average
está alrededor
Australian
de los
clip is around
20.5
20,
micrones.
25
Pero podemos
microns,
encontrar
but we can find
fibras más finas, ¿no?
finer
Desde 11 micras, 14 micras,
fibers
16 micras,
until
que son títulos
14 micros,
bastante
which
finos.
are quite fine titles.
Un dato interesante
An
es
interesting
que
piece of data
el consumo
is
de
that the
lana
consumption
a
of
nivel
wool
global
globally
representa en volumen el
represents
1.2%,
1.2%
pero en valor
globally, but in
representa
value
8%.
it represents
Y eso nos da un dato
8%
interesante,
and gives
¿no?
us
Nos
interesting
indica
information.
la
It
importancia
indicates,
que
tells us the
tiene la fibra y
importance
su
that
valor
fiber has
comercial
and its
dentro de la industria
commercial
textil.
value inside the textile industry.
Woolmark tiene
Woolmark
su oficina principal
has
en
its
Sydney, Australia,
head office
y
in Sydney,
oficinas
Australia,
y centros de
and
desarrollo y
offices
expansión
and
a
development
nivel global.
centers globally.
Aquí, para responder
Here,
la segunda
to
pregunta,
answer the
¿qué es lo que
second
hace
question,
Woolmark?
what
Quiero
does Woolmark
presentarles
do? I
este
want to
video.
show you this video.
Trabajamos desde las granjas,
We work
dando
from the
herramientas a
farms,
los criadores,
giving
desarrollando,
the tools, we help the producers,
creamos programas de
we have education programs,
hospitales,
laboratories,
investigación y desarrollo,
research and development,
marketing,
marketing,
campañas globales,
global
promoviendo las
campaigns,
prácticas
promoting
naturales,
the use of natural fibers,
certificaciones
certifications
para garantizar calidad de productos
to
en base a
guarantee
lana.
the quality of our products of wool. As you have seen, there are many things that Walmart offers to the supply chain to be able to make a responsible reutilization of wool. That's why it's difficult to answer that question directly. Sometimes people don't have it clear what Walmart does precisely for industry. To go closing this topic, Walmart, in collaboration with designers, brands, and retailers, is in a constant lookout of supply chain optimization through tools such as WoolUp. It's a way of being able to give industry an access to a global network of providers, of suppliers, wood products. Walmart invests a lot in research and development. In the last years, they have invested over $20 million in education programs and trainings. On the 1st of November, the official launching of the Walmart Performance Challenge, which is a competition that looks to incentivize students who are in the textile industry to present ideas to develop sport apparel for a partner we have in Europe in three aspects, in three types of sports: cyclism, automobilism, and motocross. These students are going to have the opportunity, the finalists are going to be able to do internships in laboratories of this company, apart from having economical compensations and also being able to gain all the training experience during the process. We've already invited Textile Engineering University to sign an agreement so that the students can submit their ideas, and if there's anyone here who's involved or belongs to institutions or universities related to textile engineering, please, we can talk afterwards and we can tell you how you can do so that your students can have access to this competition. And next year, we're going to do the launching of International Walmart Prize. It is to promote emerging creators, and the final phase is done in Paris with a jury of a lot of experience to be able to choose a designer who is going to be given a quantity of money so he can develop an interest. So it's many things that Walmart does for the industry. There are several fronts where Walmart works, increasing the development of sustainable supply chains, certifications, through initiatives on sustainability, through global campaigns, innovation in processes, tools for supplying, or platforms, learning platforms. In 1994, the logo of Walmart was launched, which up to date is one of the textile logos which is most recognized in the textile industry. And this is accompanied with a certification. And during these 60 years, we have certified 5 billion wool products, which gives us a guarantee of quality, performance, and durability, which is inside the principles of sustainability. What does sustainability tell us? We develop products that are guaranteed and have a long, useful life. Also, we have over 650 licensed partners committed with all these initiatives that are sustainable. Inside this package of certification, Walmart has developed a specification to be able to certify recycled wool. There is a demand that's growing, particularly in premium markets and young consumers, of using or buying garments that have recycled materials. And so through this certification, we support circularity of the fashion industry. promoting the use of recyclable materials in the production of garments, and this encourages behavior regarding the use and recycling through all the supply chain. Then, a couple of months back, Walmart made the official launching of Walmart Plus, which is a plan which looks to empower farm breeders, sheep breeders, and all people along the supply chain to be able to accelerate this transition towards a textile industry that can live more harmoniously with the environment. Walmart Plus has 3 initiatives which are grouped in 3 segments. One, which goes mainly directed to communities and farms of sheep owners. Another segment of circularity. The most initiative is the one we call Positive Nature. For example, here we have initiatives on reduction of greenhouse gas emissions or storage of carbon in the farms where sheep are raised. This is really quite a wide subject. If anyone is interested in getting to know more of these initiatives, I invite you to enter the website of walmartplus.com, or we can talk after this presentation.
Make the Label
Count is a campaign that looks to look for transparency in all the products, showing the impact, the actual impact that the material have, that the garments are made of, generating or producing or motivating a more informed decision-making information when they buy things. There are many organizations among manufacturers or fiber producers, brands, retailers, and environmental. Since its launching in October in Brussels in 2022, a great quantity of meetings have been done with the Commission, with the European Commissions, presenting legislation, and they've also organized visits to farms of merino wool or mohair. For example, I would like to also thank the AIA because it is part of this campaign. So up to now, we have seen how Walmart, through certifications, they promote circularity, or through global campaigns, they also promote transparency in the use of materials and impact directly sustainability of the textile industry. But Walmart also invests in research and development, and it's in this sense that they seek solutions to real problems in the industry. We know that the consumption of water, for example, is quite intensive in the textile industry regarding dyeing, finishing, or for example, the use of chemical products to be able to give additional properties like the field repellents, which affect the environment. So it's in this, it's for this that Walmart works constantly on research and development. And here I wanted to show you briefly some of them. A problem that's quite common that the wool has is the shrinking of the garments. In collaboration with a Spanish company of genealogy, we have Woolap, a process which consists on a treatment with ozone, which lets us in some way to clean the fibers, to modify the cuticle barber scales. As you can see on the left-hand side, you can see a fiber that hasn't been treated, and on the right hand, we see fiber that has been treated, and it's much smoother. And this treatment mitigates, removes the risk that the garment garments, the wool garments, can shrink in a treatment that's totally sustainable. Once the ozone is processed, this is liberated as oxygen into the atmosphere.
Lo interesante de
The
esta
interesting
tecnología
thing
es
about
que
this
tiene un
technology,
software que
it
nos
has a software
permite
which lets us
medir,
measure
comparar el
and
impacto
compare
que
the
tiene este
impact
proceso
that
en
this
el medio
process has
ambiente.
on the environment.
Hablamos del impacto
We talk about the
en el
impact
consumo de
on the consumption of
agua, en el
water,
consumo de
the
energía,
consumption of
por
energy,
ejemplo,
for
en el
example,
consumo
and
de
the
sustancias
consumption
químicas,
of chemical substances,
inclusive
inclusively
en el consumo de horas
on the
hombre.
consumption of man
Entonces, si
hours.
comparamos
So if
un
we
proceso
compare
estándar
a
donde se
standard
utiliza
process where they
sustancias
use
químicas como el
chemical
cloro
substances
para
like
evitar el
chlorine
encogimiento
to
de
avoid
prendas,
shrinkage
vemos
of garments,
dentro de
we
este
can see that
score
inside the
estamos
score
hablando
that we're
de
speaking
un
about
proceso con
a
alto
process
impacto
with high
en el medio
impact
ambiente.
on the environment.
Con este nuevo
With
proceso
this new
Wool Up
process, Wool Up,
tenemos un
we have
proceso
a
que
process
es con un impacto
that has
mucho
a
menor
much lower impact
dentro de este score.
inside the
Entonces,
score.
de una manera
So in
tangible,
a
estamos
tangible
presentando
way, we're
soluciones
presenting
a
solutions
problemáticas reales.
to real problems.
Como les decía
As I said
un inicio,
at the beginning,
el uso intensivo
the
de agua es otra
intensive
problemática
use of
que
water is
tiene la
also a
industria
problem that
textil.
the textile industry
Es en ese
has.
sentido
It's
que
in this
también,
sense
en
that
colaboración
in
con esta empresa
collaboration with this
americana
American company
se ha
Colorized,
desarrollado
we have
un
developed
agente,
an agent,
humectante y un
a
catalizador
wetting
para
agent,
poder
and a
teñir
catalyzer to
hilos
be able to
de
dye
lana y algodón
yarn made from wool
en
and
un
cotton
circuito cerrado
in a
con un
loop
uso casi cero de
system
agua.
with nearly zero
Actualmente
use of water,
eso,
which
los que
currently,
conocen de la industria
those of you who
textil,
know
en teoría
textile
se
industry,
consume cantidades de
in
agua. Por
dyeing,
cada kilo
lots of water is used. For each
tela o
kilo
de fibra
of fabric
teñida se
that is
pueden
dyed,
consumir
we
hasta
can
8 o 10
use up to
litros de
8
agua.
or 10 liters of water.
Existe
There is
actualmente
also
un acuerdo de
an
confidencialidad con esta compañía que
confidentiality
vence
agreement
enero del
with this company
2025 y es allí
which
donde vamos a
expires in
poder
January
compartir
next
mayor
year,
información
which will
con
be
el
able to
sector,
share
como
more
el
information
tema de las
with the sector
características de solideces,
regarding the color
tacto,
fastness,
otros temas de
feel,
calidad
the
que son
hand
bastante
feel, and more
importantes.
quality
Y también nos va a
aspects which are also
permitir
important.
invitar
And so we
a
can also
distintas
invite
compañías
different
a poder
companies
hacer pruebas
to
de
be able to do
concepto. Sería muy
testing
interesante que
regarding
podamos hacer
concepts.
pruebas de
It would be
hilos
interesting to do
de
tests
mezclas de
on
lana con
yarns
alpaca, por
with
ejemplo.
blending fibers from alpaca and wool, for
Seguramente
example.
están
Probably
familiarizados con el
you
término
know
PFAs.
about the
¿Qué son los
PFAs. What are the
Son sustancias
PFAs?
químicas
These are
que se
chemical
utilizan en el
substances
sector
that are
textil
used in the
para
textile
darle un
industry to
tratamiento
give a
de
treatment
repelencia o
for
de
repel
impermeabilidad
or
a tejidos o prendas textiles.
to textile garments.
Una repelencia al agua o a
There's
manchas.
They're water
¿Cuál es el gran
resistant
problema?
or stain
Estas
resistant.
sustancias químicas,
These
cuando son
chemical
liberadas
substances, when
en el
they're
medio ambiente,
liberated into the
permanecen por
environment,
muchos
they
años.
remain there for many
Inclusive
years.
llegan
Inclusively,
a ingresar
they get to
organismos vivos,
enter into
generando
live
graves problemas de
organisms,
salud.
creating serious health problems.
Es en esa línea que
It's in that
también
line
Woolmark
that
desarrolla
Woolmark
esta
develops
tecnología
this
que le llama
technology
Optim
that they call it
para
Optim
poder
to be able to
producir
produce
tejidos de 100%
the weave,
lana y merino, 100%
100% merino,
a través de un proceso
100%
físico,
natural,
que en
through a
resumen
physical
es
process, which
darle
in
una
summary
alta
is
tensión a
given
los
high
hilos
tension
en el
to
momento de la altura,
to
y esta
yarn,
tensión es
and this
liberada en el
tension
momento
is
de la
released at the
tejeduría,
moment of
produciendo
knitting,
tejidos altamente
producing
compactos,
knits that are
dando el
very,
mismo
very
efecto,
complex,
como
giving the
pueden ver
same
en
effect
la
as you can
parte
see
superior
in the upper part,
derecha de la
in
pantalla,
the right part,
el mismo efecto de
you can see the same
para sustancias líquidas.
for the liquid, how it
La
repels
prenda
liquids.
que ven
The
en
garment you
en
see
la diapositiva
and
es
on the
una prenda
slide
hecha con 100%
is
merino.
made with 100% merino.
Y todas estas
And all these
innovaciones, todos estos nuevos desarrollos,
all this new
nosotros los
development,
presentamos
we present
en
them
el Wool Lab.
in the Wool Lab.
El Wool Lab es
Wool
una
Lab
colección por
is a
temporada,
collection by
donde se
seasons,
presentan todas las
where all the
innovaciones en
innovations are
desarrollos a
presented
nivel
in
global
development globally
de lo que son hilos y tejidos.
regarding yarns and
Y también
knits,
es una herramienta
and
de
it's
acceso
also
a
an
una red
access
global de
tool
proveedores de
towards a
productos
network
de
of
lana y
producers of
mezclas. Existe
of
también una
different products.
versión digital que
There's a
se lanzó
digital version which was
en la época de
launched
la pandemia
in
y
the,
actualmente sigue
during the
en
pandemic. It is
funcionamiento.
currently still functioning.
Y de ir acabando, me gustaría
I would
invitarlos
like to
a
invite you
participar y a
to take
unirse
part
a la
and get to
plataforma
join this,
digital de
this
aprendizaje que
digital
tiene
learning
Woolmark. Pueden escanear ese código QR y los va a
learning
llevar
center they have. You
directamente a
can
un
scan
módulo
this
para
QR
que puedan
code and this will
profundizar
take you
sus
to a module
conocimientos
where you
en
can
lo que es sostenibilidad en la
deepen,
industria
know
de la
your
lana y
knowledge
Y no solo van a
about the
encontrar
wool.
este curso de sostenibilidad
You
en la
won't only
plataforma
find this on the
de
platform
van a
on
encontrar
Woolmark. You
infinidad de
will
cursos,
find many
principalmente
courses,
divididos en
many
principios básicos,
regarding
temas de
basic
ciencia,
principles
de
regarding
sostenibilidad,
science,
en crianza
sustainability,
de ovejas
breeding of
y
sheep,
en moda y
and
diseño.
fashion and design.
Y para terminar,
And to
quería mostrar
finish,
este
I
video
wanted
que
to
es
show you
parte de la campaña
this
Use
video,
Wool,
which
Not
is
Waste,
part of
que es
the
el primer
campaign
video de la
Use Wool,
campaña.
Not Waste, which is the first video of the campaign. Cada 25 minutos, una piscina del tamaño olímpico de petróleo se usa. Es tiempo de cambiar.
Parte de una campaña que
This is
promueve
part
el
of a
uso de
campaign
fibras naturales.
that promotes the use of natural fibers in textile
Ya que
industry.
en los últimos años
Because in the
las
last year,
sintéticas
synthetic fibers
exponencial.
have grown exponentially, so it's important
Se promueva
there-
el uso de fibras naturales, ¿no?
that the
Como la
use
lana,
of
como la
natural
alpaca, como
fiber
el algodón.
should be promoted.
Bueno, muchas gracias
Thank you very much
por su asistencia. Si
for
tienen alguna
being
consulta,
here.
por
If you have
favor,
any
alguna
question,
pregunta, me la hacen llegar.
you
O
can
si desean, pueden
send it
escanear
to
el
me, or you
QR
can
para
scan
tener
the
mis datos
QR
y también
code.
poder hacerme llegar consultas
And you can also
sobre los
ask me
temas que hemos
questions
tocado.
through the website.
Sí, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Gracias. Hace unos años
A few years ago,
tuve la oportunidad
I had the
de
opportunity
hacer un gran reportaje para la
do
publicación de un
a report
libro
on
que
the
se llamaba
publication
La
of a
niña de
book,
los 500
which is
años,
called The Child, the Girl of
sobre el descubrimiento
500
de
years, on the
la llamada
discovery
momia Juanita,
of the
una niña
Juanita mummy,
sacrificada
a
hace 500
sacrificed
años,
girl 500 years
cuyos
ago,
hielos del Ampato
who was found on the ice part of the Ampato, and they were conserved as if she had died the day before.
En medio de esas
In
investigaciones,
the middle of
tuve
this research, I had conversations
entrevistas
and
con
interviews with Johann
Reicher,
Reicher, discoverer of Juanita and the children of Lulayacu,
José Antonio
and
Chávez,
José Antonio Chávez, an archaeologist
también participó
who also
de estas
participated in
expediciones y de
these
la planeación de
expeditions.
estas expediciones. Y me mostraron
And they showed me
un hermoso
a beautiful
tejido inca, una prenda
Inca
preciosa de color azul.
knitwear, beautiful
Y inmediatamente ellos me
blue,
dijeron, esto
and
era
they
del
told
Inca.
me this was
Me
made for
explicaron
the Inca.
que el color azul
This
era muy
garment,
difícil
they said
de
the
obtener
blue
para los
was very
tejidos
difficult
y
to
que eso
obtain for all the
evidentemente no
knitwork.
era ni siquiera para un noble,
It wasn't
sino
just for
específicamente
any
para el
noble person. It was specifically
Es una cuestión
obtained
muy
for the
interesante.
Inca. This is
Y
very
hago toda esta
interesting,
introducción
and I
porque,
speak
la
about this
siguiente
because the
y quinta
following and
ponencia
fifth presentation
tiene que ver con
has
la
to do
sustentabilidad
with
en el
sustainability
teñido,
in the dyeing,
el biopigmento del futuro.
the biopigment of the
Y,
future.
quiero invitar
And I
a
want to ask Jacqueline
ella es
Cruz,
cofundadora y
she's
directora
co-founder
ejecutiva de
and
LECARA,
CEO of
para que
LECARA,
nos hable
so she
al
can
respecto.
speak to us regarding this.
La recibimos con un aplauso.
Let's give her a round of applause.
Yo soy cofundadora del
I'm
Centro de
co-founder of
Investigación
the
LECARA.
Research
Y lo que
Center
hacemos es el
LECARA. What we do
desarrollo
is
e
to develop
investigación
and
de nuevos
research
biomateriales
on new biomaterials that are sustainable.
Nosotros vimos que
We
había
saw
una falta de
that there was a lack of chemicals to be able to give certain treatments to the fabric, that they be sustainable, the use of dyeing,
fibras
and also
sustentables sí hay
sustainable
varias, pero eso era lo que estaba
fibers there
faltando, y
are,
por
but
lo
that
que
was what was
muchas veces
lacking,
están
and many times
utilizando las
they're using
fibras que no son
fibers that are
sustentables y
not
que son
sustainable,
sintéticas
and they're
derivadas de
synthetic,
plástico.
derived from plastics.
La solución que
The
vimos para
solution that
esto
we
es
saw for
poder
this was to be
aplicar
able to
la
apply
innovación
innovation
y adoptar
and
materiales
adopt
que sean más
materials
sustentables.
that are more sustainable.
Bueno, los
Well,
beneficios
the
creo que ya
benefits,
han
I
hablado
think,
mucho sobre
that
esto,
a lot have
pero
been
nos
spoken
ayuda a
about,
poder
but it helps us
reducir
to
nuestra huella de
reduce our
carbono
carbon footprint
y promover
and also
este
promote
abastecimiento
this
ético en
ethical
toda la
supply
cadena.
along all the chain.
Esto es promovido por
This is
nosotros como
promoted by
consumidores,
ourselves
ya
as
que se está
consumers
viendo una
because
tendencia
there
por la
is a
búsqueda
tendency
de nuevos
to look
materiales
for more
sustentables. Los
sustainable
consumidores
products. The
ya están
consumers
viendo de
are
dónde
already
provienen
seeing where
la ropa que
where
ellos
the
compran,
garments they
dónde
buy
ha sido
come from,
obtenida,
where it has been
quiénes son las
dyed,
personas
who are
que
the
la
people
han
who have
producido, ya
produced
que
the
esto
garments,
afecta en
because
toda
this
la
affects
trazabilidad de
in
nuestras
all
prendas que
traceability of the
utilizamos.
garments that we use.
La
The
importancia de
importance
poder utilizar
in being able
materiales
to use
sustentables
sustainable
radica
materials
en que
comes
tenemos un
from
impacto
that we have
medioambiental,
environmental
también
impact
social
and
y
social also,
todo basa
and
de
all
la
comes from
sensibilización de los
sensitization
consumidores
of the
que estén en
consumers,
búsqueda
that they
de
be
estas
searching
prendas que
for
sean
these
más
garments
sustentables
so
para
that
que
they
las
are more
empresas
sustainable, so the
puedan
companies
enfocarse
can
en toda la
focus themselves on
trazabilidad
all the
del
traceability
proceso
of the process,
y puedan
and they can
producir más
produce
prendas sustentables.
more sustainable garments.
Aquí tengo algunos
Here I have
ejemplos.
some examples.
Esta fue una colaboración
This was a
que hizo
collaboration
Adidas
that
con esta
Adidas
empresa,
made with
en
this
el cual
company,
hicieron,
where they
utilizaron plástico
used
reciclado
recycled
para poder hacer
plastic
esas
to be
zapatillas
able to do
que
these
eran,
sneakers.
que se enfocaban en el tema
They
de
were focused
sustentabilidad.
on sustainability.
Aquí hay otra
Here,
empresa,
there's another company,
Pangaya, que
Pangaya,
hizo una
which
colección
made
con
a collection with colorifics,
utilizaron
and they
pigmentos de
used
bacterias modificadas,
pigments from
los
modified
cuales pudieron
bacteria,
dar diferentes colores.
which gave
La
different
única problemática
colors.
en
The
esto
only
es que
problem
los
here
colores
is that the
aún eran
colors
bajos
were still
y no
quite
se
low,
comparaban con
and
los
they weren't
tintes químicos.
comparable with the chemical dyes.
Y también hay
And
otros
also there are
ejemplos
other
como los
examples,
pigmentos
such
que
as
vienen de algas.
pigments that come from
La
algae.
problemática en
The
este
problem
caso es
here
el tema
is
de la solidez del color
the
a la luz,
fastness
que no resiste
of the
mucho.
color before light. This doesn't resist much light.
En cuanto al proceso, hay
Regarding
algunas
the
otras
process, there's some other
alternativas,
alternatives,
ya que esta empresa,
because
Daico,
this
ha
country,
hecho un
Daico,
teñido que
has
en vez de
made
utilizar
dyeing,
agua,
instead of using
utilizan
water,
CO2
they use
para poder
CO2
teñir,
to be able
lo
to
cual
dye,
reduce
which
mucho la
reduces contamination
del
a
agua
lot
que se ve en los
in the
tintes
water.
químicos. Pero aún así,
But
queda
even so,
el proceso
there
que,
is still
si
the
es que ustedes han
process.
visto a veces lavando jeans en la
Washing
lavadora,
the blue
se ve de
jeans
que
by
se
in the
bota
washing machine,
mucho de este
a lot
tinte,
of this
y estos
dye
tintes
comes
son
out, and these dyes
contaminantes y
are
terminan
polluting
contaminando
and end up
los
polluting
ríos,
the
mares,
rivers,
etc.
oceans, etc.
Entonces, lo ideal
The
es poder
idea
tener
would
un
be able to
modelo
have
de
a model
economía circular
of
en el que
circular
no se
economy
generen estos
where
residuos tóxicos
this
que
toxic
terminan
waste is not
contaminando
generated,
nuestros
but they end
mares,
up polluting
suelos,
our
aire,
oceans,
etc.
soils, air, etc.
Y para eso,
And for
bueno, hay
this,
diferentes tipos
there
de
are different
avances
types
en
of
cuanto a la
progress
ciencia de los
regarding
materiales,
science of the
textiles
materials,
de uso
textiles,
biológico,
or biological
impresión
use,
3D
3D
y otras
printing,
alternativas
and other alternatives
sostenibles
that are
para
sustainable
poder
to be
tener
able to
materiales
have
más sustentables.
more sustainable materials.
Y muchas
And
de
a lot
estas
of these
alternativas
alternatives
que
that
hemos
we have
visto
seen
se
are
basan en
based
la
on
colaboración,
collaboration,
cuando ciertas
where
empresas
certain
no
companies
cuentan
do
con
not
estas
count with these
alternativas,
alternatives. They generate
con
collaborations
centros de
with
investigación
research
u otras
centers or
alianzas,
other
como hemos visto
alliances,
en los
as we have
ejemplos,
seen in
para poder
examples, to
crear
be able
estas
to create these
colecciones, más
collections
sustentables.
that are more sustainable.
Entonces, estas
So,
prácticas
these
sustentables
sustainable
se enfocan
practices
en
are
el
focused on the
proceso,
process, in the materials,
incluso en la
inclusively
energía
in
que sea
the
eficiente
energy that
y
it
también
be sufficient,
reducir
and
los
also
desperdicios o
reducing
sino
the waste
reutilizarlos
or
para poder
reusing them
generar
to be able
esta economía
to
circular.
use this circular economy.
En otro
In another,
punto, también
another
hay
point,
ciertos
there
materiales
are also
biodegradables
certain
y eso que también
biodegradable
nosotros
materials,
nos intentamos
and which
enfocar
we're
es que
trying to
al
focus
final del
ourselves
uso
on.
de
At the
vida
end
del
of the
producto,
use
los materiales
of
que
the
utilizamos
materials that
no
we use
terminen en
do
los
not end
basureros
up
como
in
hemos
the
visto,
trash
sino que
cans,
estos puedan ser
but that they can be compostable
biodegradables
and
para no
biodegradable
contaminar el
so as not to
planeta.
contaminate the
Porque de nada
planet,
sirve
because
que tengamos
it's no
un
use
proceso
having a
sustentable, pero
sustainable
al
process, but
añadirle un
on
tinte
adding
químico,
a chemical
esto
dye,
ya no puede
this
ser
can no longer
biodegradable y
be
termina en vertederos
biodegradable,
contaminando.
and it ends up in the landfills contaminated. fascinating. That's why we've seen many alternatives that use the recycling and reutilization. But in our case, we want to go one step beyond that our own materials do not have any polluting aspects, but that they be totally biodegradable. And that's why, in our case, we're focusing on innovation. More specifically, we use biotechnology to be able to create these new biomaterials. And so we can reduce our carbon footprint in the textile industry. This impact, as I'm going to show you further on, is given in the waste residues. They can't be treated, they don't contaminate. In our processes, we've done lots of tests, and our waste can be used as compost, which is, instead of polluting, they're helping the farm side, the agricultural side. And that's why it's very important to be able to have the collaboration among all the value chain, the fashion, all materials, all the process. That means producing a garment. Focusing ourselves on the perspectives in the future, that's why we're focused on the development of these materials, using biotechnology to be able to comply with the objectives, not only in our region, but also the objectives that are global, regarding those that are limiting, the limitations that laws are giving, and the use of contaminating chemicals that are being prohibited globally, though some of these are still being used in our country. So, in the research center at Lecara, we're focused on this research and development of sustainable biomaterials. We have diverse research made regarding biopigments, bioleather, bioplastics, nanoparticles, to be able to add diverse properties to textiles without using toxic chemicals, sustainable fibers with functional properties such as hydrophobicity, which repel water, or that they be antibacterial, but without using any toxic chemical to be able to produce them, among others. For this, we count with several laboratories and researchers from different areas, chemistry, biology, microbiology, nanotechnology, to be able to obtain these products. And all this is focused on being able to comply with sustainable goals, having zero contaminant waste and zero toxic chemicals, because our processes are part of a circular economy. Here's a bit more about our team. And thanks to our research, we've had global visibility in several magazines and journals at World of Vogue, Rolling Stone, Nature Biotechnology, which is more a scientific journal. And we've won several international prizes, among these the Global Change Award, which is a prize which is known as a Nobel Prize regarding fashion, more focused on sustainable and we have several alliances locally, the Santa Maria Católica Santa Maria University, and we wanted originally that fashion can be a sustainable industry because, as we know, it's the second most polluting globally. And to give some examples of how it contaminates, these are liters of water that are used per year, which are 9 billion. It's proven that more than 8 dyes cause cancer, and we have them in food, in clothes, etc. And they can be absorbed through the skin. And 20% of contamination of the world water comes specifically from garment dyeing. I'm going to give you a video of our biopigments so you can see how they can be used in the dyeing and the conventional dyeing machines.
Bueno, para poder desarrollar
to be able to
nuestros
develop
biopigmentos,
our
nosotros
biopigments,
utilizamos
we
una
use
biotransformación metabólica avanzada.
an advanced
Lo que hemos
metabolic
hecho es
biotransformation,
seleccionar
which is
diversos
selecting different
microorganismos
microorganisms, and we
y hemos
formed
formado un
a microbian
consorcio
consortium, which makes it
utilizamos
sustainable as we use agro-industrial residues to feed these microorganisms, and then these produce the diverse colors that we have been able to see, which are colors that are intense, they have high fastness, they're very fast, and they go through a process of purification to be able to obtain these high-quality dyes. What we obtain at the end are zero toxic chemicals and zero contaminating residues in our process, and it's also part of a circular economy because we're using residues from other industry, in this case, which is agro-industrial. If we compare ourselves with the chemical dyes, in our case, it's scalable and producible. Sometimes we've seen that with natural dyes, the colors can't be replicated. In our production of one to another production, colors are exactly the same. We also have a competitive cost of production. We use residues to feed our microorganisms, and as I mentioned, at the end of the life cycle of product, it can be biodegradable. And also we can see there's a high demand worldwide, as I commented, regarding more sustainable materials, specifically with biopigments. Well, here is our team, and specifically for this project, we're being supported by a sustainable fashion designer. We want to change in the fashion industry one color at a time. Thank you very much. Well, this has been the last presentation, but there's still maybe the part where we can all take part in a conversation where there's going to be an interchange of ideas on this important theme, which is fashion. While we go getting ready for this roundtable, I wanted to remind you that those that we are in the International Year of Camelids, decreed by the United Nations, and they're worrying information, but also some interesting information that have been arising during these academic days. One of them has to do with the population of the Bactrian camelids, those are the ones with the two humps and the dromedarians, those with a long neck, has gone duplicating in the last 2 decades. They went from being in 2001 21 million, now they're nearly 40 million, 39 million to be exact, and the situation of the South American camelids is also getting better, above all, regarding the vicuña. Juan Pepper said that at one moment that it was thought that there were 15,000 vicuñas, and today there are nearly 350,000, 7.5 million alpaca, 4 million llamas, and 600 guanacos. On the other thematic axis, they spoke about several interesting things also that they had to do with the future, the sustainable future of this productive chain and the breeding of alpacas. But there was a topic which resulted as being especially interesting, which wasn't developed very much, which has to do with artificial intelligence. This is entering the industry. Also, Gustavo Gutierrez, one of the presenters of the Molina University, told me that there already is a program that is being in the experimental stage for selecting the fiber
esto que era
this was which was basically done by women, now can some way be replicated and be as efficient with AI. And now we have listened of different aspects of fashion. Now we have everything ready. I'd like to call
al estrado a la moderadora Mariana
Macías, she's director of the Academic
del Sur.
Fashion and the Instituto del Sur. I also want to call
los expositores, a Claudio
Sala, Julieta Pool,
a Juan Carlos
Aragón
y a Jacqueline Cruz, para que demos inicio
so
a
we can
este
start
conversatorio.
this conversation.
Bien en el medio.
Nos han sentado como en fiesta 15, los chicos y las chicas.
They've seated the girls separated from the boys.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias
Thank you very
a
much
los expositores.
to the presenters.
Hemos tenido
We've had
exposiciones muy enriquecedoras.
very
Creo
enriching
que
presentations.
cada
I
uno en
think
en
each
su
one of
área.
you in their area.
Voy a comenzar
I'm
en
going to
orden
begin in order
por exposiciones.
by presentations.
Yo voy a hacer solo
I'm
una
going
pregunta a
to
cada uno
just
y
make
luego
one
ya
question to each
me
one,
gustaría
and then I
escuchar
would
que
like to
el
listen.
público también participe.
I would like to hear have participation from the
Claudio,
public.
yo quería
Claudio,
saber,
I wanted to know
bueno, el trabajo que ustedes
the work
hacen
that you
es
do
algo que
is
nunca pensé
something
ver
that I never thought of seeing.
¿Qué se va a hacer
And
de ahora en
what's going to be
adelante
done from here
con
onwards
la trazabilidad
with traceability
de los microganaderos,
of the
de los que
micro
tienen
herders,
50
those that have
cabezas,
50
40 cabezas
or
de
50,
ganado?
40 or 50
¿Cómo
heads
vamos a
of
trabajar eso para
livestock?
que ellos
How are we
también
going to work on it so that they can
logren
also
entrar en la
manage to
trazabilidad? ¿Lo vas a
enter
trabajar siempre
the
desde la
traceability?
empresa
Are you always going to work on it
o
from the
van a
company that
trabajar
buys from them?
talleres como ya lo vienen
Are you going to
haciendo
work
con los
on
más
workshops as you're doing with the smaller ones?
¿Suena? Sí, gracias. Muchas gracias por
Thank
la
you very
pregunta.
much for the question.
Justamente en septiembre,
In September, at the end of August, we were here working
el taller con los productores.
on the workshop with the producer. We also had the opportunity to get together
Las empresas transformadoras, quienes son
with the
los
transforming people who give the
ahí
certifications.
está Mitchell,
Mitchell is there, in Alpaca,
de Copecan,
Copecan also.
nos comentaban algo que también
And
era
they told us
preocupación
something
de
that
ellos,
was their
decían,
concern. They told us,
ya hemos
we've already
inversión, en
worked on
inversión en campo,
investment, we worked with the
trabajado
people in the
conjunto con los
field, we worked
productores
together with the
para
producers
poder
to
certificar
be able
lo que
to
ellos
certify
llamaban
what
la
they
carne,
called
es decir,
the
los
meat,
productores
the
que
producers
tienen
that
más
have
de 100
more
cabezas de ganado, que ya
over
tienen cierto
100
tipo de
heads of livestock,
tecnificación,
which
porque
already
ha
has
sido
some
un
kind of
poquito más
technicality.
fácil
It might be a
hacer
bit
el tema de
easier
certificación. Lo
to
que ahora
make.
nos falta es
What's
el
lacking now is
80%
80%
que
that
son los
are
productores
over,
pequeños.
which
¿Cómo
are the
podemos
smaller
lograr
producers.
para
How
poder
can
llegar
we
ahí?
manage
Decían,
to
si
reach them?
nosotros compramos
Though we buy,
el RAS y más adelante el MMS,
we
me
have the
parece
RAS and the
que es el
MMS
camino a
further on,
llegar.
which is
La
ideal
inversión va a ser
pathway.
fuerte.
The investment is going
Y
to
eso
be
es algo de
quite
que
high.
Textile Exchange lo
And
tiene
that's
muy
something
presente y sabemos
we know
pedirle a las
that
empresas
to ask
transformadoras
the
que asuman
transforming
todo
companies
ese
to assume all
costo
this
de
cost
implementación,
of
de
implementation,
llegar a más
of
productores, todo el trabajo que tienen
reaching
que
more
realizar,
producers, all the
no
work they have
solamente
to do,
pagando la
not
certificación,
only
sino
paying the
pagando todos los
certification, but also
talleres,
paying all the
todas las
workshops,
visitas,
all the
todo el
visits,
acompañamiento constante que
all
tiene que
the
haber para llenar los
constant
registros que se
accompanying that they
requieren.
have
Va a
doing the
requerir una
register. It's
inversión
going
que
to
no solamente puede
require
venir de ellos.
something that
Por
can't
ello,
only
algo
come
que
from
estamos
them.
buscando
So
más
what we're
esfuerzo es también
looking,
acercar a las marcas,
we have to bring
a
out
las marcas
brands
¿por qué no al gobierno, a la cooperación internacional?
government,
Para que también puedan
international
ayudarnos
cooperation,
a
so
poner
they
recursos
also help us
en
to
lograr
place resources
amplificar esta
and
certificación,
to
porque va a ser un
amplify
reto
this certification.
enorme,
This is a tremendous
pero yo creo que
challenge,
se puede
but I
hacer
think it can
si
be
no
done,
solamente
not
esperando que la
only, if
industria
not,
desde el tier 3 al
we're
4
not
se encargue, sino
we're not just going to
comprometer
wait,
también
we
al
have
tier
to
2
commit
y al
tier
tier 1 y
2
por qué no
and
también
tier 1,
al consumidor
and why not the
a
consumer
decirles,
also,
oye,
telling
tenemos
them, okay,
todos invertir
all
y
of us
poner
have to
recursos
invest
para
and
lograr
place resources to be able to get to
ampliar el número de
get to
certificados y
amplify
tener esta
this
fibra
certification and get this
garantizada que cumple
fire
con parámetros de sostenibilidad, ¿no?
guaranteed and it complies with all the
Y
regulations.
ustedes solo certifican
You
fibra,
only
¿verdad?
manufacture
Porque
fiber,
sabemos
because
los que trabajamos
those
con
of us who
alpacas hace
work
mucho
with
tiempo
alpaca a
que
long time,
la alpaca
that
tiene un
alpaca has
porcentaje de
a
abortos
percentage of abortion,
naturales
natural
al
abortions
año
per
muy
year.
alto.
That's very
Y
high.
esa piel,
And that's,
el caloyo,
that
es
the
preciadísimo,
fur of the
tiene un
baby
brillo
is
espectacular
very valuable, has
y
a
en realidad
spectacular
no entra en la categoría de
sheen.
piel
It's not
de que has
fur,
matado al
actually.
animal
You haven't
porque
killed the animal
no has matado a nadie.
because you haven't killed anything, really.
Animalito se ha muerto
The
solo
animal has died
y
by
nace
itself,
con este
and it's born
pelaje
with this fur
alucinante.
that's hallucinating.
¿Y han pensado en algún momento
Have you
en
ever
hacer alguna
thought of
certificación
doing
para
some
ese
certification for
producto?
this product?
Porque cada
Because
cría que la
baby
alpaca aborta naturalmente
that
es
is
una
aborted
alpaca que no va a
is an
crecer y que
alpaca
no le va a
that's not going to
producir
grow, it's not going to
al ganadero.
produce anything for the
Entonces, pero hay mucha
farmer,
resistencia
but there's a lot of
mundial
world
al hecho
resistance
de
to the fact
consumir piel.
of consuming
Entonces, ¿se ha
this.
pensado en algún momento en
So have you
hacer
ever
esto?
thought of doing this?
Gracias por preguntarlo porque es algo que se
Thank
me
you
escapó
for
en la
asking it,
presentación.
because that's something I didn't mention in the presentation.
alcance de los
Inside
materiales
the
que estamos
scope of the
considerando para
materials that we're
MMS
using for the
está el
MMS
título de skins,
is a
pieles.
skins.
Y para ello hay
And
todo
for
un
this,
módulo,
there's a whole
sé que habla
module
del tema de muertes naturales, pero hay todo
which
un
speaks
módulo
about the
sobre el tema del
naturalness
sacrificio en el
and
fútbol.
the sacrifices
Cómo se puede
on the
trabajar de la
farm,
forma más sostenible, más
how
humana
they can
posible,
work on this more
el tema de
sustainable
aprovechar
and
las
more
pieles
humanely
para
possible,
los,
taking advantage of the skin, no?
tanto para
both for the animals that have already complied their cycle and they can be used for meat, but also include the of the baby animals that die before, no? And there comes we have to have the criteria to certify the skins also.
¿Alguna pregunta para
Any question for our presenter
of Textile
Exchange, Claudio Salas? Any questions?
Nada, ha sido muy
No,
claro
he's been very clear then.
Muy bien.
Okay, thank you.
Juli.
Juli,
Segunda.
number 2.
Después de todo lo que nos has contado,
After
quería
everything you've
saber,
told us, I wanted to
¿tú
know,
crees que como
do you think as a
diseñadores ya no
designer
vamos a seguir tendencias?
you won't follow tendencies anymore? Or
Los diseñadores
or young
jóvenes
designers
van a tener siempre que seguir
will always
algún
have to
tipo de
follow some
tendencia,
kind of tendency.
porque no es que me
Because
levanté
it's
un
not
día y
that
me
I
visto
got
y
up
hago
one
mi
day, I
colección
get
de lo que
dressed,
me
I
dé
do
la
my
gana y no la
collection
vendo
for
nunca,
whatever I want, and I will never
¿verdad?
sell it,
Entonces,
right?
¿hasta
So
qué nivel
until what
vamos
level
a ser
are we going to be
reales y sinceros con nuestra
real
identidad
and sincere
de
with our
diseñadores y hasta qué nivel debemos seguir las
and
tendencias
to what
que
level
las
should we
siguen
follow the
marcando
tendencies
las
that
marcas
keep
grandes. El Perú todavía
following the
en algún
brands
momento Dios
still keep
mediante
following.
seremos
In Peru,
exportadores
God willing,
de
we're
marca
going to be
de autor, pero
exporters
ahorita no
of
lo somos.
signature
Entonces,
designs,
¿qué
but
hacemos?
until now we aren't. So what do we do? I'm going to try to be clear and concise. I wanted to say a lot of things in my presentation. And with regarding the role of designer, I was just being made interviewed. I was asked, how do you think the tendencies are going to go? It's so difficult. I don't want to speak so much about tendencies anymore. I do think we have to investigate. I'm passionate of research and of looking for things that are new. I think we always have to be up to date with what's happening in the world. One thing are the tendency, and one thing is innovation of all the possibilities that different fusions offers regarding technology, design, artisan work, and all this in some way or other is going to be reflected on the catwalks, on designers also. They use and retake at some moment when we worked with tendency, we realized that automatically everything that happened in society, the designers also absorbed it, and they put it out on the catwalks. So here, at this point, I have a problem deciding what is obviously the signature design and what's personal. And I think it's one's own language, this language that's different, that can be transmitted by another designer. It has to do with your emotional context, your connection, and all the luggage you bring, which gives you the possibility of showing the world your own creations. But at the same time, on the other hand, I also see that what has to do with the color palettes of seasons, I do see the palettes that are coming, because this aligns me a bit towards the market. You don't have to be 100% independent, because people also are inside the system. So it helps a lot to commercialize, to be a bit aligned with what's happening. But without losing your essence, we can sell some of the colors that are aligned, not all the palette, but maybe some of the colors that represent you as a brand, as a designer, and which also helps you for the product to be able to enter the commercial part. I was asked something regarding the design, and I said, today is everything's fusioned. We don't have, it's not just the designer that's doing garment. In Argentina, there's a phenomenon that's happening also in the rest of the world, I guess, which is we have architects, we have scientists who have their own brands of clothes, and they generate collections which are incredible and which are fusioned. Today, we're not just one thing. Today, we are many things. This part that has to do with our profession on one hand, and this part which has to do with our vacation on the other hand. And also, obviously, there's a system of commercializing to which you have to locate, you have to place your product and sell it. But neither on one side nor the other. But yes, it's good that we maintain our own language.
Perfecto, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Tengo una pregunta del
I have a
público.
question from the public.
¿Cómo podemos
How can
combinar
we combine
el alta costura
high
con la alpaca,
couture
ya sea
with
en tejido
alpaca,
plano
be this
o el
in
mismo
flat
hilado?
knits or in the weaving itself? That's hallucinating. I think yesterday in the fashion show we saw it, an emerging side, and I was very surprised yesterday because incredible things are generated. There's no limit with alpaca. There are no limits with the fibers, with the combination of different materials, with the combination of different these things that get technology with artisan work. This boy that was telling it, he does two products and he fusions the design with wicker, and he generates a very innovating products at the very avant-garde. The same thing in high fashion can happen also. You could see this yesterday in garments produced in alpaca. You have to evaluate lots of things: weight, how comfortable it is to use. The products have to be usable also, because if not, it's just a work of art. You just put it on, you just wear it one day, but never again. But precisely something I talked about in the presentation. We have to work on products that are durable. Those products, we work with products that are transmitted from generation to generation. We have garments from people that come from years back. That's sustainability. We have to work with the designers, or all of us who work, who are in charge of production. So I think that there are no limits in the fusion. I think there is exploration and research. Those are where the most beautiful things come out. Don't be scared to try it out. Obviously, obviously always anchored to it being a usable product, and that you know who you can sell it to, not just have simply work of art, but also they can be usable.
Gracias, Juli.
Thank you.
No sé si hay alguna pregunta para...
I don't know if there's any other question. My name is Carlos Zavala. I'm a researcher of Alpaca Fiber. I am going to ask you about the felt.
Voy a ser un poco largo,
I'm going to a bit...
que me tenga paciencia. Totalmente nosotros vamos por el tema del hilo.
We're looking at the yarn. We have different kinds of yarns. The large industry has always led all the development of alpaca through the fiber, through the yarns. Combed yarn, which was imposed on us by the industry 20 years, had a title of 310. After that industry said, no, I want a thinner yarn. Industry is going towards 220 to 230 to 240 to 260. And when I speak with the people, they say, what's happening? They tell me, no, they don't want to produce a title of 10. It has to be thinner, title of 60, title of 40, combed yarn. And this focus of the large industry puts to one side the artisan and the people, the actual producers of alpaca. Cynthia told us a couple of days, the association that we believe should solve this topic of the yarn. Artisan and the people and the breeders have to get together. That synergy can develop another type of product based on what technology? The felt. So I'm asking you directly, Julieta, if the topic of felt can solve or can it be useful so that the synergy be the one that leads the chain, not like now. Who leads the chain now? Micha and Inca Tops, right? The spinning people who make combed yarn. Why aren't we producing felt? Felt is a solution because on making felt, we don't make yarn. We go straight from fiber to the garment. So I wanted to know, what's your opinion? Thank you. Yes. Now, when you speak so much about the yarn, we were exploring, it's not the same to generate felt with sheep. We began exploring felt in the llama, and obviously only llama was impossible, and then we began doing tests with felt from sheep, and these products have come out which are beautiful, which we made hats. There are many designers who are looking for this alignment, this pathway to generate a product that can be made with low carding, and many of the remains, the leftovers, not just with the tops, but also with products that are not used. No? And they can be reused in the chain and generate new products. It's a great alternative. Now, this alternative, I don't know if here will industry absorb this, or is it an alternative for you as producers to generate another product and sell them in another place? I don't know. I think there are two pathways here. One pathway in the industry, another pathway is an independent one, the one of the small businessmen, independent ones. Many times when you offer a service, you just do what you're asked to do, but what happens with what you want and what you want to do, exploring new materials and do experiments with different things. Not all of us have to follow what the industry does. I think there's another pathway, and it's a great opportunity of what you're suggesting, to do it for yourselves and see what happens with industry and place it to users who are interested in it.
Y justo esta pregunta
And
me
this
lleva a la
question
pregunta que
leads
yo
me
le
to the
quería hacer a
question
Juan
that I wanted to
Carlos.
make to Juan Carlos.
Primero que nada,
First of all,
Woolmark es la
Woolmark
punta de lanza de todas las
is a
otras
spearhead
marcas y
of all the
certificaciones
brands and
que hemos ido
certifications that
viendo
we have been
aparecer
seeing
en los
that
últimos
have been
años.
appearing in the last years.
Ojalá
And
todos
hopefully,
llegáramos a
all of
tener
us can
la
get
presencia que tiene
to have the
Woolmark
presence that
y
Woolmark has
el soporte
and the
atrás
support
de ella, ¿no?
through them.
Al hacer este
On
proceso con
doing
ozono,
this
¿no
process
cree
with
que le
ozone,
estás
don't you
quitando
think you're
una de
removing
las mayores
one of the greatest characteristics that are
en la
unique
lana?
in the wool?
Yo siempre les digo a mis
I always
alumnos,
tell
la
my
lana se
students,
llama
wool
lana
is
y
called
solo
wool,
es
and
esa
it's
la
just
lana, la de
wool.
oveja.
It's just sheep
¿Por qué?
wool.
Porque tiene
Why? Because it has characteristics that are so different from the camelid, though it warms you,
pero nada filtra
but
como la lana.
it's
Entonces,
unique in its quality. So
con
removing
tratamientos de ozono,
these characteristics with an ozone treatment
escamas, en realidad
to take
no
away
las quitan
the
totalmente.
cuticles. You don't remove the
Claro, es una
cuticles
maravilla,
totally.
lo puedes lavar
It's
en
a
la
marvel.
lavadora,
You can do it. You
pero
can machine
¿le vas
wash
a
the garment,
quitar
but you're
a
going to
todo
remove
o
it
solo a
all,
ciertas
or just
prendas
certain garments
que quieres vender
that you
para
want to
que sean
sell
más fáciles
so that they're
de
easier
utilizar?
to use?
Porque ese es uno de
Because
nuestros
that's one
problemas,
of our
¿no? Tanto la
problems.
lana como el
Wool
camello,
and camelid,
tienes
for
que tener
example,
un
you
cuidado
have to
muy
have
especial al
very
momento
special
de darle el
care
mantenimiento
on giving
necesario.
it the
No es que
necessary
te puedas
care.
poner, no
It's
es que
not that
puedas comprarle
you
a tu
can't
hijo de
just
5
buy
años
a
una
5-year-old
chompa de
boy
alpaca porque
a
la vas a
sweater of
ensuciar
alpaca because
antes
he's
de
going to
subirse al
dirty
carro
them
y de
before
ahí
going into the
nunca
car,
la puedes lavar,
and then you
¿no?
won't be able to wash it ever.
Entonces, ¿cómo han
So
pensado
how have you
en
thought
trabajar esto
on working this out?
Del lijado o pulido de la
The
fibra
cleaning of
de
the
lana?
fiber, the wool fiber.
El tratamiento
The treatment, this treatment,
que decimos es superwash,
which
que
is
le da
called
esta
superwash,
propiedad a las
gives this
prendas
its
o a las
property
pieles
to
de
the
lana,
garments
para que puedan ser
so they
lavadas
be
por un
washed
proceso de lavado doméstico.
and
Ya tiene más de
domestically.
50, 60 años, ¿no?
It's over 50,
Entonces,
60
en la
years.
búsqueda- pero
So
este proceso, como
this
es, ya tiene
process,
bastantes años,
as it
también
already
ha
has
sido
several years,
es
it
un
has been,
proceso incluso que se usa
it's a
actualmente.
process that's used
Es
currently.
contaminante,
It's
porque estamos
polluting
usando cloro
because we're using
normalmente para
chlorine.
eso, y ese cloro es
So this
liberado
chlorine
a los
is
desagües,
liberated
llega
in
a
the
los
in the
ríos y
and
a
it reaches the
a todos
rivers
los
and all the
Entonces, la búsqueda en realidad
waterways.
fue dar
And the search was to look for
a este proceso que
alternatives
es
to
tan
this process
contaminante,
that is so
con un
polluting,
proceso que es
with a process
definitivamente
that is
mucho más amigable
definitely
con
much more
el
friendly
medio ambiente, ¿no?
with the environment.
Entonces, es cierto,
So it's certain
una de las propiedades
one of the
principales
properties,
de la
main
lana
properties
es el
of wool
filtro,
is
¿no?
its
Justo
felt.
hablaba él que
It's a
se puede
felt.
desarrollar
Products can be
bastante
developed that are
bonitos,
quite
bastante
pretty,
hermosos,
quite
como
beautiful
a través del afiltramiento.
through
Pero
felting.
también existen prendas.
But there are also
Actualmente hay
garments.
una
Currently,
tendencia
there's a
de
tendency
usar cada
of
vez,
using
o de que se use fibra de lana,
wool
mezclas con
fiber
algodón.
with blends with cotton,
Y el
for
algodón
example,
es una
and
fibra que se
cotton
puede lavar
and
en
is
la-
a
en una
fiber is
lavadora.
washable by machine and
Claro,
it's
y no
not,
se
it doesn't get felted.
Entonces, sí, y está esta tendencia
So
de
if
que
this
cada vez se
tendency
use
exists
más
that you
fibra
use
de algodón
more
en
and
el-
more
en
cotton
el
fiber
segmento deportivo.
in the
Entonces, tú
sports
necesitas
sector,
lavar, es
you
una
need
prenda
to
que has
wash these
utilizado
garments.
para
It's a
hacer
garment that's
trekking,
used to do trekking
para hacer yoga, para
or
hacer
to
una
do
caminata,
yoga,
tienes
to
que
walk.
lavar.
You have to
Entonces,
wash it.
necesario
So
que
it's
la-
necessary
desarrollar este
to develop
proceso
this
para
process
justamente el darle esa posibilidad
to give it the possibility
a las prendas de lana.
to give the
Entonces, un
garments
procedimiento
possible.
para
So a
reemplazar
procedure
el
to
que se usa
replace the one
actualmente para el
that's
cool
being
wool.
used
Más que
currently for
reemplazar, es
cool
darle una
wool.
alternativa, ¿no? Porque el
It's
proceso
more an
superwash
alternative.
normalmente
It's
se hace en
superwash
fibra,
is usually
y
done on
que
fiber,
hablamos de wool up es un proceso que se hace en prenda.
and wool up is done on
Entonces,
garments.
también les da, o sea, hacer un proceso
So
superwash
the
es una
superwash process
normalmente en
is done
las
normally
fábricas que producen
in
tops.
factories that
Son
produce
empresas
tops.
grandísimas,
They're
con
very
instalaciones
large companies,
gigantes.
huge
No, eso no
facilities.
lo puede tener una empresa que hace.
You can't have it in a
hemos visto
company
muchas aquí, ¿no? que
that, as
fabrican
we have
prendas.
seen
Entonces,
here.
conseguir estas
So
máquinas
to
que
get
son
this
también
machinery,
unas lavadoras,
which are the size of a
les da
washing
esa
machine, gives them
flexibilidad,
this
ofrecer al
flexibility of
mercado de una
offering the
manera más
market
simple,
in a simple way
productos, digamos, con una
products
una visión diferente.
that have with a different vision.
Muchísimas
Okay,
gracias.
thank you very much.
¿Tenemos alguna pregunta para
Do we have any other
Walmart?
question for Woolmark?
¿No? Ahí, la señorita de la segunda fila, por favor.
Good afternoon. My question was for Julieta. In reality, as future designer and student of Mariana Macias, I wanted to ask you, as future designers, how can we maintain our essence and even so reach international markets, because it's a very globalized market. Many times it's, they see what's easier to sell. But in a talk that was given yesterday, said an example from Jessica. Her designs here are very well appreciated, but internationally they don't get to be like that. So how can we reach international markets without losing our essence? That's a very good question. Yesterday I heard that precisely. I love what Jessica does. I fell in love with that. Her creativity, I can't believe it. Apart from the creativity of the reinvention that she has every season, the palette of colors, it's a 10. Jessica is a 10. I don't know if Jessica is looking, I don't know, I haven't talked with her to be able to know if she's really searching, entering that market. There are two alternatives, as in everything. Obviously, we have to sell. Obviously, that we're interested in exploring other markets and growing. But one thing is to generate garments with a lot of volume and generate a service that's for other brands. And another thing is to have your own brand. And tomorrow be recognized because of your own identity. Let's think Meche Correa, who makes a beautiful product. Since I've come here in 2010 until today, she maintains her essence through that, and that product is beautiful. And probably it's in several parts of the world, seen without having lost her essence. Because what they look for in her is her identity. We have to have it very clear what we want. Do we want to sell volume? And be a service. Here there are many companies that do services for other brands, and there are very many designers who want to have their own and not lose this and have a controlled volume, a responsible production, traceability of the product. There we have to see what is more important for you. What do you want? Really, for me particularly, if you tell me, I think it's much more, the product has much more value that has identity. And that they recognize you tomorrow and they say, one day in the future, they say, this product is from so-and-so. They're making a very massive product, in large volumes to sell everywhere. But there, that's what I was talking about in my speech, identity and how we want to generate this sustainable future. The larger the volume, more traceability is lost and control of production. That's what we know. There are many things here that we could speak about during hours, but I don't know if I responded to your question. To complement, I think that when we begin, when we just come out, we have to have experience, and then one thing doesn't fight with the other. You can work for companies that buy small volumes for you, but that maintain it. So you have a constant sale there, and that this maintains the launching of your brand.
Del cuero salen las correas. Tú no puedes decir,
you get a belts from leather. You can't say, I'm just going to design T-shirts with prints. I'm not going to do anything else. Because they come and ask you for something, you have to do it, but you have to work. You have to eat. And it takes a lot of time. It's not just, it's not quick. Julieta and I already have 40 and so years, and I can tell you that has cost us a lot of time.
Entonces, y Meche Correa
and Meche Correa
un poco más de 40 y pocos,
has
y
over
al inicio
40
no
years
era
in this,
nadie.
and at the beginning she wasn't
Entonces,
anybody.
no crean
So
que
don't think
uno sale
that
del
you
instituto
come out of
y
the
ya.
institute and that's it.
Hay que
You have to
sudarla.
sweat it
Sangre,
out.
sudor y lágrimas. No comer, no dormir.
Blood, sweat, and tears,
Y
not
poco a
eat,
poco.
not sleep, and little by
Y
little.
mi última pregunta
And my
es
last
para
question is for
Jacqueline. ¿Has
Jacqueline.
probado
Have you tried
los biopigmentos en qué
biopigments
fibras?
on what fibers? Most of
La
them,
mayor cantidad de pruebas las
most
hemos
of
hecho
tests we've done
justamente
them
en
on
fibra alpaca,
alpaca
que
fiber,
son justo las
which
del
are
video,
the ones
y
on the
también
video,
hemos hecho
and
algunas
also we've
pruebas
made
en
other
algodón.
tests on cotton.
¿Y qué tipo de mordiente
what
o
type
fijador
of
están utilizando para evitar
setting
la
agent are you
contaminación?
using
Bueno, esa es
to not
parte de nuestra
contaminate?
propiedad intelectual.
That's part of our
Pero
intellectual
lo que estamos
property.
haciendo
But
es
what we're
una
doing
formulación
is a
que es
formulation
sustentable,
that's
que incluye
sustainable, that
nuestros
includes
biopigmentos
our
y que
biopigments,
incluye
which
un
includes
fijador para que no
a
se tenga que
setting
utilizar
agent,
otro
so you don't have to
componente
use
adicional, que en
other
muchos casos puede
additives,
ser
which in many cases can be
¿Ustedes han pensado en
contaminating.
vender
Have
el
you thought of
biopigmento como
selling
tal
the
o dar el servicio de teñido?
biopigment
Por
as
ahora,
is,
el
or are you going to
biopigmento como
give
tal, pero
added
también
service?
estamos haciendo ciertos
Biopigment
avances en
as it
fibras,
is, but we're also doing
entonces
progress on
salen
different
fibras
fibers.
teñidas también.
But maybe we can sell dyed fibers
Felicitaciones,
also.
es un
Thank you very much.
productazo, la
It's a
verdad.
great answer. Thank
¿Alguna
you.
pregunta sobre los
Any question
biopigmentos?
on biopigments?
Juli, si es para ti, no, ya no contestes. Acá en la segunda fila, por favor. La señora de la segunda fila.
Tenemos aquí una pregunta.
We have a
La
question.
pregunta será en inglés.
Okay.
Hi, thank you. I have a brand
Tengo una marca en los Estados Unidos, es de deportes, usamos fibra real y mucha fibra bebé con otros productos. Nuestro problema nos estamos quedando sin alpaca real cada año. No sabemos cuántas granjas hay en Perú, no sabemos cuántos animales hay, la tasa de mortalidad por la sequía. Estos animales están, cuando hablamos acerca de hacer volumen, simplemente no tenemos suficiente fibra. Hay unas empresas que están tratando de hacer volumen en los Estados Unidos, pero es malogrando la industria alpaquera para todos. Mi pregunta para ustedes, ¿alguien ha pensado qué vamos a hacer cuando no tengamos suficiente fibra? Porque nos hemos quedado todos los años nos quedamos sin fibra real, porque estamos perdiendo tantas alpacas durante el invierno y nadie está expresando el hecho. Como diseñadores y fabricantes, estamos haciendo marcas y etiquetas. No podemos hacer eso si no tenemos volumen de fibra que necesitan, no solo en Perú, no solo en Europa, Estados Unidos, pero para todos. Es un mercado muy limitado, al menos que vemos para ver cuántas alpacas hay, cuántas están muriendo, cuántas libras puedo esperar todos los años antes de empezar una nueva línea de prendas. Si me quedo sin alpaca y gasto plata en el mercado, entonces no hay razón en absoluto de abrir una nueva línea de productos. ¿Tiene sentido? ¿Entienden la necesidad de ver más profundamente lo que estamos haciendo y realmente ver cómo vamos a conseguir más fibra?
Creo que la pregunta es para ti, Claudio.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you so much for the question.
Gracias por la pregunta. Realmente, es un problema grande y se ha visto mucho en el Alpaca Fiesta, que trata cómo el cambio climático ha causado muchos problemas y más cambios ha estado afectando a las alpacas, la fibra, y es precisamente lo que estamos tratando de lidiar con el MMS, es implementar un enfoque orientado al nivel de productor, incluyendo criterios dentro del estándar acerca del uso de tierras, cómo podemos evitar la erosión de los suelos, cómo podemos empezar a invertir en creando represas en las granjas, cómo podemos controlar el proceso de tal manera que reduzcamos las tasas de mortalidad de las alpacas. Hemos tenido algunos resultados. Mencioné en la presentación que hablando con los productores, hablando con los técnicos, me estaban diciendo, créanlo o no, los cambios que hemos hecho, que el RAS requiere, han realmente bajado la tasa de mortalidad. Pusieron un antes y después, era como 10 a 12% de tasa de mortalidad y ahora hay solo 3% de tasa de mortalidad. Y eso es todo por implementar estas prácticas regenerativas agrícolas enfocadas más en el bienestar animal. Por ejemplo, si tú tienes registros donde puedes ver, entonces tú puedes ver exactamente, esta alpaca está mostrando alguna conducta diferente, o esta alpaca, su tasa de BMI no es aceptable. Hay una tendencia, tenemos todo registrado acá, podemos atacarlo más rápido. Definitivamente, ese reduce directamente, ayuda a las tasas de mortalidad y da más producción. Y si promovemos estas prácticas, y vamos a más productores, eso va a ayudar la viabilidad de tener más fibra de alpaca. Pero definitivamente es un desafío y gracias por la pregunta. Aún a un nivel más bajo, uno de los enormes problemas que vamos a tener en el altiplano, la gente joven se está yendo y estos granjeros tienen 100 años. ¿Cuál es el plan que se tiene para continuar, para que esta gente continúe criándose animales? Cuando mueran, ¿quién va a estar ahí? ¿Qué vamos a hacer? ¿Cómo va a responder la industria ante eso? Si esperamos hasta que suceda, no vamos a poder arreglarlo durante años, a menos que empezamos pensar en un plan, cómo vamos a ayudar a esas personas para que continúen ahí. Esto va a terminar. Cuando mueran las personas que están ahí ahora, ya no va a haber nadie que se quede. Esa es la pregunta del $1.000.000. Hubo un panel ayer donde ese problema surgió. Hubo un granjero acá y él dijo, yo no sé si mis hijos van a querer trabajar acá, quedarse acá. Pero yo hablo como peruano acá. Yo creo que es un asunto de falta de gobernanza. Si vas a las alturas, a 5.000 metros, no hay internet. Si te enfermas, tienes que viajar por lo menos 2 horas para llegar al centro médico más cercano. Los colegios son todos los grados en un solo salón, donde solo hay un profesor, varios grados. La educación rural no es bueno para profesionales. Entonces, ¿qué causa eso? Entonces, eso ocasiona que la gente vaya a la sociedad. No tenemos apoyo en esto. Es difícil para que ellos regresen a sus tierras, porque tú vas a crecer en esta situación, no tengas acceso a estos servicios básicos, esperando siempre que haya un cambio generacional, va a ser un desafío grande. Creo que todo se centra tiene que venir de más presencia del gobierno. Es una pregunta muy difícil de responder. Es un enfoque del Estado que tiene que solucionar esto. Creo que voy a agregar algo. Creo que si no tenemos una política para conseguir una mejor vida por encima de 5.000 metros, la cosa es que vamos a crecer, a tener granjas con miles y miles de animales en vez de de las granjas atomizadas que tenemos ahora. El granjero, como lo conocemos ahora, que tiene 50 cabezas, eventualmente va a desaparecer, tristemente.
¿Alguna otra pregunta para el panel, por favor?
Any other question for the panel?
El señor acá adelante.
Sí, sí. De pie, por favor, llevar. Permíteme.
Bueno, mi inquietud está relacionada con el tema de la investigación.
I want to know about research.
Creo que para
I think
no hay un diseñador de autor,
there's no signature designer if they don't bring with them, if they don't do research.
Y justamente para dar el siguiente paso
to give the following step at level of research, we need
el apoyo estatal o de
state support from the private companies. Unfortunately, we have to.
Estos tratos pues se presentan como brechas para los independientes.
There are several gaps for independent people because most of the people want to go to massification.
Disculpando el término,
and that's where the purpose of the research is prostituted. So I would like to know what are the possibilities of this independent research to make alliances with some institutions. I think maybe Juan Carlos Aragón can help me out with this. Thank you very much.
Mariana, si te parece, escuchamos la siguiente pregunta para que sean las respuestas y poder ya finalizar.
Sí, escuchemos las dos.
Just one more question.
Muy buenos días. Bueno,
good morning. I want to thank the panel. The question goes for Juan Carlos. Though it's true, I don't know if you've seen other natural fibers or vegetable fibers, because we promote research on vegetable silk. Here in Peru, we've been able to try out different silks, which is the feel is very interesting. I want to thank there's a competition that's being launched. I want to thank the space for thanking Jacqueline for her research. It's been a pleasure to know you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. The first question, Woolmark offers platforms for researchers of all kinds, be these institutions or natural people, can access to information, or they can have the capacity of presenting alternatives or innovating ideas for textile industry. I would invite you to enter the learning platform. There are some modules there for research. And with this basis, to understand how Woolmark promotes research, you can also then contact us and see ways to collaborate. It's important to know what you have in mind. And on that, as you have seen on the video, Woolmark works on many fronts. So I always say it's preferable to know what market is looking for, what people are looking for, what research want to know, so that we can put on the table what we can offer. And the same, I think it's the same message for your question. We promote research and innovation more regarding wool, but we're also doing a front jointly with natural fibers, cotton. In the last years, consumption of synthetic fibers has had an exponential growth, generating this problem. We've seen in the video also that Julieta presented, where we have quantities and tons of clothes that are just thrown about everywhere. So it's interesting also to know of other fibers or natural fibers that can also make front together with cotton and wool and linen. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Hemos terminado.
I think we have ended
tercer
with our third
eje
axis
de sostenibilidad
of
y moda.
sustainability and
¿O por
fashion?
ahí alguna más? No.
No, okay.
Y hay dos preguntas más, se han animado al final.
Creo que nos alcanza el tiempo
I
para
think
una.
we just have time for
la
one more
señorita.
question.
Bueno, mi pregunta
My
creo
question,
que va para
I think,
todos.
goes to everyone.
Bueno, con respecto
Regarding
a la sostenibilidad en la moda,
sustainability in fashion, what do you think could be an effective strategy to educate the consumer? Because though it's true, each brand has a specific target and concrete identity, the problem with sustainability, I think, is in part on the excessive consumption of these brands, which are fast fashion. And this can be maybe because the consumer sees it because of the price that's more accessible, or maybe because they imitate a high fashion model. What do you think we can do to have more consumers more aware regarding his purchasing habits?
Yo comienzo. Bueno, voy a tomar las palabras
I'm going to
que
take the
dijo,
words
¿cómo se llamaba? Catherine
Boxall
de
said
Marangoni
regarding
cuando habló
Marangoni
de
when she
los
spoke
influencers,
about
¿no?
the influencers.
Su generación
Your generation
vive mirando
lives
influencers.
looking at
Saben que
influencers.
sí.
You know that's true.
Entonces, el día que hayan
The day
influencers
that
que
there are
se dediquen a
influencers
buscar
that are dedicated
la
to looking for traceability
y a apoyar
and support
marcas y no
brands
tengan estos
and
unboxing
don't
de
have this
500,000
unboxing
productos
of
de
500
ciertas
products
marcas
of
que no voy a
certain
mencionar.
brands that I'm not going to
Yo
mention.
creo que por ahí va a ir
I
la
think
educación
that's where education
también
will
de parte
start
de la academia,
to come up, and
en
part
los
from the
institutos
academy, in
técnicos,
in the
¿por qué no en
technical
las
institutions,
universidades, en los
universities, in
colegios?
schools.
¿No? El hecho
The fact
educar
of
al
educating
consumidor desde
the consumer
pequeño,
since
de
they're
que
very
no
young,
porque ya no
that
quiero este
not
color, ya no
because
lo voy a usar,
I don't like
¿no? Tu
this
ropa
color, I'm
está
not
bien,
going
no
to use
está
it.
rota,
Your clothes
te
are
la
okay,
tienes que
they're not
poner.
broken, and you have to wear it.
Entonces, es ahí un poco,
It's there.
la educación tiene que
The
comenzar desde
education has to
chiquitos.
begin
No
since the
puede
persons
ser
are, since the consumers are
agarrar al
small, very
consumidor y
young.
cambiarle
You
el
can't
chip,
get the
es
consumer and
imposible.
change the chip when they're
Tenemos
older.
que
That's
trabajarlo
impossible.
desde el
We have
inicio.
to work it from the beginning.
Bueno, para añadir,
To add
en mi
something,
caso creo
in
que
my case, I think
empieza con todos
it starts with all of
si
us.
nosotros
If we
les avisamos y
if
les
we
contamos a las personas
tell the
en realidad
people
del impacto
the
que
reality of
causa
the impact
comprar estas
that
prendas de fast
these
fashion,
garments are
y esas
producing, the
personas
fast
siguen
fashion,
contándole a
and these
otras,
people
yo
tell
creo que en los
others.
últimos
I think in the
años
last
está también
years,
poniéndose de moda
this
los
is also
closet cápsula, que
the
tienen
closed
prendas
capsule,
con
no?
muchos
Having
estampados, estas
garments
prendas
with
que
not
puedan
so
ser
many prints are
combinables,
becoming more
en vez de tener
fashionable.
una gran cantidad de
Instead having a
prendas.
great quantity of
Entonces,
garments.
yo creo que también
I
en vez de
think that
dejárselo a otras
instead of
personas, creo que
leaving
empieza
it to
con
other people, it
nosotros
begins with
y en
us.
nosotros poder
And
hablar
it's
sobre
to be able
esto
to
a
speak
nuestros
about it
amigos,
to our
familiares,
friends,
etcétera, y a las
relatives,
personas con
etc.,
las que tengamos
and people with
contacto,
whom we have
porque en
contact
realidad
with. In
todas estas
reality,
marcas
all
están
these
haciendo estos
brands are
cambios
doing these
porque los
changes because the
consumidores están
consumers
pidiendo
are
estas
asking for these alternatives.
Hola, hola. Bueno, yo creo que
I think
varios de estos
that
tips
several
en la
of these tips in the presentation,
hablando, bueno, uno de los ejes
one of
fundamentales
the
es la
fundamental axes is
trazabilidad, que el
traceability,
usuario pueda
which the
conocer,
user can
obviamente,
get
a
to
partir
know,
de esta nueva
or maybe from
ley que va a
this
salir
new
en
law that's going to
Europa,
come up in
de
Europe,
de este pasaporte
of this
digital
digital
obligatorio para
passport
las
that's
marcas.
obligatory for the
Creo que
brands.
también
I
el
think
consumidor va a tener
the
la
consumer
posibilidad
will then
de
have the
entender
possibility of
cuál es toda la
understanding
trazabilidad
what is
y la
all the
transparencia de
traceability and
cada uno de estos
transparency of each of their
productos,
garments,
la durabilidad
the
de los
durability of the
productos.
products.
El caso de Shane,
The case
por
of
ejemplo,
Shane,
que lo
for
mencionaba
example,
también Catherine, es
that
un caso que está
Catherine
dando
mentioned,
vuelta
it's a
al
case that's
mundo
going
porque en
around the
muy
world
pocos
because
años
in
ha
very few
crecido de
years
manera
it has grown
impresionante. De hecho,
impressively.
miren si
In
pueden
fact,
los
the
documentales,
measure, if you want,
porque
look
son
at their
increíbles.
documentaries, it's
Y
incredible.
fueron
And
los
they were the
influencers los
ones,
que generaron
they were
un grupo de
it was the
tiktokers
influencers, some
que
people from
generó que esto
TikTok
se haga
who generated that
impresionantemente
this be
masivo. Es
impressively
imposible que un producto
massive, and
por
it's
$5
impossible that a
esté
product
llegando
for
a los 2 días a tu
$5
casa
gets to
cuando
your house.
no puede,
It
digamos,
can't-
no puede salir un producto,
No product can
$5
come
es
out
lo mismo
at
que
$5.
sale, no sé, comprarte algo en el supermercado. Entonces, realmente en Argentina
In
hay
Argentine,
una frase que se
there's
está
a phrase
usando
that's
mucho
used, that we
que
use
tiene que ver
that has
con
to
que
do
todos
with
somos
that
agentes de
we're all
cambio.
agents of
Desde
change.
cada uno de
From
los
each
lugares que
of the
ocupemos
places
en
that we
este sistema,
occupy in this
dentro de
system,
la moda y
inside
por fuera de
fashion
la
and
moda.
outside the
Entonces,
fashion.
cada uno
So
desde
each
su rol de
one of us,
productor, de
from the producer,
diseñador,
from the roles of
de
designer,
vendedor, de
producer,
de lo que sea,
vendor, or
todos
whatever,
podemos
we
educar
all
al
can
consumidor.
educate the
Todos,
consumer,
desde cada
everyone.
uno de nuestros
From
lugares.
each of our places,
Entendemos,
we
obviamente,
understand
las
that
nuevas
obviously the new
generaciones
generations
no tienen el poder
don't have
adquisitivo por
the
ahí de comprar
acquisitive
prendas, ¿no?
power
Por
not
ahí
to
de
be able to
100%
buy
fibras
garments
naturales y
of
todo, porque por ahí, obviamente,
100%
no es lo
natural
mismo
fibers, because
comprar
it's
en
not the
estas
same
grandes
to
marcas de
buy
fast
these
fashion,
these fast
precio
fashion
es
clothes
como
with the
accesible
prices is
para los
accessible
adolescentes
for the young
que
people, for
una prenda que
adolescents,
tiene todo ese
compared
trabajo.
to
Pero yo
a
creo que
garment
de
that
a
has more
poquito,
work put into
justo
it.
que hablaba
But I
hoy
think
en la
that little by
presentación,
little,
todos estos años
all these
la moda va
years,
evolucionando
fashion
y cada
is
vez los
evolving,
consumidores
and
son más
every time
conscientes. Y yo
consumers are
apuesto
more and more
100% a
aware.
las nuevas generaciones.
And
Tengo un hijo de 22 años que es
I have great hope for the younger generation. I have a 20-year-old who's very aware of what he's wearing, what he buys, what they do, and how his clothes are made. I think that little by little, we all can go transforming this world to make a more fair and better world. Thank you. An applause, a strong round of applause for Mariana Macias and all the people here in the conversation. I would like to ask you to stand up so a photograph can be taken.
Oficial. Les ruego que esperemos un momento,
Please
por favor.
wait for a minute. I want to invite
Daniel
Arestegui. He's a manager
de la Asociación Internacional
of
de
the
la Alpaca. No bajen,
AIA.
por favor.
Please don't go down. Please don't
Daniel
leave.
se va a dirigir
Daniel is going
a ustedes y les va a entregar unos presentes.
is going to hand you some gifts.
Estamos finalizando ya esta jornada y quiero
We're ending
invitar
this day,
a
and I
la
want to ask
presidenta
the
del
president
comité
of
organizador
the organization,
de Alpaca Fiesta
organizing committee of
2024, Jessica
Alpaca Fiesta
Rodríguez,
2024,
quien les dio la
Jessica
bienvenida hace
Rodriguez,
unos
who gave you
días,
the welcome
y
some
es
days
ella
back,
quien
and it's
pondrá
her
el punto
who's going
final
to
a
give
esta jornada
the
académica.
final words to this academic event.
Bueno, querido público,
Well, dear
llegamos
public,
al momento final
we have
de
come to the
nuestro
final
foro.
moment of our
Han
forum.
sido 3 días
It has been 3
de mucha
days of a
información,
lot of
ha sido 3
information,
días de
3
intercambio,
days of
estábamos
interchanges. We've been
con muchas
speaking
personas que
with
han
many people
participado
who
y
have
nos han
participated and
manifestado
have manifested
lo importante
how
que ha sido tener
important
este
it has been to
espacio,
have this
este espacio dentro
space
del eje académico que
inside
habíamos
academic
planteado
access we
como
have
Alpaca
suggested
Fiesta,
as Alpaca
para que
Fiesta
podamos
so that we can
intercambiar
interchange
conocimiento, y así se ha
knowledge,
hecho. Y me quiero quedar con
and
una
so
palabra que
it
dijo
has been
Julieta
done.
hoy
I want
día,
to remain on
que
what
es
Julieta has
todos
said.
somos
It's,
agentes de cambio.
we are
Y
all
desde
agents of
donde
change
estemos,
from wherever
en
we
el
are,
rol que nos toque
in
jugar,
the role
creo
we
que
have to
la
play.
decisión
I think the
es de cada
decision
uno de nosotros.
comes from each one of us.
Sin más
Without
palabras,
any
quiero
more ado,
agradecer
I want to
infinitamente a
thank
nuestros ponentes el día de hoy,
our
a los que han
presenters,
participado
of
en
those
los
of you
días
who have
anteriores,
participated in the
cada uno
previous
de
days,
los
and each
ejes,
one in
y
each one of the
decirles
axes,
que
and tell you
espero que haya sido
that
una
I
linda
hope it has
experiencia
been
y
a
nos
beautiful
encontramos
experience,
en el
and we will
próximo Alpaca
meet
Fiesta
again in the next
dentro
Alpaca
de
Fiesta
3 años.
in 3
Muchísimas
years.
gracias.
Thank you very much.
Damos entonces
We give
concluido y
this
clausurado
as
nuestro
concluded.
foro. Gracias.
Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias. No bajen,
Thank
por
you a
favor,
lot.
una última foto con
One
Jessica
last
Rodríguez
photograph.
y Daniel Arestegui. Quiero agradecer a todos ustedes por su presencia, por sus preguntas, y a nuestros expositores y moderadores por compartir sus conocimientos con nosotros. Hasta una próxima oportunidad.